The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Talmud. Susie read with you. With their unique wisdom of life and philosophy of making money, the Jews won the title of the world's first businessman. Their achievements in the field of wealth make the world admire them with admiration. Jews account for more than half of the world's richest entrepreneurs. Jews make up 1/3 of the millionaires in the United States. 18 of Forbes' top 40 richest Americans are Jewish. In Jewish history, there have been several world-class business giants: the superoil tycoon Rockefeller, the Wall Street wizard John Pierpont Morgan, the Rothschild family, a financial family well known in Europe and around the world, who once ruled the United States. Greenspan, the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, the lifeblood of the economy, Franklin, the youngest billionaire in the United States. The Talmud is a parchment scroll that has been circulating for more than 3,300 years, a book that Jews studied until their death. A compilation of Jewish oral law, second only to the books of the Bible. The Talmud is part of Jewish life. Rather than saying that the Jews protected their code with their lives so that it could continue uninterrupted, the Talmud pointed the way to the Jews, so that they can overcome the bad luck, to survive and develop. Until today, there are still many Jews who regard the Talmud as the most precious relic. Think of it as a solace in your life and a refuge for your soul. The Jews have summed up a set of great business rules in the history of turbulent displacement, which is the spiritual wealth that will benefit us for a lifetime. This book excavates the splendid Hebrew cultural heritage, interprets the essence of the wise Talmud scriptures, follows the trajectory of history, and dedicates the long-standing Jewish business tradition and way of life to readers. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Money is currency, and it is a sign of how much material wealth a person has. As far as it is concerned, it does not distinguish between high and low. In the Jewish concept of making money, they have never regarded riding a three-wheeled wheel and carrying a sack as a lowly thing, nor do they think that being a boss or manager is superior to others. There is no money in one's pocket. Therefore, when they make money, they will not divide the money into noble or inferior, and even if the occupation they are currently engaged in is not good, they will not feel inferior to others. No matter what occupation they are engaged in, their mentality will be very peaceful. Jews have their own views on money. They believe that money has no surname and no resume. They believe that the money they have earned through their hard work is a peace of mind. Therefore, they will try their best to earn as much money as possible, no matter if the money comes from the intellectual work of intellectuals or from farmers selling their products. They are all well-deserved and take it with equanimity. There are many Jews who can make money. Aaron, who made his fortune by money lending, is a typical example. The Jew who moved to the UK started as a part-time job, using the little money he had saved to start a small business. Due to his efforts, the business continued to expand. At this time, his funds could not be revolved, so he had to borrow from the bank. In practice, he has found that borrowing money from others comes at a high price, often not far from the profits from business operations. He thought that most of the money he earned from his hard work would be handed over to the bank, and the risk was greater than that of the bank, so he might as well go into the money lending business himself. A few years later, he started a money lending business. He kept his small business running while drawing out some of his capital to lend to those in dire need. In addition, he borrowed money from the bank with a relatively low interest rate, and then loaned it to others at a higher interest rate, earning the difference profit. Some people are eager to use the money, and would rather borrow at 20% monthly interest. In this way, if you lend 100 yuan for 1 year, you can get a return of 240 yuan, which is much more cost-effective than doing business. Aaron saw this, and made his wealth continue to increase. When Aaron died at the age of 63, he left behind a huge fortune. Jews have always regarded money as the god of the world. They believe that in this world, apart from God, only money is most worthy of respect and attention. In the Talmud, there are many sayings about money. The Bible radiates light, and money radiates warmth. The body lives on the heart, and the heart lives on the wallet. Knock on the door with money, there's nothing that can't be opened. Money gives us the opportunity to buy gifts from God. Money is not a sin, nor is it a curse, it blesses people. The success of the Jews in chasing money and amassing wealth has given them a place among the nations of the world. Because in the commercial society, the symbol of people's success and the realization of people's value depend to a large extent on their own success and wealth. In the process of doing business, Jews have always adhered to one point. They have no prejudice against customers and always treat them equally. Ruining a lucrative business because of stereotypes is not worth it in the eyes of the Jewish people. Jews live in all parts of the world, and although they have different nationalities, they all consider themselves fellow citizens, and they often maintain close ties. The valuable experience of the Jews in the business process is that there is no prejudice in trade. To make money, you must break the existing prejudice. The Jews also made no distinction between the objects of the transaction. As long as you can reach a business agreement and make money from the other party, you can do it. In the Jewish concept, everyone except the Jew is called a foreigner. In order to make money, people from any country are their trading partners. They will never give up a profitable business easily, so there is no distinction between the religious belief, skin color, and social nature of the transaction object. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jews are wise to realize that, to make money, you must not have too many concerns, and you must not be bound by the original traditional concepts and habits. You must dare to accept new concepts and break old traditions. Everyone knows that money has no nationality, so, making money should not be divided into nationalities, and you should not limit yourself to a small circle. This is also the success of the Jewish people. The Jews believed that money had no nature, and the so-called nature was imposed on money subjectively by man himself. If bad people get money, money becomes evil, then it can be good to let good people earn it back. The Jews considered it absurd to subjectively distinguish the nature of money, which not only bound the mind, but also wasted time. Since the Jews do not ask the source of money, this ensures that their thoughts are not bound by secular concepts and are completely free. In their eyes, any money can be earned, any business can be done, and even garbage pickers can make money. The businessman's job is to make money, and everything else is just a tool and means for making money, so there is no need to think too much about it. When the Jewish businessman Hadong rented out houses and plots, the tenants not only had to pay a certain amount of rent in advance, but also paid a huge amount of small rent. The so-called small rent is a one-time startup fee. This small rent collection method created by Hartung will become a popular rent calculation method in the world in the future. For example, Hartung leased a storefront to a New York company and charged a first-month rent of $900 and a small rent of $6,500 from the day the contract was signed. The actual lease term starts after half a year. In this way, Hartung got $7,400 6 months in advance, which can be used to invest in other businesses. It is precisely because the Jews do not distinguish the nature of money, so when the Jews make money, they have no feelings for the things they borrow. As long as they do not violate the law and are profitable, they can use them. There is no need to think about it at all. Too much. The purpose of the Jewish business is to make money and get the maximum benefit. Hammer is a prominent representative. When the former Soviet Union was just established, no businessman in the world dared to come here. Only he had the courage and knowledge to do business with the former Soviet Union and made a lot of money in the former Soviet Union. He also started from this, becoming the most legendary businessman in the history of the 20th century world. Women and mouths are the two major sources of wealth. The actual owner of the money is a woman. There is a saying, a woman and a man eat, and they both pay to show that they are friends. A man pays to show that they are still in love, a woman pays to show that they are husband and wife. But no matter what their relationship is, money is always spent around women, which is a social rule that will always prevail in human beings. The center of the world is man, but the center of man is woman. Men always revolve around women, doing everything possible to please women. Once a man is married, the woman becomes the man's permanent financial vault, and the man says that the woman is the minister of finance in the family. Men are very emotional. Women spend a lot of money earned by men in their entire lives, and men are constantly making a lot of money. Men are very aggrieved. We don't care about anything, as long as we can use it. We are never picky, but women, in order to make themselves more beautiful, are desperate for everything. They wave their hands, and the money that men earn for a long time will be spent by them. Businessmen also summed up this way: men's task is to make money, and it is difficult to make money from them, while women's task is to spend money. It is much easier to earn their money. Men like to dress up their women beautifully. Women say that when they become beautiful, a man's face will have light. Men have the right to make money, and women have the right to spend money. An economically minded businessman will surely make a lot of money if he targets women. On the contrary, if the businessman desperately targets men and wants to sweep men's money, the business is doomed to fail. Because men are people who make money, being able to make money does not mean holding money or owning money. The authority to consume money still lies with women. Talmud Collection Part 1: Money is neither high nor low. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Therefore, the Jews tell us that there is absolutely nothing wrong with doing women's business. Take a look at all kinds of goods on the street: beautiful rings, diamonds, all kinds of women's clothing, women's pins, necklaces, earrings. Most of them are related to women, and the prices of these things are generally relatively high. Therefore, as long as the businessman uses a smart mind and asks a woman to unload the money for you willingly, then the big pile of banknotes will flow into your pocket automatically like water. Strauss, a Jewish businessman, is a master at using female business rules, and he relies on this unique business law to make his Macy company the most famous high-end department store in the world. Strauss started working as a child laborer and later became a clerk in a small store. During his part-time job, he noticed that the vast majority of female customers are women. Even if men accompany women to shop, the decision to buy is still with women. According to his own observation and analysis, Strauss believes that the prospect of doing business is brighter than focusing on women. When he accumulated a little capital, he opened a small store, Macy, which mainly deals in women's fashion, handbags, and cosmetics. After several years of operation, it turned out to be very profitable. He continued in this direction, increasing his efforts and expanding the scale, so that the company's turnover grew rapidly. Strauss summed up his business experience, and then started the business of precious products such as diamonds, gold, and silver jewelry. He is in the Macy department store in New York, with a total of 6 floors of exhibitions: 1 floor for diamonds, gold, and silver jewelry, 1 floor for cosmetics, 2 floors for fashion, and the other 2 floors for exhibitions. Sell a wide range of products. It can be seen that women's products account for the vast majority of Macy companies. After more than 30 years of operation, Strauss has made Macy's the world's most famous high-end department store, which is inseparable from his choice of the female market. Also, let's take another look at the diamond market. As we all know, the world's most important source of diamond raw materials is in South Africa, while the world's largest processing market for diamond products is in Israel. Israel is not rich in diamonds, but it has become the world's largest diamond processing place, which cannot but arouse people's deep thinking. The reason is that Jewish merchants in Israel have unique insight. They know that processed diamonds will become more beautiful, more valuable, and can win the favor and admiration of women all over the world. In most countries and regions in the world today, although men are in power, they are willing to let women spend whatever they want in order to please their wives and girlfriends. It is precisely because of this that Jewish merchants in Israel will not hesitate to invest in the diamond processing industry and import raw materials from South Africa and other places. After more than 40 years of operation, Israel Diamond Trading Company Limited has grown continuously, from domestic operations to multinational operations, and now it has become the world's largest and most famous diamond processing enterprise, with an annual turnover of more than $4 billion. It is easy to make money from women. The key is to grasp the psychology of women. Some people say that women have a strong desire to touch. This desire is even stronger when shopping. Take buying fabrics as an example. If she doesn't touch it with her own hands, it is impossible for her to make up her mind to buy it. If it is said that buying clothes and other things related to body touch, of course, she must first touch it with her hands, but she also needs to use her hands to identify everything other than clothes, which is incomprehensible. After all, a woman just likes to touch, and if something is not touched, she will never buy it with competence. Even if they buy food for their children, they will pinch it with their hands instead of tasting it with their mouths. They identify the pros and cons of the product by touch. On the contrary, no matter how beautifully designed the packaging bags are, if the packaging bags are opaque, the sales are often very mediocre, and housewives are always afraid to make new attempts. After understanding this reason, those products that are not selling well can use this to review whether their products are packaged too well. If this is the case, it is recommended that you expose part of the product. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low. 4. Susie accompanies you to read. Another source of wealth for Jewish merchants was the human mouth. It can be said that the mouth is a bottomless pit that consumes money. There are more than 6 billion bottomless pits on the earth today, and their market potential is very large. The shrewd Jews discovered that bread as small as $1, and meals as large as 1,000 yuan or 10,000 yuan, all turned into waste after a few hours. Think about what is sold, which is usually consumed on the same day. Can this kind of thing have anything other than food? People's survival always needs to continuously absorb and consume energy to support, and only food can provide the energy needed by the human body. If people want to continue to live, they must continue to consume food. To this end, Jewish merchants managed to manage anything that could pass through the mouth, such as grain stores, food stores, fish stores, butchers, fruit stores, vegetable stores, restaurants, cafes, bars, clubs, and the list goes on. One of the greatest advantages of food is that it can obtain long-term benefits, because appetite is the minimum condition for human survival. People's appetite is a black hole that can never be filled, and no consumer goods can be consumed every day like food, so people can't be sloppy at all. Therefore, the Jews believe that the food business must make money. It is precisely by seizing this business opportunity that many Jews have gained a firm foothold during their long wanderings. Therefore, the food business that solves the problem of human survival has been very prosperous and enduring for a long time. Jew Simplot is one of the 100 richest people in the world today. Shortly after the outbreak of World War II, Simplot learned that American troops needed a lot of dehydrated vegetables to fight in the front. He thought it was a very good opportunity to make money, so he did not hesitate to buy the largest vegetable dehydration factory in the United States at the time. After he bought the factory, he specialized in processing dehydrated potatoes for the army. From then on, Simplot found the golden key to making a fortune and embarked on the road of collecting gold and making money. In the early 1950s, a chemist developed a method for freezing potato chips. At that time, many people did not pay attention to this product, but Simplot also recognized that this new product has great potential, even if it is worth taking a little risk, so he hired the chemist with a high salary and produced a large number of frozen potato chips. Unsurprisingly, the frozen potato chips became very popular with consumers, and he made a lot of money because of it. Still later, Simplot discovered that potato chips were not fully exploiting the potential of potatoes. Because, through the selection process of fries, sorting, peeling, slicing, and speckling, only about half of each potato is used, and the rest is generally thrown into the trash. Wouldn't it be better if the leftovers of the potatoes could be reused, Simplot thought? It didn't take long for him to figure out a great way to incorporate the rest of these potatoes into grain for livestock feed. In this way, Simplot has built a huge potato empire. He sells 1.5 billion pounds of processed potatoes a year, of which half of the potatoes sold to McDonald's fast food restaurants are made into potato chips. From the comprehensive utilization of potatoes, he gets hundreds of millions of dollars in high profits every year. No one knows how much Simplot's assets are now. As the old saying goes, people take food as their heaven, so we can work from our mouths to do business with our mouths. The Jews believed that the catering industry was an inexhaustible source of money, and they recognized this early on and were able to seize the opportunity to get untold amounts of money into their pockets. Grab the information and make a lot of money. Today's society is an information society, and paying attention to information means paying attention to money. A businessman who pays attention to information will surely succeed. Information has become a force to be reckoned with in this age. If you are fighting in the business world, you must learn to collect information and master all aspects of knowledge. When faced with the last moment of choice, instead of making hasty judgments like gamblers relying on fleeting thoughts, it is better to grasp information as soon as possible, use data as the basis, and exert correct reasoning and judgment ability. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Information has always been a word not to be left behind. When fighting on the battlefield, it is necessary to know the intelligence information of the enemy. When businessmen make decisions and plans in the fierce market competition, they should also take intelligence information as the cornerstone. The Jews believed that information was decisive for the success or failure of business, so they began to make money using the information they had at an early age. There is a philosophical saying in the Talmud, even if it is the wind, as long as you smell it with your nose, you can know its origin. Therefore, the rich Jewish people have always attached great importance to the role of information. Philip Yammer is the owner of Yammer Meat Processing Company. He has the habit of reading newspapers every day. Although he has a busy business, he will see the secretary bring him every morning when he arrives at the office various newspapers of the day. One morning in the early spring of 1875, he was sitting in his office reading a newspaper as usual when an inconspicuous message of less than 100 words caught his attention. A plague had appeared in Mexico. Melton's eyes lit up. If the plague appeared in Mexico, it would soon spread to California and Texas, and the main supply bases for North American meat were California and Texas. Once the plague occurred here, the nation's meat supply there will be immediate tension, and the price of meat will skyrocket. He immediately sent people to Mexico to conduct a field investigation. Investigators returned cables a few days later, confirming the accuracy of the news. Armour had a bottom line. He put down the telegram and immediately started to raise funds to buy a large number of hogs and beef cattle from California and Texas and transport them to the far east of California and Texas for breeding. 2 or 3 weeks later, the plague hit several western states. The federal government immediately ordered a strict ban on food shipments from these states. The North American market is suddenly in short supply of meat, and prices have skyrocketed. Yammer thinks the time is ripe to sell the hogs and beef cattle hoarding in the East at high prices. In just 3 months, he made a profit of $9 million. Because Yammer read newspapers for a long time and attached great importance to information, his success was inevitable. He has several people who are specially responsible for collecting information for him, and they all have a high level of education and rich management experience. They collect dozens of major newspapers from the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, and other worlds every day. After reading, they classify the important information of each newspaper one by one, and make an evaluation of the information, and finally the secretary sends it to the office. If he thinks a piece of information is valuable, he brings them together to study the information. In this way, he has repeatedly succeeded in business operations due to accurate information. Bernard Baruch was a famous American industrialist, statesman, and philosopher who became a millionaire in his early 30s. In 1916, President Wilson appointed him advisor to the Commission of Defense and chairman of the Committee for the Management of Raw Materials, Minerals, and Metals. He later served as the chairman of the Arms Industry Committee. In 1946, Baruch served as the representative of the United States to the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission, and proposed a famous Baruch Plan, that is, to establish an international authority to control the use of atomic energy and inspect all atomic energy facilities. In life and death, Baruch was universally respected. Baruch was also very difficult when he was just starting his own business. But it was the Jewish sensitivity to information that made him a fortune overnight. One evening in July 1898, 28-year-old Baruch was staying at home with his parents. Suddenly, news came on the radio that the US Navy had destroyed the Spanish fleet in San Diego. This means the Spanish-American War is coming to an end. It happens to be Sunday, and soon it will be Monday. As is usual practice, stock exchanges in the United States are closed on Mondays, but those in London are open for business as usual. Intuition told Baruch that if he could get to his office before dawn, he could make a fortune. At that time, the car had not yet appeared, and the train stopped running at night. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to do anything, but Baruch came up with a brilliant idea. He rushed to the train station and rented a special car. God paid off. Baruch finally arrived at his office before dawn, and before other investors wake up, he made several big deals. He succeeded. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. Information is the decisive force in this era. Those who have information and time are equivalent to possessing wealth. Information is the leader of wealth. Put the money to work. The main reason why the poor are poor and the rich are rich is that the poor have no financial awareness of the rich, and the rich are constantly looking for ways to get rich and knowledge of financial management. The rich let money and society work for him, while the poor work for the government and themselves. Jews believe that the simple labor that most people do is not important, but the ideas and capital that can solve problems and generate economic and social value. In today's world, good ideas and capital are always the most important. Important. It is an indisputable fact that there are far more poor people in the world than rich people. But poverty can be changed. To change the situation of poverty, you need to understand the difference between the rich and the poor, and compare the difference between the rich and the poor. The disparity between the rich and the poor is a disparity of ideas, a disparity in the way of thinking and character, not a simple disparity of money and assets. The rich are open-minded, brave and rational. The poor are closed-minded, afraid of risks, and more emotional. Hurd is a senior expert at the General Motors manufacturing company in the United States. He once said something intriguing: in a private company, the pursuit of profit should not be the first, but the most important thing is how to use the money in your hand. Many small business owners who are good at financial management understand this truth, but they cannot really use it in practice. Often when the company has a small surplus, they will have timid thoughts and become timid, always afraid that the money they have won will fly away due to investment failure, and they will quickly deposit it in the bank for emergency use. It seems that this is the safest way. Everyone has this idea, but in today's competitive era, money should be used to expand investment, make money live money, and obtain higher economic returns. In order to increase your fixed assets, you can use this money to purchase real estate and pavement. Looking back 10 years later, you will feel that you will gain a lot more profit than saving in a bank, and you will see the power of live money. It takes an adventurous spirit, something not everyone recognizes and dares to do. After all, there are very few people who are willing to take risks and start a business. The average person cannot see the long-term benefits and dare not take risks, that is, they have no enterprising spirit. Everyone knows that there is interest in depositing money in the bank. As long as there is a deposit, you can get a part of the interest income. But cash does not bear interest, and the amount of cash in hand will still be that much after a few years, and it will not increase. In this way, bank deposits are more attractive than holding cash. So why are Jews so stupid and would rather keep a lot of cash than put it in the bank and let it reproduce and make money? In fact, those who think this way are dead wrong. The Jews are not stupid at all, but too shrewd. The Jew, who was born with a mathematical mind, had already figured this out. After they have settled the accounts, they have a good reason. The money in the bank can indeed get an interest, but the price of goods keeps rising during the interest-bearing period of the deposit, and the value of the currency falls, especially when the deposit itself dies. It is still necessary to pay. The state pays inheritance tax. This is true, and it is true in almost every country. Therefore, no matter how much property you have, it is not cost-effective to store it in a bank for 3 generations. It is true that cash does not increase in value, But rising prices have little impact on it, and the cash is in your own hands, avoiding property registration in the bank, and you do not need to pay inheritance tax to the state when inheriting property. Therefore, while holding cash, property neither increases nor decreases. Jews don't keep their money in the bank, and one can't help but ask, how on earth do the Jews with huge wealth protect their cash? Don't they worry about the safety of their money? Of course, it is not safe and impossible to go out to do errands with cash every day. They have found a safe place to put their cash. Of course not in the bank, but in the safe of the bank. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Mr. Fujita, known as the Jew of Ginza in Japan, visited the cash safe of Mr. Diamond, an American clothing dealer, in 1968. Mr. Fujita was led to the dark place where the safe was kept in the basement of the bank, and he opened the safe full of cash. Mr. Fujita was very surprised to find that there were various current banknotes in the safe, as well as various old coins from a few years ago, as well as gold nuggets, which were about 2 to 3 billion yen. With so much money, Mr. Diamond can put it here with great confidence. Because the bank has first-class security measures and specialized security personnel, it is a very safe place. Of course, you don't have to worry about depositing your cash here. Cash can't be left in a random place, it needs a safe, hiding place. Smart Jews cleverly used the bank's security facilities and put the safe with cash in the safe corner of the bank. Even if they had hundreds of millions of cash, they didn't need to be afraid. This Jewish no-deposit recipe is a science of money management. As the saying goes, have money for half a year. This is a very philosophical business experience. That is to say, it is necessary to rationally use funds to do business, find ways to speed up capital turnover, reduce interest expenses, and increase both the unit profit and total profit of commodities. Don't keep money in the bank and find a way to put it to good use is a secret to successful business. Treat money as normal. Jews are very keen to make money, which is due to the national characteristics determined by the long-term living environment. But Jews have always maintained a normal heart about money. For money, Jews neither regard it as a devil, nor reverence it as a god, nor do they have the embarrassing psychology of wanting money and being ashamed to touch it. The money is clean and ordinary, and the money is generous and upright. Living on money is just a simple and natural way of life for the Jews. An atheist came to see the rabbi. "Hello, Rabbi," said the atheist. "Hello," the rabbi returned the greeting. The atheist took a gold coin from his pocket and put it in the rabbi's hand. The rabbi put it in his pocket without saying a word. "Obviously, you have something to ask me to help with," he said. "Maybe your wife is infertile and you want me to pray for her." "No, Rabbi, I'm not married yet," replied the atheist. So he took out another gold coin and gave it to the rabbi. The rabbi took the gold coin and pocketed it again. "You must have something to ask me," he said. "Maybe you have committed a crime, and I hope God will forgive you." "No, Rabbi, I have committed no crime," replied the atheist. Again, he gave the rabbi a gold coin, and the rabbi pocketed the gold coin again. "Maybe you want me to pray for you, so that your business can gradually improve?" the rabbi asked expectantly. "No, Rabbi, my business is good this year," replied the atheist. He gave the rabbi another gold coin. The rabbi looked at him puzzled and asked, "Then what exactly do you want me to do?" "I don't want you to do anything," the atheist replied. "I just want to see how long a person can do nothing with money." "Money is money and nothing else," replied the rabbi. "I hold money like a rock or a piece of paper." The Jews maintain a normal mind about money, and even regard it as a piece of stone or a piece of paper. The Jews do not regard it as a ghost, nor do they classify it as clean or dirty. In their minds, money is a very important thing. As usual, money is money and nothing else. Therefore, they diligently seek to obtain it, and once they lose it, they will not be in pain. It is this kind of ordinary heart that allows the Jews to gallop freely in the commercial sea, not panic in the face of chaos, and win the commercial war. Treating money as an ordinary thing is one of Jewish business wisdom. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Be good at spotting business opportunities. As a businessman, the first question that must be considered is how to make money in doing business. As excellent businessmen in the world, Jews have a business sensitivity that ordinary people do not have, and can find their own business opportunities and create wealth from places that others easily overlook. There are people living on an island in the Pacific Ocean where 2 French and Israeli leather shoe companies want to open up new markets. So they each send a salesman to the island to do market research. When the salesman from the French company came to the island, he found that none of the residents on the island were wearing shoes and walking barefoot on the road. The telegram was sealed: no one wears shoes on this island, and the market potential is not large. Then, he left the island by flight. The salesman from the Israeli company was very excited when he saw that the residents on the island were all barefoot, thinking that the market potential of leather shoes here was considerable. The day after he arrived on the island, he sent a competent telegram to the company manager: the island has no shoes, the market has great potential, and I will be based here. This salesman has keen market insight and can see yes from nothings. He thinks that people who don't wear shoes can change their habits. It is precisely because the islanders don't wear shoes and have no shoe reserves change. Once you get used to it, the demand for shoes will be considerable. In order to develop this new market, he decided to stay on the island. Later, if he wished, under his careful planning, the islanders gradually became interested in shoes, and more people bought shoes. From this, we can get some inspiration. People who can do business are often those who can see there from nothing, and business people need a pair of eyes to capture information. The Jewish billionaire Locke has a lot of business and his work seems very stressful. Once, in order to relax, he decided to go on vacation to Japan, and after entrusting his work to his assistant, he set off for Japan. At this time, Japan was in the middle of summer, and the weather was hot. Locke did not want to stay in an air-conditioned room, so he went to climb Mount Fuji. Because the snow on the top of Mount Fuji does not melt all year round, it is extremely cold, while the middle of the mountain is cool and pleasant, and the air is particularly fresh. Locke came to the halfway of Mount Fuji, and just took a few breaths of the fresh air here. His fatigue disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but praise, "The air here is so fresh, there is no pollution at all, it is pure natural air." As he spoke, a thought popped into his mind: why don't I take the air from Mount Fuji back and sell it? Locke speculates that some people will buy their products. Those who live in cities and breathe polluted air every day will love fresh, natural air. Those patients who are recovering from a long illness must also need this fresh, natural air moisture. Those who have heard of the name of Mount Fuji long ago, but have no chance to come to visit in person, or have been to Mount Fuji, they are very concerned about the scenery and air of Mount Fuji. It is a beautiful and profound impression, but people who cannot stay in Mount Fuji for a long time to enjoy the nature and fresh air here may also pay for it. In addition, elderly people who pay attention to nutrition and healthcare and children who are growing physically and mentally will also love it. There is a soft spot. After such an analysis, Locke's confidence increased, and he immediately invited an expert in this field to take air samples for research and testing, and then draw up a scientific analysis data report on the benefits of Mount Fuji air to the human body. Locke kept applying for licenses and other opening procedures, and opened a factory called Fuji Air Canning Factory on the halfway of Mount Fuji. Locke's new products are very distinctive. They are made of cheap and beautiful packaging materials into cans. The outside is printed with the beautiful scenery of Mount Fuji, and the inside is full of fresh, natural Mount Fuji air. Locke's new product is aimed at people who live in big cities with high levels of air pollution, and the marketing success rate is quite high. In addition, it is cheap, so it quickly opened the Japanese market. Locke was not satisfied with this, and he also exported Fuji Air Can to the United States, Europe and equatorial countries, which were also welcomed. Talmud Collection Part 1: Money is neither high nor low. 9. Susie accompanies you to read. Locke was greatly encouraged and made the air business bigger and bigger. The canned air is not only on Mount Fuji, but gradually expanded to the air on the Alps, the air on the famous snow peaks, the fresh air on the vast lake, and the pristine air. The air in the forest not only earns considerable profits for itself, but also meets the needs of society. Locke went on vacation to Japan, climbed Mount Fuji, and breathed in the fresh air. It seemed that he had inadvertently discovered a new profitable business. It can be said that his success was entirely due to his sensitivity to business opportunities. You know, there are many people who have climbed Mount Fuji, but he is the only one who has this idea. It can be seen that successful businessmen are good at seeing the complex contents contained in simple business opportunities, and use them in a three-dimensional and all-round way. Jewish shrewdness. Jews are shrewd, capable, good at breaking through obstacles, and use their wisdom to do all kinds of things. Their super savvy makes them a duck to water in the business world. There are many reasons for Jewish merchants to be shrewd and increasingly shrewd, but one of the most important and uniquely Jewish factors is the mentality of the Jews, including Jewish merchants, to shrewdness itself. There are many shrewd people in all countries and ethnic groups in the world, this is indisputable, but their attitudes towards shrewdness itself are all different. Jews appreciate, value, and respect shrewdness very much, and this appreciation, respect, and respect are upright, just like their attitude toward money. Here is a joke that embodies Jewish shrewdness. After the United States and the former Soviet Union successfully developed manned rockets, Germany, France, and Israel also jointly formulated a manned rocket flight plan. With the rocket and capsule ready, the next job is to select space pilots. The staff first asked German candidates what the pay for spaceflight was. "If you want me to do it, you have to give me $3,000, $1,000 for the house purchase fund, $1,000 for my wife, and $1,000 for myself," the German said. The staff asked the French candidates again, and the French replied, "I need $4,000. $1,000 to repay the loan for the purchase of the house, $1,000 for my wife and children, $1,000 for myself, and $1,000 for my lover." Finally, they went to ask the Israeli candidates, and the Israeli candidates said, "You have to give me $5,000. $1,000 for me, $1,000 for you, and $3,000 to hire the German to fly the spaceship." This joke shows the shrewdness of the Jews, who just fiddle with numbers to get the same treatment as people in high-risk jobs without having to do the actual work, piloting a spaceship, which is exactly what Jewish merchants do in their business style. One of the most prominent features. This is not a caustic satire of Jewish shrewdness by other peoples, but a joke invented by the Jews themselves. This is somewhat surprising. In all fairness, the Jews did not exploit the Germans, and the Germans were still paid $3,000. The difference is whether it is just from the staff or from the Jews, which is not reflected in the money. The Jews are very shrewd. Since the remuneration allows them to report it, it is also possible to make the amount higher. This is a personal freedom, just as the French treat their wives and lovers as financially equal. So in this joke, Jewish shrewdness doesn't go beyond legitimate boundaries. And to be honest, based on the results alone, no matter which country the applicant is in this $1,000 for free position, they will be very satisfied. Whether in jokes or in real life, they don't make a Jewish-like claim or even think about it, and in their subconscious, this too explicit shrewdness is denied in the first place. They would be ashamed of their shrewdness. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Judging from the joke itself, we do not see any shame in the Jew at all for his excessive shrewdness, and he would be proud of his shrewdness. It seems that the concern of being too explicit does not affect their shrewd calculations at all, much less their respect for shrewdness itself. They see shrewdness as something dignified and even worthy of bragging rights. It can be said that no one is more open to shrewdness than the Jews. Laughing at his own productive shrewdness, Jewish merchants became more and more savvy. Many jokes circulated among the Jewish people are about shrewdness, while real-life Jewish businessmen are more shrewd people. The wealthy Jewish businessman Ha Tong was the only one who came to Shanghai from poverty to wealth. His shrewdness almost became a myth and spread all over the streets and alleys of Shanghai. In 1901, Hartung independently established Hartung Foreign Company, which specialized in real estate. Hartung rents out small plots of land and general housing for a short period of time, usually 3 to 5 years. The short lease term makes it easy to increase the rental amount at each renewal and to be able to recover it in time when needed. On Hatong's land, even if you set up a stall, you must pay rent. There was a cobbler who set up a stall in a small corner of the Hatong land and had to pay 5 yuan in rent per month. Every time Hatong collected rent from him, he always said to him kindly, "I wish you a fortune. But the money that should be given still has to be given." After Hatong became a rich man, he built the largest private garden in Shanghai, Ali Garden, at a cost of 700,000 taels of silver. In order to better manage the employees in the park, Hatong made clear regulations on the responsibilities and grades of the employees, and asked the accountant to make corresponding badges. But even such a badge indicating job responsibilities has to be purchased by employees themselves. The retail price of each badge is 4 cents, and the production cost is only 5 copper plates. Although Hatong's shrewdness requires a certain amount of calculation ability, after all, it does not require much intelligence. I am afraid that what he really needs is a mentality about shrewdness itself. There was a Jew named Filler, who lived to be 77 years old. When he was about to die, he asked his family to put a message in the newspaper saying that he was going to heaven, and he was willing to send a message to the deceased relatives, on the condition that every person charges $100. This news seems absurd, but it has aroused the curiosity of many people. They came to the door one after another and asked him to bring a message. As a result, he made nearly $100,000. If he died a few days later, I'm afraid he would have made more money. His will was also very special, and he asked his family to advertise another advertisement, saying that he was a very polite gentleman, willing to share a tomb with a noble intellectual woman. As a result, there was a lady who was willing to pay $100,000 to be buried with him. This is the Jew, who does not forget to make money even when he is dying. Jews believe that if God is the Lord of all things, then money is the Almighty God. Reverence for God is indispensable in their lives, then money is the gift of reverence for God. Smartness neither hinders morality nor violates the law. The Jews just used very clever methods to solve things that others thought were very difficult, and this kind of shrewdness is easily accepted by everyone, and everyone also welcomes this kind of shrewdness. This is the Jewish money-making theory. They actually tell customers, "I want to make money," and they make it clear to others how they are making money. Legal tax avoidance in this world, some money can be earned, and some cannot be earned. Therefore, you must abide by the law to earn money, and you must not earn money that cannot be earned. But for a Jew, it had to be reasonable to make money. Therefore, in the process of doing business, Jews, on the one hand, abide by never evade tax, and on the other hand are good at reasonable tax avoidance. This is Jewish money protection. The Jews are the richest nation in the world. On all continents, the Jews have huge assets, and the taxation of these assets must also be a considerable amount. Then, some people will ask, do Jews do tax evasion? If they hear this, they will be very angry. The Jews have a business motto, never evade tax, which reflects their strong awareness of paying taxes. Jews consider paying taxes an honorable thing. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money has no distinction between high and low, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews have the most wealth in the world, but they pay more attention to paying taxes than any businessman in the world. In the hearts of the Jews, there is a set of views that belong to them. They believe that paying taxes is a sacred contract with the state, and no matter what special circumstances they encounter, they cannot violate this contract. Whoever evades taxes fails to fulfill the contract. Violation of the sacred covenant was unforgivable to the Jews. A Frenchman went to a foreign country to do business and came back with a gemstone. In order to avoid customs duties, he hid the gemstone in his shoes, but the local customs checked it out. A fellow Jew felt incomprehensible about this and asked, "Why do we evade customs duties and not pay taxes according to law? Pay the import fee and enter the border openly. If you want to sell the gemstones in the country, you only need to try to raise the price by 8%. Children can do such a simple problem. Therefore, it is very wise for Jews to pay taxes according to law. Of course, in order to make more profits, Jews will also use their brains on taxation, so as to achieve the purpose of legal tax avoidance. They have summed up a set of legal tax avoidance methods in the long-term market experience, and have the following understanding of legal tax avoidance. 1. Legal tax avoidance is a wonderful manifestation of the superhuman wisdom and superb management level of decision makers. 2. Let tax avoidance occur within the scope permitted by national tax laws and regulations, and be reasonable and legal. 3. Smartly arrange business activities, and strive to make tax avoidance both flexible and principled. 4. Tax avoidance behaviors revolve around lowering product prices so as to enhance the market competitiveness of enterprises through tax avoidance behaviors. 5. Fully study various laws and regulations related to taxation, and strive to understand taxation better than national tax collectors in some aspects. These Jewish tax avoidance methods are reasonable and legal, and have achieved great success. In 1976, the wealthy Jewish businessman Mortimer Money-Riggs had an income of $1 million. In order to minimize the amount of tax this year, he decided to find a way to deduct his income by $500,000. In what way? Morty thought about it for a long time and finally came up with an idea. He has an ancestral yacht that is 250 feet long. If you value it at $500,000 and donate it to a non-profit organization as a portion of your annual income, wouldn't it be both a burden and a tax avoidance? Isn't this a two-in-one thing? Charitable donations were tax deductible because of the tax laws of the time. This hole must be drilled. Mortimer found a willing yacht reviewer who agreed to price Mortimer's yacht at $500,000. Because he understands that if this transaction is made, he can get a large commission. After getting an estimate, Mortimer went to a school and offered to donate a yacht for the school. After the principal took over the appraisal form, tacitly, he immediately wrote a report to the tax office, praising Mr. Mortimer's generosity, donating a yacht worth $500,000 to the school, and stating that the value of the yacht has been approved by experts. After the school got the yacht, it wanted to sell it as soon as possible for donations. The shrewd appraiser stepped forward and offered to sell it on his behalf. However, things were far from going well, and he tried his best to sell the yacht for more than $150,000. But it didn't matter, the school got $150,000 for nothing, and the appraiser got a handsome commission. Mr. Mortimer, who earns $1 million a year, has only $500,000 left in tax due to his net income being cut in half. At the 70% tax rate at the time, he only had to pay $350,000 in taxes. Another $350,000 in taxes was easily dodged by him. Of course, the fundamental purpose of business people should not be tax avoidance, because even a genius tax avoider cannot achieve the purpose of getting rich through tax avoidance. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. Tax avoidance is justified, and tax avoidance is reasonable and legal. The Jewish holy book, Talmud, has long had a similar expression. They never evade taxes in real life, and at the same time can legally avoid taxes, which should fundamentally benefit from the wisdom carried by Jewish holy books, such as the Talmud. Jewish way of managing money. Human desires are like a bottomless pit, which never ends. If you spend a limited amount of income on unsatisfied desires, you will fall into the bottomless pit of desires, and it will be difficult to accumulate capital to do other things. Jews have their own way of managing money. The Jewish text, Talmud, has the following description: money is easy to cause accidents. Anyone should be careful with money, otherwise they will lose money. First learn to take care of a small amount of money, and then you can manage more money. This is the best way to prevent loss of money. When a project needs to be invested, some people will be driven by interests and invest rashly, which will lead to the loss of money. The Talmud pointed out, the first-class investment is the investment with safety guarantee. It is a foolish risk to invest lightly for the sake of high profit. As an investor, don't let the interests blind you. You must investigate carefully. Only when you have a comprehensive understanding of the situation and think you can do it, you can invest some of your money. Being good at financial management can make oneself and the family's economy in the best operating state, thereby improving the quality and taste of life. So, how should we use the money reasonably? For every investment opportunity, how should we seize it in a timely manner? Here, let us first study the Jewish financial equation. According to the traditional Jewish financial management method, 1/3 of the money must be allocated at any time and saved in some way. Only in this way can wealth be gathered. Let's take a look at how financial guru Alan Greenspan manages his money. Greenspan is the world's most important god of wealth and has a unique way of managing money. Greenspan was born into a Jewish financial family in New York City in 1926, the son of a stockbroker. He received a bachelor's degree in economics and a doctorate degree in economics in 1948 and 1977, respectively. When Greenspan co-founded a consulting firm in 1952, he kept an account of every expense and found that it cost $60,000 to $70,000 a year. This prompted him to adjust his spending. First of all, if there are no special circumstances, try not to eat out. Meanwhile, his wife decided to cook for herself, saving the babysitting fee. Second, try to reduce the number of outbound trips as much as possible to save unnecessary expenses. In 1954, Greenspan joined the Townsend Corporation in New York, and within 5 years he became the company's president, owning half of the company's shares and earning a reputation on Wall Street as the shrewdest securities dealer. In 1974, Greenspan served as the White House's chief economic advisor. With the continuous increase of income, his investment also began to increase and gradually formed his own unique financial management concept. 1. If the funds are to be used within 3 years, they must not be invested in the securities market. Second, invest regularly and systematically. 3. Find a partner who is good at financial management, and both parties jointly manage financial affairs. It is not difficult to find that Greenspan also did not depart from the essence of safe and balanced Jewish financial management. It is because of this financial management that he has achieved great success. Money is a mirror that looks into personality. During the long-term diaspora, the Jews experienced persecution, exile, and even slaughter, but they were never assimilated because they had money in their hands. Once a nation has money, it has the right to survive and develop. Not only can they use money to deal with alien aggression and evolution, but they can also use money to increase resistance. Smart Jews regard money as a double-edged sword, realizing that money can make people survive and that money can corrupt a person's soul. Therefore, the Jews believe that money is a mirror which can peep into the personality and can see a person's nobility as well as a person's humble. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 13. Susie accompanies you to read. There is such a story, which is widely circulated among the Jews. On a Sabbath, 3 Jews came to Jerusalem. They carried a lot of money around, which was inconvenient, so everyone discussed burying all the money and set off. As a result, one of them sneaked back and poached all the money. The next day, when everyone found that the money was gone, they suspected that it was their own people, but there was no evidence to prove who it was, so the 3 of them went to King Solomon together to ask for arbitration. King Solomon has always been known for his wise decision-making. After knowing what happened, he didn't ask any questions, but said, "I also have a problem here that I can't solve. Please help me solve it, and then I will decide for you." King Solomon's problem was this: a woman was engaged to a man. But soon, she fell in love with another man. Therefore, she proposed to her fiancé to dissolve the engagement and was willing to give her fiancé a sum of money as compensation. The young man did not ask for compensation, and happily agreed to her request. The girl came from a wealthy family, and was unfortunately abducted by an old man. Later, the girl said to the old man, "My ex-fiancé broke up with me without my compensation, so you should treat me like this too." So, the old man also agreed to her request. After King Solomon had finished telling the story, he asked the girl, the young man, and the old man, which one was commendable for his behavior. The first thinks that young men are not hard-pressed, and they don't even want compensation. Their behavior is commendable. The second believes that the girl has the courage to break up the engagement with her fiancé for love, and her behavior is commendable. The third person said, "This story is confusing. The old man kidnapped the girl for money, but let her go without taking the money. Why is this?" So King Solomon shouted, "You stole the money." Then, Solomon explained, the two of them care about the love and personalities of the characters in the story, and you only think about money, and that's the professional sensitivity of a thief, so you're a thief. This Jewish story shows that the attitude towards money is a reflection of a person's personality. Noble people tend to ignore money because they pay attention to morality, and people with low morality only have money but no morality in their hearts. In real life, Jews also tend to judge a person's quality based on their attitude toward money. Cherish every wealth. The accumulation of money should start with every penny. Don't give up because of small money. Any kind of success is accumulated bit by bit. Without this mentality, it is impossible to make big money. Coveted for greater wealth, and as a result, even lost what could have been obtained. You must not only know how to create wealth, but also know how to cherish every wealth. There were two young men looking for work together. One was British and the other was Jewish. They are full of hope, looking for opportunities for their own development. One day, when they were walking on the street together, they found a coin on the ground. The English youth pretended not to see it and walked over, but the Jewish youth picked it up excitedly. British youths despise the actions of Jewish youths. They are so useless, they even pick up a coin. Looking at the British young man who had gone away, the Jewish young man was filled with emotion. Let the money slip away in vain, it is really worthless. Later, the two entered the same company at the same time. The company was small, the wages were low, and the work was tiring, and the British youth left with disdain, while the Jewish youth happily stayed. 2 years later, the two met again on the street. The British youth was still looking for a job, and the Jewish youth had become the boss. How can such a worthless person become a boss? The British youth felt incomprehensible. The Jewish youth said, because I won't let wealth slip away from me in vain, I will cherish every penny, and you don't even want a coin, how can you get rich? Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 14. Susie accompanies you to read. It's not that the British youth doesn't care about money, but his eyes are always on big money and don't care about small money, so his money is always in tomorrow, and that's why he can't make a career. For a successful person, the accumulation of money starts with every coin, and it is impossible to achieve greater wealth without this mindset. A successful and rich person will never give up every penny. Attitudes towards money also reflect a person's attitude towards life and career. Only those who are not very ambitious at any time can do everything seriously and achieve their goals. On the contrary, not only can he not get big wealth, but small wealth will also miss him. Treat contracts as commodities. Treating the sacred covenant as a commodity reflects the freedom of the Jews to do business. To give up freedom is to give up the right to be a human being. The Jewish people sanctified both covenant-making and covenant-keeping, but this piety did not lead them to enshrine various covenants in shrines. Instead, they see a contract as a commodity that can be traded as long as the contract is legal. Jews call those who buy out contracts already signed by other companies and perform them on behalf of the seller as traders. The person who sells the contract is equivalent to a person who sits on the sidelines. He only operates the contract buying and selling business, and does not need to operate any other business, nor does he need to perform the responsibilities specified in the contract, and he can make profits from it without much effort. Jewish traders have traveled all over the world, and they generally target some trustworthy big companies or corporations. The company of Mr. Fujita, a Ginza Jew, has frequent contacts with the trader. Jewish traders often ask, "Hello, Mr. Fujita, what business are you doing now?" "It's you. A few minutes ago, I signed a $100,000 contract with a couturier in New York." "Great. Can you give me this right? I'll give you 20% of the cash profit." "Okay, I can transfer it to you if you want." Both parties were interested, so a contract sale was quickly concluded. The Jewish traders thus obtained the right to import women's leather shoes, and then made greater profits from the sales of leather shoes, and Mr. Fujita did not spend much effort and made a 20% cash profit. Both parties were very satisfied with the outcome of the transaction. This is the fast-paced business of the traders, which can be described as vigorous and resolute. When the two sides made a deal, Selman hurried to the leather shoe company in New York with the contract in hand, claiming that the rights to the $100,000 belonged to him. The advantage of doing this is that they directly buy contracts that meet their needs, without having to directly participate in contract signing. Of course, contract buying and selling requires step-by-step care, and it requires marketers to have keen insight to reduce unnecessary losses. Jews' profound knowledge, amazing mental arithmetic, and profound understanding determine that they are geniuses as traders. Turn luck into chance. The dog of the rich man's family was accidentally lost, so he posted a notice on the TV station, "I have lost a dog. If anyone finds it, please return it as soon as possible and pay a reward of 10,000 yuan." Screen. After the notice was issued, the people who sent the dogs came one after another, but none of them belonged to the rich. The rich lady said that the person who found the dog must think the reward was too low, but it was a very expensive dog. So the rich man changed the remuneration to 20,000 yuan. A beggar picked up the dog. The beggar didn't see the first notice in time. He was very happy when he learned that he could get 20,000 yuan for sending the puppy back, because he had never seen so much money before. Early the next morning, the beggar carried the dog and prepared to receive the 20,000 yuan reward. When he passed the wall screen of a large department store, he saw the notice again, but the remuneration had changed from 20,000 yuan to 30,000 yuan. The beggar stopped moving, thinking, after a short period of time, the remuneration has increased, and if I wait a few more days, maybe I will get more money. He changed his mind and went back to his shabby house, where he put the dog back on a leash. On the fourth day, the bounty really increased again. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 15. Susie accompanies you to read. For the next few days, the beggar did not leave the big screen, and when the reward was high enough, the beggar returned to his house. Unfortunately, the dog was already dead, because the dog ate roast beef and fresh milk at the rich man's house, and would not eat the food the beggar picked up from the garbage can. Don't beggars crave wealth? Desire, of course, but he didn't take the opportunity, so just watched it slip away. Jewish merchants are very attentive to every detail in business and are good at turning luck into wealth. There was once a Jewish-run clothing company, Levi Strauss & Company, which, by luck, brought about a revolution in the clothing industry, the popularity of jeans. The name Levi Strauss has entered the British dictionary, and the company's products are increasingly popular internationally, so the company's fortune has almost become a mythical legend, and Levi Strauss is founder of this company. Jews have always dominated the apparel industry, and their garment factories once accounted for 85% of the U.S. menswear market and 95% of women's wear. In the middle of the 19th century, there was a gold rush in California in the United States. The young Levi Strauss also went to California, but it was too late. Gold. When Levi Strauss went, he took a large roll of twill with him, and wanted to sell it to the tent maker to make some money as capital. When we got there, it was discovered that many people were dealing with mud and water all day, and their pants were wearing out very quickly. They needed durable pants, and the need for tents was not so urgent. Thus, from this roll of twill was born Levi Strauss's first pair of jeans. Later, in order to enhance the fastness of the pockets, he added copper buttons next to the pockets of the trousers. After that, Levi Strauss began mass-producing the novelty trousers, which sold very well. Many outfitters are jealous and follow suit, but Levi Strauss's business has consistently topped the list in sales, selling about 1 million pairs of the pants a year and generating a $50 million turnover. Levi Strauss was single, and after his death, 4 nephews took over the business. Thanks to their tireless efforts, the company continued to move forward, expanding its business scope, starting to deal in nylons, trousers, towels, quilts, sheets, and underwear. By the end of the Second World War, the turnover of these commodities was nearly half of the total turnover. In 1946, the great-grandson of Levi Strauss, Walter Haas-Yer, decided to devote all the company's funds to the production of denim. Haas wasn't an idealist who consciously wanted to change public tastes or dressing habits, or that his decision would spark a clothing revolution. He just made a business decision. To be more precise, he just wanted to struggle, success or failure, to see if the new fabric could take over the market. As a result, he succeeded. Jeans made from the new fabrics are particularly helpful in showing a person's body shape, giving people a youthful glow, and have been popular with consumers since they were launched. After entering the 1960s, his business was even more prosperous. On the one hand, after the end of World War II, there was a peak in population births, and in the 1960s, this generation set foot on the society. For a time, the entire American society was filled with a youthful atmosphere, and young people also became the bulk of the consumer market. Jeans with a youthful atmosphere are naturally very marketable. On the other hand, people in the 1960s had rebellious thoughts, and traditional norms and values were doubted, criticized, and spurned. Jeans, with its most obvious feature of informality, became the clothing that best reflects the trend of the times. This clothing revolution has a great impact on society. It has made clothing no longer able to reveal the identity of the wearer from different directions. If the original mass-produced clothing makes a company's salesman dress like the boss, and jeans make the boss dress like a salesman, and jeans are exactly the same for men and women, regardless of gender. There is no difference between old and new jeans, and even the old ones are better. This was originally due to the fact that the fabric was prone to wear, but the public loved jeans so much that they also loved its flaws. The factories that produce old and even ripped trousers were born, and the faded, frayed, and patched jeans sold better and cost less. Talmud Collection Part 1 Money is neither high nor low, 16. Susie accompanies you to read. As such, Walter Hauschier's venture is merely an extension of the usual risk-taking in the clothing industry. What is commendable is that his adventure has captured a big fashion that has lasted for half a century and is still in the ascendant. If you count from Levi Strauss's first pair of jeans, it has been nearly a century and a half. In an era of mass production, it is a great success to find a commodity that has been accepted and loved by consumers for such a long time. Someone once said, "Opportunity is another name for God." At a certain time, when various factors combine powerfully, favorable conditions will be created. Who can seize these favorable conditions at the fastest speed, use the resources at hand to invest, whoever can achieve success in business, and financial resources will come. The so-called favorable conditions here are opportunities, and a wise businessman knows how to grasp these opportunities to obtain wealth. To make money, you must first invest money. Likewise, to obtain an opportunity, you must make certain sacrifices, including time, income, enjoyment, etc. Be ready at all times, and when the opportunity arises, strike quickly and seize it. Some people often rely on luck to start a business and get rich, but luck is not an opportunity. Don't confuse the two, otherwise it will lead to wrong judgments and bring losses to themselves. Luck is contingent. Someone went to touch the prize, and the result was $2,000. It was luck. Fleming, who refined penicillin, originally intended to cultivate staphylococcus, but the appearance of mold was unexpected. To him, mold was an uninvited guest. There is a big difference between winning the lottery and discovering penicillin. Winning the lottery is completely an accident and depends on luck, while the discovery of penicillin contains opportunities beyond luck. After Fleming discovered mold, he may have two reactions. First, he felt that the appearance of mold hindered his research on staphylococcus, and regarded it as a burden and did not pay attention to it. Second, he was curious and studied it. If Fleming had taken the first attitude, he would not have invented penicillin. Fleming was able to seize the opportunity in time, and he succeeded as a result. In the process of getting rich, have a clear understanding of chance and luck. We do not exclude luck, but it is more important to use your own wisdom to tap the opportunities hidden in life. Only in this way can you succeed. Saving hard to get rich, there is a Japanese named Token Inoue, who got married 10 years ago. As the couple shrunk and saved most of their monthly earnings in the bank, they now have more than $2,000 in savings. Mrs. Inoue often said to her friends, "If you don't save, your life is no security." Jew Dr. Fouquet, an expert in psychology who came to Tokyo for business a year ago, was very surprised when he heard the news. Dr. Fouquet did not appreciate Mrs. Inouye's approach. He sarcastically said, "Look, if you don't have savings, you will feel that your life will be lost, and you will take material things so seriously and become a slave to material things. Where is the value of life? Men are constantly running around for a living every day, and women are thinking about how to make a living every day. If you can save more money, it doesn't mean much to live your life like this." Sadly, not only most Japanese people are like this, but most people from other countries are like this. As you probably know, there is a Rothschild family in Judea. It is a world-famous family of wealthy people. This family has maintained a position of great wealth since the time of Napoleon. You Japanese may not be able to find a world-famous wealthy family. Bar? I think that saving can protect my life. The more money you save, the higher the level of psychological security. If you keep accumulating like this, you will never be satisfied. In this way, wouldn't you put all the useful money on the shelf? Have you not used your ability to make a lot of money? Besides, how can you save money and spend your whole life, keep your money in the bank, and become a famous rich man in the world just by making profits? Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 17. Susie accompanies you to read. Of course, I'm not totally against saving. I'm against turning saving into a hobby and forgetting to use it when you have a certain amount of money so that it can make more money. I'm also against banks. When I have more and more deposits in my house, I have a corresponding sense of security in my heart. I feel that I have security, and I rely on interest to subsidize my living expenses, which develops dependence and loses the spirit of risk-taking and struggle. Many people think that money stored in the bank can get interest, and doing so is the most reasonable, and has fulfilled the responsibility of financial management. In fact, under the influence of inflation, the real rate of return of interest is close to zero, which means that there is no appreciation. Therefore, money in the bank means no financial management. It is difficult to predict how much wealth each person will have in the end. The only certainty is that it is more difficult to get rich by saving than to go to the sky. People who keep all their money in the bank will not only fail to become rich when they are old, but often fail to achieve the level of financial autonomy. Such cases are not uncommon in real life. People who choose to use bank deposits as a financial management method are nothing more than giving themselves a good guarantee, but in fact, keeping money in the bank for a long time is the most dangerous financial management method. Usually poor people have a more positive view of why the rich can get rich is to attribute it to the fact that the rich are working harder than themselves or their hard work and frugality, and a more negative view is to attribute it to luck or engaging in illegal or illegal industries. But these people never imagine that the reason why wealth is insulated from them is because of problems with their financial management habits. Because the wealth management methods of the poor and the rich are different, the property of the poor is mostly stored in the bank, and the property of the rich is mostly stored in the form of real estate and stocks. Jewish businessmen believe that investors who want to be among the wealthy with money must be able to think outside the box. There was an adult who couldn't ride a bicycle. One day, a friend of his lent him a bicycle for practice. On the road, he saw a child riding a bicycle, so he looked at him with admiration and said, "The reason why children can ride a bicycle is because they are agile." The child heard this, and he disapproved. Said, "You don't have to be agile to ride a bicycle." So the child taught the adult to ride, and the adult quickly learned to ride. When the adults happily say goodbye to the child and go home, they habitually push the cart and walk home. This is the frame that cannot break through inertia. Borrow money to grow your business. Jews believe that in order to keep a business moving forward, you must expand your business at the right time, otherwise you will not be able to get financial returns. Since expanding your business requires a certain amount of money, you will justifiably borrow money. To Jewish merchants, borrowing money in business was not all bad. In the business field, if you wait until you make money before taking action, it will take a long time, and it will be difficult for your career to develop, which will make your opponents more handy, and will not benefit you at all. At this time, borrowing money without hesitation is an absolutely correct decision. To develop the economy by borrowing money to do business is a common business method in today's world. Many successful business people rely on borrowing to embark on the road of development. The famous millionaire Hilton made his fortune by borrowing resources. Hilton wanted to make a fortune when he was young, but he never found the right opportunity. One day, he was walking on the street when he suddenly found that there was only one restaurant in the bustling Ellis business district. He thought, if I build a high-end hotel here, the business will be very good. So he did some serious research and decided that the most suitable land for a hotel was a piece of land on the corner of the street in the Dallas business district. Through investigation, he learned that a real estate businessman named Old Dimick was the owner of the land. Knowing this, Hilton came to look for him. Old Dimick also set a price. If he wanted to buy the land, Hilton would have to pay $300,000. Hilton didn't know how to answer, so he invited architects and real estate appraisers to measure his hotel. In fact, this hotel was imaginary by Hilton. He asked how much the hotel he imagined would cost, and the answer he got was at least $1 million. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 18. Susie accompanies you to read. Hilton didn't have that much money, he only had $5,000. But he used that money to successfully buy a hotel and used it to keep making money for himself, and soon he had $50,000 in his hand, and then he found a friend, working with him. The two put together $100,000 to start building the hotel. Of course, this amount of money can't even buy land, let alone the hotel you imagined. Many thought the Hilton idea was simply unrealistic. Hilton found Old Dimick again, and signed an agreement with him to buy and sell the land. The land transfer fee was $300,000. However, when Old Dimick was waiting for Hilton to pay on time, Hilton said, I want to build a large hotel, so I want to buy your land, but I don't have that much money right now, so I just want to lease your land now, instead of buying your land. Old Dimick was very angry after hearing this and was unwilling to cooperate with Hilton. Hilton said very sincerely, if you agree with me to lease your land, my lease term is 90 years, the annual rent is $30,000, I will pay you the rent on time, and you can retain ownership of your land. If I can't pay you on time, then please take back your land and the hotel I built on this land. When Old Dimick heard this, the anger in his heart disappeared in an instant. In the world there is also such a good thing, the $300,000 land transfer fee is gone, but in exchange for $2.7 million in future earnings and ownership of its own land, and possibly a hotel on the land. So, the deal was closed. Hilton, instead of paying an expensive $300,000 at a time, just pay Old Dimick $30,000 a year. In other words, Hilton took only $30,000 for land use rights that would cost $300,000. This saved Hilton $270,000, but the $1 million he needed to build the hotel was far from enough. So Hilton found Old Dimick again and said to him, I want to use the land as a mortgage to take a loan, and I hope to get your approval. Old Dimick was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. In this way, Hilton has the right to use the land, so he smoothly gets $300,000 from the bank, plus the $70,000 left after the $30,000 he has paid to Dimick Old. He has $370,000. But the money wasn't enough, so he tried to persuade a land developer to develop the hotel together, and the developer gave him $200,000, bringing his capital to $570,000. The Hilton Hotel started construction after the funding gap was not too big. But by the time the hotel was half built, he had run out of money, and Hilton had another problem. At this time, he still came to Old Dimick and told him his plight truthfully, hoping that Old Dimick could help him through the difficulties and build the hotel. He said, if the hotel is built, you will be the owner of the hotel, but you should lease it to me, and I will pay you no less than $100,000 a year in rent. He was stuck there. If he didn't agree, not only would Hilton's money not be recovered, but his own money would be lost, so he had to agree. And he didn't suffer any losses. To build the Hilton Hotel, not only the land, but also the hotel is his own, and he can get a generous rental income every year, so he agreed to help Hilton. On August 4, 1925, the Hilton Hotel named after Hilton was completed and opened, and his life began to enter a new period. Hilton is to use the method of borrowing other people's funds to develop their own business and make themselves successful. Means to be clean speculation, no matter what type it is a very dangerous thing to rely on to get rich. Jewish businessmen believed that by doing speculative business, they might be able to make some money at first, but in the end they were mostly at losses. At that time, not only will you lose the money you make, but you will even lose everything. Talmud Collection Part 1. Money is neither high nor low. 19. Susie accompanies you to read. A businessman went to the bank to apply for a loan. The general manager of the bank asked him how his business was recently. He replied that the business was good recently, and he made a lot of money. The manager thought for a while and said, "You are so greedy, why did you take out a loan to buy scrap iron when you made a lot of money? You want to make a lot of money, don't you?" "I wouldn't do it. If my business is not good, maybe I will fight hard, but the business is doing so well, why is it so greedy?" The general manager decided not to lend him the money, and the businessman left angrily. 2 months later, the businessman went to thank him, and the bank manager asked curiously, "Why are you thanking me? I didn't lend you money at the time. You're confusing me." The businessman replied, "The price of scrap iron has dropped a lot, about 300,000 yuan. It is because you didn't lend me the money at the time, so I don't suffer any losses now." Making money has become the life pursuit of many people, which is understandable, especially the United States, because it is a country that relies on fortitude and independence and self-struggle as its founding tradition. Many people believe that the goal is to win, to make money, and to take power and nothing else. Everyone has the opportunity to become rich. Such an opportunity has never existed before, and as a result, many people's dreams of seeking wealth are tightly wrapped in realistic principles. But now everyone can achieve the goal of getting rich, and although the lucky ones are actually only a few people, the prospect of getting rich has changed their lives. In the commercial centers of the metropolis, money has become the object of worship. Just as in every religion, worship of God lost its original meaning and quickly became a ritual. Making money in a very noble form is taken for granted. But one cannot acquire wealth by unclean means, and when a person acquires wealth by unclean means, he is bound to face punishment. People who get their money through dirty means have a sense of guilt and shame, and for every extra penny they get, they lose an extra penny of their character. They got a lot of money, but lost their character and faith, and became depraved beasts. Deception will eventually be exposed. So honesty is the best strategy, even in terms of stakes. The reputation and value that are not selfish and do not move for profit are 1,000 times greater than the benefits obtained from playing tricks. 2 men came to the rabbi, and one said, "This friend of mine is ungrateful. When he was in urgent need of money, I lent him money without hesitation. However, I never imagined that when the money was repaid, I did not hesitate to lend it to him. He actually said that he only lent me 200,000 yuan, and I clearly lent him 500,000 yuan. And another said, I borrowed 200,000 yuan from him, and he insisted that it was 500,000 yuan. This is too outrageous." The two sides hold their own opinions and do not give in to each other. The rabbi first had a separate conversation with them, and then the three faced each other. The rabbi said, "Come back tomorrow, the two of you, and listen to my ruling." After the two people left, the rabbi found a lot of books to read, and wanted to do in-depth research on the psychology of the two people. Because to solve this problem only from the psychological start. In Jewish society, there is no IOU for borrowing money, and what the two sides negotiate verbally is a contract. If there is an IOU, there will be no problems. The rabbi speculated that if the first person did not lend him 500,000 yuan, why did he insist that it was 500,000 yuan instead of 600,000 yuan or 700,000 yuan? If the person who said he only borrowed 200,000 yuan was deliberately denying it, he could have said that he did not borrow a penny. The lesson recorded in the Talmud is that a liar must tell the lie to the end. If someone tells a few lies that are not good for oneself, his words will be easier to be believed, and there is some honesty in them. When two parties argue face to face, the extent of lying will be lessened. The rabbi also thought that if the borrower had borrowed 500,000 yuan, but when the repayment period came, he only had 200,000 yuan, so he only said that he had borrowed 200,000 yuan. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Another possibility is that the creditor's memory is not very good, and mistakenly recorded 200,000 yuan as 500,000 yuan. Talmud Collection Part 1 of Money is Neither High Nor Low, 20. Susie accompanies you to read. The next day, the two came to the rabbi again, and the rabbi asked the borrower, "Are you sure you only borrowed 200,000 yuan?" The borrower nodded. The rabbi listened and remained silent. After a while, the rabbi said, "Your friend is very rich, and he is not short of money, so there is no need to get money that way. But if there is a third party for some reason, such as a lack of funds to do business, when you go to borrow money from him, it is only because of your betrayal that he no longer believes in others. Do you still insist that you only borrowed 200,000 yuan?" The borrower still hasn't changed his position. "Do you dare to go to the chapel, put your hand on the Old Testament and swear that you only borrowed 200,000 yuan, the rabbi pressed further. The borrower suddenly bowed his head and admitted that he did borrow 500,000 yuan. The most solemn thing for a Jew is to go to the chapel and take an oath on the Old Testament. Those who lie in front of the Old Testament and God without changing their faces and hearts are probably only professional criminals. Those who want to make money must determine their focus and seek it by their own strength, which will make the money come more comfortably. This is an important business experience for Jewish merchants. Cherish the time. Jews were the first to understand the value of time. Don't waste time. Time is also a commodity, which is one of the Jewish business practices. In a society dominated by money, Jews believe, time is money, but time is much more than commodities and money. Time is life, it is life. Because money is infinite, time is finite. Use a finite time to chasing unlimited money results in the double oppression of time and money. In addition, commodities can be recreated and money can be earned again, but time cannot be repeated. People should not waste precious time in vain, because people can only experience one time, and the time of others. It is impossible to occupy and waste it casually. Time is very precious for everyone. For businessmen, if they seize time, they will seize money, and time can bring them to themselves. Wealth. To do business, first make sure you have plenty of time. In the Jewish view, time is a lucrative capital that can reproduce profits. With the right timing, you can make money out of nothing. Bani Bonat, the richest man in South Africa, arrived in London as a poor boy with no money. Later, he took 40 cases of cigars to South Africa, used the cigars as collateral, and got some diamonds. After several years of hard work, he became a wealthy diamond merchant. There is a cyclical pattern to Barnett's profits, which means he gets more profit every Saturday. Because the bank closes earlier on Saturday, Bonat can buy diamonds with a bad check, then sell the diamonds before the bank opens on Monday, and use the proceeds to deposit enough money in his account to pay for his Saturday payment. Of all checks, Bonat used more than a day of the bank's closure to delay payments and mobilize far more money than he actually had, provided no one's legal rights were violated. At work, Jews will never waste every second easily, and once the working hours are set, they are strictly followed. As soon as the bell rang, employees would immediately drop their work and go home even if they didn't finish the work at hand. Because their reason is, during working hours, I didn't waste a second of time, so I can't easily waste my time. Lo and behold, this is the Jewish concept of time. It is precisely because of this strong concept of time that their work efficiency is very high, and they strictly prevent all kinds of time waste. They think time is just as important as money, and wasting time for no reason is just as sinful as stealing money from someone else's wallet. The Jews calculated the time wasted and the resulting economic loss for this. A wealthy Jewish businessman once made such a calculation. His daily salary is $8,000, so it is about $17 per minute. If he is wasted by others 5 minutes, it is equivalent to having $85 in cash stolen. If Jews have set their own schedule, they will strictly follow this schedule, and no one can disturb their plans. If anyone has something important, they must make an appointment in advance so that they can arrange time for you, otherwise, they will never go against their schedule. A young man, a publicist for a department store, went to New York City to research the market. He wanted to use his time efficiently, going to a well-known local Jewish department store and visiting the department store's publicity executive. After explaining his intention to the guard asked back, "Did you make an appointment with him in advance?" After the guard asked this question, the young man was stunned. He pondered for a moment, and then said incessantly, "I am a clerk in a department store. The company has admired it for a long time, so I came to ask your company's publicity director for advice. I'm sorry, sir, but you can't go in because you don't have an appointment." And just like that, he was rejected. The work style of this young man will not work among the Jews who are on the principle of don't steal time. They will never receive uninvited guests without reservation, because in the Jewish mind, time is very precious, even if some activities that appear to be necessary are also simplified by them. For example, the guest and the host have agreed on the time to talk about things, and said that it is between 10 o'clock and 10:15, then when the specified time is up, please get up automatically, and you must leave whether you have finished talking about your affairs or not. Jews will try to compress the time of the meeting. Usually, after meeting, they will go straight to the topic. Today, let's talk about this. Unlike other ethnic groups, they will always say some polite words after meeting, such as the weather is nice today, your clothes are beautiful, etc. In the eyes of the Jewish people, saying these words is a waste of time and has no meaning at all, unless he feels that there is something to gain from being polite to you, and then he will be polite to you. Some people think it's too rude for the Jews to do this. Talking for a while can improve their friendship. But the Jews said, "You didn't arrive within the time we stipulated, you are already impolite. You and I are polite, but it didn't bring me any benefits, it wasted my time to make money, and you were even more rude. It was only a 10-minute talk, and you didn't stop after 15 minutes, and it was a serious waste of me your precious time, you don't even have the least courtesy." If you're unhappy with their attitude and want to say something, they'll just tell you, business doesn't treat goodwill. When you have an appointment, you must arrive on time, even if you are a minute late. It is impolite. As soon as you enter the office, it is polite to get to the point immediately. Finish the topic at the specified time. If necessary, please prepare for the conversation in advance, but since you are here, you must not waste the other party's time. This is polite. Business is the competition of time. Don't waste time for no reason. Learn to organize your time reasonably and efficiently so that you can earn greater wealth. The Talmud Part 1, The Jewish Trading Rules, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. The most basic principle in the Talmud is this: a transaction is a transaction, not a transaction for the sake of a transaction. Teach people to be an ethical businessman, not a mercenary businessman. Morality and good deeds are qualities that must be present in a transaction. Even if there is no special guarantee, the buyer still has the right to demand that what he buys is a product of high quality. Even if the seller declares in advance that once the goods are sold, they will not be returned or exchanged, the buyer has the right to request a return if he finds that there is a problem with the product afterwards. However, if the seller declares that the goods are defective in advance, but the buyer still wants to buy it, it cannot be exchanged after the purchase. This is a contract, and both buyers and sellers must consciously abide by it. Being deceived is not the same thing as voluntarily taking a loss. The main point that the Talmud insists on is to protect the interests of the buyer. In the days of the Talmud, the Jews had officials to supervise the measurement of buying and selling. The length of the rope for measuring the land was different in summer and winter. The weather changed, and the rope stretched to a certain degree, it would be seen as unfair, and officials would intervene. If the buyer is not very knowledgeable about the things he bought, he can take the things he bought and ask others for advice within 1 day to a week after purchasing the things, and let the knowledgeable people make judgments and then decide whether to return or exchange them. Allowed. In the days of the Talmud, there was no uniform price of goods, and the price was set by the seller at random. However, if the buyer buys the product at a price higher than 1/6 of the general market price, the transaction can be regarded as invalid, and the payment will be returned to the buyer. This is the general law of the Talmud. The Talmud protects not only the interests of buyers, but also the interests of sellers. When the buyer does not purchase goods in good faith, they cannot negotiate. If someone has already expressed their willingness to buy a certain commodity, others cannot compete for this commodity. The Talmud has expounded and stipulated many business and trade ethics, and many articles still contain extremely high rationality to this day. Money can increase security, money brings warmth to all things, and money brings light to mankind. Money makes those who speak bad words straighten their tongues, and money makes those who raise a butcher's knife stand in a daze. Money buys gifts for God and knocks on God's closed door. For people, making money is always just a means. So, what is the purpose of making money? This is a question we are always concerned about. For religious and historical reasons, the fate of the Jews was always in precariousness. In order to guarantee the basic right to life, the Jews used money, the most effective weapon. When they were ostracized by aliens and faced bloody killings by anti-Semites, they held out money more than once. At this point, we may be able to understand the real reason why the Jews were desperately trying to make money. In the eyes of some people, making money is just for games or pleasure, but for them, it is for survival. The Jews discovered the fact very early on that money is the source of all life. The Jews suffered several tragedies in history, and they were forced to live in all corners of the world. But no matter where they go, if the Jews want to survive in the local area, they must pay various high taxes and unexplained taxes. Almost every move in their daily life is inseparable from the shackles of taxes. People of the same religion pay taxes when they pray together, pay taxes on marriage, pay taxes on having children, and pay taxes on funerals for the deceased. If they hesitate, they will be called miser, and if they don't pay enough taxes, they will be expelled and slaughtered immediately. The rulers of the countries where the Jews are located are constantly watching the money in their hands. The rulers built luxurious palaces, maintained the luxurious life of their nobles, displayed the majesty of the empire, and fought wars with other countries, all of which required a lot of money, and the Jews were able to meet their needs. So there is such a ridiculous thing, they often look down on the greed of the Jews to make money, and they despise their miserliness, so they expel the Jews, but it will not take long to bring them back. For to them, the Jews are simply their money bags. When they are needed, they are called back, and when they are needed, they are favored and complied with as much as possible. The Talmud Part 1, The Jewish Trading Rules, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews have money, but they are envied by many people, and anti-Semitic movements have been launched in many parts of the world. Although there are many reasons for anti-Semitism, a Frenchman in the 19th century said the true meaning, anti-Semitism is an economic war. Jews are very clear that they cannot afford to lose in this war. When they are financially dominant, that is when they are demobilized, expelled, and killed. Therefore, to achieve success for their own survival has become an inescapable responsibility of the Jewish people. Their lives are always in turmoil, and various persecutions and disasters may come at any time. At this time, they must use money as their talisman, and money makes them feel safe. When the local people started anti-Jewish riots, they could bribe with money to get a way out. When they were expelled by the rulers of various places, the money could be exchanged for the shelter and protection of others. When they went out to do business robbed by bandits, money can redeem their lives. Money is an indispensable thing for the Jews. It is the God they can see, touch, and it is the God who can protect and keep themselves safe forever. Because the Jews were rich, the local people did not dare to underestimate them for a certain period of time, and the rulers treated them with respect. One observer wrote in his writings, "The contradiction between the actual political rights of the Jews and the political rights of the rulers is also the contradiction between politics and money, although in conception politics is above money, but the former is the slave of the latter. Money, to make the world's powers surrender to it, allows the Jews to truly stand up, and makes them regain the respect of the people." In this case, the acquisition of money became a reflex action of the Jewish people, like an innate instinct that the eyes must be closed before the hand touches the eyeball. The Jews did everything possible to make money, and make their pockets bigger. Their worship of money also reached extremes. In the eyes of the Jews, money is between life and death, and in their lives, money is at the center. Money gave the Jews protection and security, but because of their vast wealth, they were envied and hated by the world, and they had to earn more money for greater protection. In order to get more money, they have to make their ability to make money more and more exquisite. Their ability to make money, and manage money is getting better and better, and the money in their pockets will also become more and more. More than 2,000 years ago, Jews had a unique fascination with money. The origin and historical experience of the Jewish nation undoubtedly determines the attitude of the Jewish people towards money. For one, Jews were often expelled when money was the easiest thing to carry and the most important thing they needed to ensure their survival on their journey. Second, money is the only thing that is not heretical, the medium through which they deal with people of other religions. Third, in order to obtain the right to survive and develop locally, they are extremely obsessed with money. History tells people that if the Jews were not super smart about money, they would have disappeared from this world long ago. At the same time, money is also the most direct way for Jews to help each other. From this, we can see that money has a vital role for the Jews. It is at the center of Jewish life, between their life and death. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Money is Hard to Make Money, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. According to Jewish merchants, how a man spends his money may be one of the best ways of estimating his intellect. Although money can never be the only thing in a person's life, sometimes money has to attract our attention. Jewish merchants had a special affection for money, which they saw as a means of sensual pleasure and social status. In fact, some of the best qualities of human nature, such as generosity, honesty, fairness, thrift, and self-sacrifice, are closely tied to the proper use of money. On the other hand, there are their opposites such as greed, fraud, unfairness and selfishness, as manifested by a man who loves money like his life. When the Jew Francis Ora was about to step into society, his father advised him, "I hope you can be happy every day, but I have to remind you many times that you must always pay attention to frugality." Frugality. It is an essential virtue for anyone. However, some ignorant people may despise it. In fact, frugality is the road to independence, and independence is the noble goal of every noble person. If a man looks a little further, he will find that there are three main worldly possibilities awaiting him: unemployment, sickness, and death. Perhaps he can escape unemployment and illness, but death is inevitable. Either way, however, he should reduce the stress of life to a minimum, not only for himself, but for those who depend on themselves for their comfort and survival. In this way, earning money honestly and spending it frugally is extremely important. In this world, striving to gain a firmer position, which includes human dignity, will make a person stronger and live a happy and fulfilling life. In the long run, it gives him greater freedom of action and gives him more strength to work towards the future. In order to gain independence, one of the essential conditions is to live a simple life. Frugality requires neither superior virtue nor superhuman courage, but only ordinary human ability and ordinary strength. Frugality also means that future interests can be guaranteed. Therefore, people must have the ability to resist some temptations in front of them. This is also an important aspect of human beings that are different from animals. Being thrifty is not the same as being stingy, because thrift works that a person can be generous all the time. People can only regard money as a useful thing, not as an idol to worship. As Dean Swift said, we must have money in our minds, but we can't allow money to occupy our minds. Free Mother. It is obvious that modest frugality is the best expression of self-help. In daily life, everyone should live according to their income. To do this, the most important thing is to be honest. For if a man does not live honestly according to his own income, then he must be falsely living according to the income of others. If a person only focuses on immediate pleasure and lacks long-term consideration for his consumption, it will be too late when he really needs the money. Many people disdain petty money and spend money without restraint, not knowing that these expenses are often the foundation of wealth and independent personality in life. These wasters are often part of the divided classes of the world, and in fact, their worst enemy is themselves. If a person can't be his friend, and always has trouble with himself, how can he expect others to be his friend? A man who is extravagant, short-sighted, and profligate has no chance of helping others, and a man who lives in moderation often has money in his pocket to help others. Of course, being thrifty never means being an iron rooster, otherwise you are a poor miser. In the center of life and communication, they are narrow-minded and preoccupied with extreme short-sightedness, which will only lead to failure. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Money is hard to make money, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. There is a saying, you can never get 2 cents if you have only 1 penny in mind. Many examples in the real world can confirm this. The brilliant achievements of life stem from honesty, trustworthiness, and generosity of life principles. Don't fall into debt. It is impossible for a person to be indebted to be independent. It is very difficult to keep a man in debt from telling lies, so people say that lies are ghosts riding on the back of debt. In order to delay the repayment of the debtor has to make up excuses to the creditor, which makes him lie to the best of his ability. It is very easy for a person to find a valid reason to escape the debt of the first time. However, with the first time there will be a second time, and the techniques of avoiding debt for the first time are very important to escape the debt of the first time. Secondary debt tends to create a huge temptation. It won't be long before the debtor is so deeply in debt that he can't extricate himself. No matter how hard he tries, he can't get out. The first step towards debt is the first step towards delusion. The inevitable thing that happens in the process is that the debts come one after the other, like a perpetually fabricated lie. A teenager was about to enter society when he received this piece of written advice: never enjoy any pleasure that you cannot obtain without borrowing from others. Never borrow money, it will slow you down. Slow down. Of course, it's not that you can't lend money to others, but be very careful. If you don't think you can get it back, don't lend it. The Jewish businessman Johnson firmly believed that premature debt was extremely detrimental to human development. His remarks on this aspect are very insightful and worthy of our deep consideration. He said, "Don't take debt for granted only as a trouble, you will find it a disaster." Poverty not only deprives a person of the right to be kind, but also confronts him with physicality that could have been avoided by virtues. And the evil temptations of the spirit become powerless. This is the first thing you need to be careful about. From the very first day he borrowed money from others, the painter Haydn recognized the truth of the proverb, "Whoever is in debt, who is in mourning." There is an intriguing passage in his diary, "Now I'm in debt and I can't help myself," which I never expected. Maybe as long as I live, I'll never get rid of them again. His tear-jerking, his autobiography recalls the pain and embarrassment that debt brought him, as well as the extreme mental depression, complete loss of workability, and recurring humiliation. No matter what the circumstances, you can't give it all when you consume it. One of the great enemies of human happiness is poverty, which destroys the free life of men and prevents them from realizing their virtues. Frugality is the foundation not only of peace and ease, but of all good deeds. A person who needs help himself can never help others. We must be self-sufficient before we can sell. Jewish businessmen believe that they should face up to their daily affairs and think more about the use of money. To be smart and thrifty requires us to arrange our living standards not higher than our own income level, but must be lower than this level. The Talmud Collection, Part 1. If you have human connections, you will have wealth. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. The success or failure of a person's career and the quality of their work is largely affected by their personal network, so success depends to a large extent on how much influence you have. Establish a solid network with all the right people. Critical. Jewish businessmen believe that, in addition to their own superior conditions, those who are successful in their careers have a lot of good friends around them. These friends kept giving him ideas, made high demands on him, and prevented him from slackening and giving up in the slightest. For your own career, you also need some friends who can help you, and you need to have such a good network. To get a good relationship, you should always think, what can I do for others, instead of always thinking what others can do for me. When answering the other person's question, consider adding, what can I do for you? Yoshida, a Japanese insurance salesman and a Jew, succeeded in his career by winning good popularity. Jew Yoshida is a salesman for an insurance company in Japan. One day, Yoshida was going to the station to catch a train, but when he arrived at the station, the tram just left, and the next train had to wait another 20 minutes. Yoshida suddenly saw a hospital sign opposite the platform, so Yoshida quickly walked towards the hospital, and when he reached the door, he met a doctor in a white coat. Yoshida didn't come back to his senses for a while, so he went straight to the topic. "I'm Yoshida from the insurance company. Please apply for insurance." Encountering such a rash salesman, the doctor did not know how to answer him for a while. Soon, however, the doctor became interested in Yoshida's straightforward approach. "The way you sell me insurance is really interesting. It's too fast. But I want to chat with you. Come in and have a seat." After entering the hospital, Yoshida revealed all the insurance knowledge he usually learned, and finally added, "I visited a lot of people today, and now I am here with you." The doctor said, "Wow, I don't think I will pack up and run for my life. The old life is not guaranteed." Although the doctor joked humorously about running for his life, he had already bought insurance before that, and knew that Yoshida was not very familiar with selling insurance. However, for the sake of Yoshida's serious attitude, he said what he said in his heart: "Insurance is really unpredictable. To tell you the truth, I have bought several insurances, and every time the insurance salesman talked about it, but afterwards, there is still an uneasy feeling in my heart. Here are 2 of my insurance policies. Just treat it as a study, take it back, and give me an evaluation." Yoshida took these 2 insurance policies and acted as the doctor's family. Make it easy for doctors to understand. When the doctor handed the narration notes to his accountant, the accountant gave it a very high rating, and even suggested that the doctor buy insurance from Yoshida in person. As a result, the doctor formally asked Yoshida to reassemble and design his existing those 6 policies. Therefore, according to the needs of doctors, Yoshida converted the death insurance, which originally focused on protection after death, into endowment insurance and annual life insurance suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. This promotion gave him a rare opportunity to compare the insurance products of various insurance companies, and he also won a regular pension insurance contract of up to 80 million yen from the doctor. Later, the doctor introduced Yoshida to several good doctor friends. These doctors also asked Yoshida to evaluate their existing insurance policies. And Yoshida will patiently make commentary notes for them, recording in detail how much the termination fee will be received when it is terminated, the result of not paying the fee on time, the tax issue after being disabled, and so on. In this way, while his performance increased, he also met a lot of friends. Subsequently, Yoshida continued to expand the existing market by using a friend-to-a-friend approach, while trying to build good relationships. Because he has a good relationship with others, some customers will express their gratitude to Yoshida in the way of returning a policy, and will introduce more customers to him, so that his performance has always maintained the highest record. The Great Talmud Collection, Part 1. If you have faith, you will have wealth. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Yoshida thus became a young millionaire. It can be seen that people who know how to weave social networks will continue to develop and establish new networks to expand their influence. In interpersonal communication, a good relationship can make people less worried. A good relationship is a vast and flexible network of relationships, with which you can make your life easier and wealth follow. Follow. The Jews themselves are a huge network, and their relationship is that of unbreakable siblings, regardless of their nationality. Even though they live in different countries, they can still maintain close ties. Each of them is a shooting point, ready to shoot business information to all sides of the world: New York, London, Moscow. A person's communication scope is broad, and the chance of success will increase accordingly. If you want early business success, you must have a good network of relationships. In fact, the so-called luck is mostly carried out by a good network of relationships. Someone who can identify with your approach, ideas, and talents will surely bring you good luck someday in the future. Good temper brings wealth. Nothing is more catastrophic for a businessman than being caught up in a sudden anger, and habitual self-restraint can bring peace and wealth and save you from heated disputes. The Talmud says, "A pure and simple life, good morals, and a happy nature are better than anything a doctor or medicine can offer us." Therefore, the Jews believe that a person should develop a patient, peaceful disposition from an early age, be happy with everything about himself, and keep his body in a state of harmony and free from disease. Patience requires a good temper, which is very important for a businessman. A joke goes that an up-and-coming candidate in a political party goes to a political dignitary to learn about his political success and how to get votes. The dignitary made him one condition, saying, "You'll have to pay $5 if you interrupt me." "Okay, I promise you," said the candidate. The politician looked at him and asked, "When will it start?" "Now, we can start right away." "Very good. The first rule is, don't get angry when you hear slander or slander about yourself, and you have to pay attention to this all the time." "Oh, I believe I can do it. No matter what people say about me, I don't get mad. I don't care what people say." Very well, this is the first rule of my experience. But, to be honest, I don't want an immoral rascal like you elected. "Sir, how can you? You interrupted me and paid $5. "Oh. It's just a lesson, right?" "Oh yes, that's a lesson. But, I actually think so too." "How can you say that?" "Pay $5. "Oh. That's another lesson." "Your $10 is too easy," he said in a huff. "That's right, $10. You have to pay me the money before we can talk. Because, everyone knows, you have a reputation for being dishonest and bad. You are so disgusting." Another $5. Another lesson. "Oh, I better try to control my temper." "Okay, I take back what I said, of course, that's not what I meant. I think you're a respectable figure, considering that you come from a lowly family and have such a notorious father." "You rascal. Please pay $5. To learn the first lesson of self-restraint, the young man paid an exorbitant tuition fee for it. Then, the dignitary said, "This is a lot more than $5. You must not forget that every time you get angry at an insult you've received, you lose at least one vote because of it. For you, in other words, votes are worth a lot more than banknotes." This story is of great reference for businessmen. For a businessman, anger can deprive him of his resources and bring him into trouble. Habitual self-restraint brings peace and wealth, and saves him from fierce disputes. In the Rockefeller anecdote, there was an uninvited guest who broke into his office suddenly, went straight to his desk, punched the tabletop, and shouted angrily, "Rockefeller, you're a bastard. I hate you so much." And then that people stood there berating him wantonly for several minutes. All the staff in the office felt extremely angry, thinking that Rockefeller would pick up a book and smash him at him or order the security to shoot him away. Unexpectedly, however, Rockefeller did not do that. He stopped what he was doing and looked at the attacker kindly. The more fiery the man, the kinder he seemed. The man felt incomprehensible about this, and he gradually calmed down. Because when a person is angry, if he doesn't get a response, he won't last long. So he took a deep breath. Before he came, he was ready to fight Rockefeller, and he thought about how Rockefeller would fight him back. But Rockefeller, as if nothing had happened, went on with his work. Rockefeller just didn't speak, so he didn't know what to do. Finally, he knocked on Rockefeller's desk a few more times, but there was still no response, and he had no choice but to leave. Talmud Collection Part 1. Be well prepared before negotiating. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish merchants pay great attention to business negotiation skills, so their business success rate is high. A Jewish proverb says, "It's better to ask 10 times than to get lost once." This shows that Jews do not advocate rash actions, and they always need to know the direction of their goals before they act. U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger accompanied U.S. President Nixon on a visit to Japan. When President Nixon visited Nijo Castle in Kyoto, Japan, he asked the Japanese tour guide, which year was Daijinbwa? When the tour guide heard this, she was stunned, and Kissinger immediately said, 1867. From this small incident, we can see that Kissinger had deeply understood and studied the situation in Japan before visiting Japan, and read a lot of relevant materials in order to use it when necessary. In the Jewish conception, negotiation is a war without the use of weapons. A few words can cause great lethality, and can easily conquer the hearts of the people. Precisely because of this conception, Jews are well prepared before any business negotiation, collecting extensive data that may come in handy, even the other's background, hobbies, and character traits, so that they can, whatever the situation, you can deal with it calmly. Before business negotiations, Jewish businessmen must understand the basic needs of customers, and then try to meet them according to the needs of customers. For the majority of customers, spiritual needs, life needs, and work needs are basic needs and essential needs. Of course, different customers have different priorities in the basic needs of these three aspects. Jewish merchants are good at addressing the basic needs of customers and try to show concern for customers. In addition to talking about products and transactions, they also talk about customers' spiritual pursuits, life hobbies, work interests, ambitions, and achievements in a timely manner according to the negotiation atmosphere. If they know that customers are interested in these content, they will take advantage of the opportunity to chat with him. In this way, the atmosphere of the conversation is more harmonious, and it is easy to connect with the transaction. An Israeli company negotiated with a Japanese businessman to buy electronic machinery and equipment that was desperately needed in the country. Japanese businessmen have rich negotiation experience, changeable tactics, and superb strategies, and are known as round-table warriors. Faced with a powerful opponent, the Jews did not dare to take it lightly. They organized a capable negotiating team, made a full understanding and detailed analysis of the international market situation, formulated a negotiation plan, and made predictions for various possible situations. Although the Jews have made all kinds of possibility predictions, they still lack a leading method in terms of specific methods and steps, and they are not sure of winning the negotiation. At the beginning of the negotiation, according to international practice, the seller will make the first quotation. Quoting is not a simple technical issue, it has a deep knowledge, and even an art. If the quotation is too low, the other party will take advantage of it and become unprofitable. If the quotation is too high, it will scare the other party away. The Japanese side is very proficient in quotations, and the first quotation was 10 million yen, which is much higher than the international market. The Japanese offer such a price. If the Jews do not know much about the international market, they will use this high price as the basis for negotiation. If the Jews understand the international market and do not accept this price, they will have their own arguments and steps to go down, because the Japanese have past it has been sold at such a high price, and there is historical basis. The Jews had a comprehensive understanding of the international market and knew that the Japanese side was releasing tentative balloons, and decisively rejected the Japanese side's offer. Use this technique to support your own offer. The Jews kept quiet and asked the question, how many companies in your country manufacture this product? What is the basis for your country's products to be superior to country A and country C? Use questions to point out the other party, indicating that the Jews have a certain understanding of the production of the products. There are several companies in Japan that manufacture products, and manufacturers in other countries also have similar products, so the Jews have enough room to choose. The Japanese lead negotiator fully understood the meaning of the Jewish question, and deliberately asked his assistant, when was our company's quotation set? Talmud Collection, Part 1. Be well prepared before negotiating. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The assistant, who is also an experienced negotiator, replied without hesitation, it was decided before. After so long, I don't know if the price has changed. We have to go back and ask the general manager. The main talker said with a smile. The Jews also knew that this round of negotiations would not be fruitful, and announced an adjournment to give the other side room for concessions. In the end, the Japanese side believed that the Jews were well prepared. In this case, in order to make the business happen as soon as possible, they had to make concessions. Do what you like to win big. When you interact with others, you have to learn to do what you like and try to arouse the other person's eager desire. If you can do this, you can keep getting rich. The president of the American Baldwin Transportation Company is Jewish Falkland. His success is not supported by a prominent family, but he built everything from scratch. When he was young, he was just an ordinary employee of the Baldwin Transportation Company. Once, the owner of the company bought a piece of land where the location and all aspects of the conditions were more suitable for building an office building. However, the boss is troubled by the fact that there are more than 100 households living on this piece of land. The old residents who have lived here for decades have long been accustomed to everything here, and they are psychologically unacceptable if they are suddenly asked to move out. To resist the decision of Baldwin's company, many residents responded to an old Irish woman's call to unite. This leaves Baldwin Transportation bosses at a loss. The boss of the company finally had no choice but to propose a legal solution. Young Falkland thought that although the law can solve this matter, the company must pay a lot of fees, not to mention that a lawsuit will affect the speed of relocation. It is best to persuade the residents to take the initiative to relocate. So Falkland focused his work on old Irish women. After Falkland told his boss about his idea, although the boss didn't quite believe that he could do it well, he still decided to let Falkland try it. One day, Falkland saw the old Irish woman sitting leisurely on the steps to cool off and went over. Falkland walked up and down in front of the old woman with pretentiousness. When the old woman saw such a worried young man, she took the initiative to ask, "Lady, what's the matter with you? Are you worried?" For the old woman's question, Falkland did not answer, but turned the subject to the old woman, pretending to be pity and saying, "It's a pity that you sit here all day doing nothing. I heard that the house is going to be demolished recently, which makes everyone uneasy all day long, right? You can use your ability to find a comfortable place for the neighbors to live, which will not only make the neighbors trust you and admire you more, but also it can also pass the boring time." Falkland's words aroused the old woman's interest in earning respect and admiration, and made her feel how important she was to her neighbors, so she traveled around looking for houses, and they all found suitable accommodation. So far, Baldwin's problem has been solved naturally, and the cost has been saved in half. There is also a Jew. Castle is a master in this regard. Castle is a big winner who is good at observation, good at thinking, and good at understanding the psychology of others. He uses these in the business field. When it comes to Whizzer chocolate, I believe many people will not be too unfamiliar with it. The bite-shaped ear-shaped chocolate in supermarket food windows was invented by Castle. In 1998, the superboxer Tyson and Holyfield had a boxing match. During the match, Holyfield's ear was bitten off by Tyson, and the audience was in an uproar. Then this incident was widely spread by the media, and everyone knew it. For this matter, Castle suddenly had an idea and designed ear chocolate for the Tierney company he belonged to. Made a lot of money. Castle's extraordinary business insight has earned him a handsome annual salary. Talmud Collection Part 1. It takes risks to make a fortune. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews have always had a reputation for taking risks. Whether in the East or the West, for quite a long time, the word adventurer has a certain derogatory meaning. Now, however, risk-taking has a new meaning. It is called risk management by economists, and adventurers naturally become risk managers. In fact, if you want to do anything, there are two possibilities of success and failure. When the probability of success is small, you want to do it, and it will naturally become an adventure. The problem is, many things are hard to see until you do it. What are the odds of success or failure? So it's also a risk at times like this. Take stock speculation as an example. You know that the risk is high, but if you don't take risks, you will miss out on your wealth. The law of business warfare is that the bigger the risk, the more money you make. When the opportunity to make money comes, and you are still there to hesitate, then you are not qualified to be rich. What's so scary about failure? The big deal is to start all over again. If it succeeds, wouldn't it become a big money all of a sudden? Those who are timid and afraid to take risks will never achieve anything. Don't miss the opportunity. The time will never come. Only by taking risks and giving it a go can you achieve great success. Hamer's biggest success was in Libya. Whether it is Hamer himself or the leading employees of Occidental Petroleum Corporation, when they mention this, they will be amazed. At that time, Libya's fiscal revenue was not large. During the Italian occupation, Mussolini spent about $10 million looking for oil here, with no success. Oil was preparing to retreat after spending millions, with little success, but the last well came out. Shell spent about $50 million, but none of the wells drilled had commercial value. When Western oil companies arrived in Libya, the second round of negotiations for the lease of land was underway under the organization of the Libyan government. Most of the leased areas were leased land in Libya that had been abandoned by some large companies. According to Libyan law, oil companies should, if no oil can be extracted, part of the leased land must be returned to the Libyan government. The second round of negotiation included land on which several dry wells had been drilled, but there were also many deserts adjacent to oil-producing areas. More than 40 companies from 9 countries participated in the bidding. Some companies participating in the bidding, their situation is obviously not much better than the empty shelf. They hope to take the leased land and then sublet it to others. Others, including Occidental Petroleum, don't have deep pockets, but at least have experience running oil jobs. The Libyan government voted through some smaller companies, because it must first avoid the control of big conglomerates and big oil companies, and secondly, consider the issue of limited funds. Although Hamer is confident, it is unknown whether he will succeed, despite his personal relationship with the Libyan king. Because he is not only inexperienced in this area, but also has a great difference in strength with those oil giants. If he competes with them, it will definitely be disadvantageous. But the key to success or failure depends on more than that. Hamer's directors flew in, and they bid on 4 leases. His bidding method is somewhat special. The tender is in the form of a sheepskin document, rolled into a roll and tied with red, green, and black ribbons representing the colors of the Libyan flag. In the text of the tender, Hamer added, in order to help Libya develop agriculture, he is willing to take 5% of the gross profit that has not yet been deducted for their use. In addition, there is a promise to find water in a desert oasis near Kufra, the birthplace of the king and queen. In addition, they will also develop a plan, that is, once the water is extracted in Libya, they will jointly build an ammonia plant with the Libyan government. In the end, Hamer got the 2 leases as he wished, much to the surprise of his competitors. Both leases were abandoned by other companies after spending huge sums of money. Talmud Collection Part 1. It takes risks to make a fortune. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. It didn't take long for the 2 leases to cause trouble for Hamer. The first 3 wells they drilled were all dry holes, not a single drop of oil was seen, and the cost of drilling the wells alone cost nearly $3 million, plus another $2 million for seismic detection and payments to Libyan government officials' hidden bribes. As a result, many people on the board of directors pointed the finger at Hamer, saying that he had done a stupid thing, and even Reed, Hamer's confidant and the company's second-largest shareholder, lost confidence. But intuition told Hamer that he had made the right choice. During the weeks of disagreement between Kaidong and the entrepreneur, the first oil well came out, and 8 others since then. This time, the company's cola is broken. The oil in this field is an unusual high-grade crude oil, with a daily output of 100,000 barrels. What's more, the oil field is located west of the Suez Canal, for easy transportation. Meanwhile, on another leasehold, Hamer used state-of-the-art detection methods to drill Libya's largest well, an automatic oil-injected coral reservoir, producing 73,000 barrels a day. Then, Hamer built an oil pipeline with a daily oil delivery capacity of 1 million barrels at a cost of $150 million. At that time, the net asset of Occidental Oil Company was only $48 million, which shows that Hamer is a person who dares to think and do it. After that, Hamer boldly annexed several large companies, and when Libya was nationalized in 1969, it was already very rich. In this way, Occidental Petroleum has become the 8th sister of the world oil industry. It is precisely because of Hamer's amazing courage that his career has achieved great success, and he is worthy of being a great Jewish adventurer. Mistakes and chances in the eyes of the Jews, mistakes are sometimes opportunities, and if you take full advantage of them, you can promote your own development. There are many examples of Jews using mistakes to create opportunities in business. Opportunity often presents itself as a problem in disguise, and the solution to an important problem itself provides a good opportunity for successful wealth creation. There are 2 classic words in the Talmud: the fool misses the opportunity, the wise seize the opportunity, the weak wait for the opportunity, and the strong create the opportunity. The pessimist only sees the problems behind the opportunity, but the optimist sees the opportunity behind. Optimistic people can see not only the immediate problem, but also the opportunity behind the problem. When a worker in a Jewish factory was producing woolen cloth, due to work mistakes, several pieces of woolen cloth produced were stained with white spots. This was a big problem. According to regulations, such woolen cloth cannot leave the factory and can only be discarded. Just when the leader decided to destroy the cloth, a worker in the factory came to the leader's office and said that he was willing to buy the cloth at a low price. The factory leader immediately nodded in agreement. After he got the cloth, he sold it in the market at a price more expensive than normal cloth, and took a very pleasant name, Snowflake. As a result, the new fabric caught attention and was sold out within minutes. Soon, Snowflake became the darling of the market fashion, and the worker specialized in producing this wrong cloth from then on, and made a fortune as a result. The famous French mineral water, green liquid, is not only sold well in the whole country, but also exported to the United States and Japan and other countries. But an unexpected event in 1989 hit green liquid hard. In February of that year, the U.S. Food Hygiene Department found in a sampling inspection that some of the green liquid mineral water contained benzene that was twice the prescribed standard. Long-term drinking was not good for health and even caused cancer. After the news came out, the sales of billionaire mineral water plummeted. How to deal with this problem? Will all substandard products be recycled, and the newspapers will apologize to consumers? Doing so will do little to restore the company's reputation. It's better to be a little quicker and destroy all the existing mineral water. Therefore, Bilvi Company immediately held a press conference and announced to the reporters at the meeting that the same batch of 160 million bottles of mineral water sold all over the world will be destroyed. Destroyed, the company will produce new products to compensate. As soon as the news came out, the venue boiled over, and the reporters were very surprised. 160 million bottles of mineral water are worth more than 200 million francs. Is it worth destroying dozens of bottles of unqualified mineral water? However, Bilvi has its own opinion. They believe that although the destruction of 160 million bottles of mineral water will cause direct losses of more than 200 million francs to the company, it has won credibility and reputation for the company. The news media carried out a full-page report on the peculiar practice of Billionaire Company and exaggerated it. Word spread quickly in the United States and around the world, and Green Liquid was known around the world for being responsible for its customers and thinking about them. If Billionaire did not destroy the 160 million bottles of mineral water worth more than 200 million francs, but directly spent 200 million francs to advertise the Billionaire mineral water, it would definitely not have produced such a sensational effect. Would be so contagious. The feat of Green Liquid is rare, and the news media around the world have paid great attention to it. On the day of the launch of the new product by Green Liquid mineral water, almost all the news media in Paris made a big report, and many newspapers used a full-page advertisement for by Green Liquid. The TV advertisement is more original. The familiar gourd-shaped green glass bottle appeared on the TV screen, and a drop of mineral water slipped from the bottle mouth like a tear. At the same time, a voiceover came out, and a grieved little girl was crying, and a father-like voice comforted her, "Don't cry, everyone still likes you." The little girl replied, "I'm not crying, I'm happy." In the face of the unexpected blow, Billionaire Company did not sink down, but instead became wise and took good measures to overcome the difficulties, but instead increased its popularity. In addition to the wrong opportunities, Jews are also good at taking the chance to make a fortune. Jew Edward Boker is the editor of the American Women's Family magazine. He has set a goal for himself since he was a child. He must start a magazine in the future. With a clear goal, he is very attentive to every opportunity. Once, when he saw a man open a pack of cigarettes, he drew a note from it and threw it on the ground. Boker picked up the note and saw a picture of a famous actress printed on it, with a line underneath, "This is one of a set of pictures." Boker turned the paper over and found it was blank on the back. Boker knew right away that this was an opportunity not to be missed. He reasoned, if you make full use of these pieces of paper printed with photos, and print the biography of the characters in the photos on the back of it, the value can be greatly improved. So he went to the company that prints the cigarette accessory and told the manager what he thought. The manager immediately said, "If you write me 100 short biographies of American celebrities of 100 words, I will pay you $10 each." This was the earliest writing assignment for Boker. The growing demand for his biographies made him even busier, and he had to ask for help, so he hired his younger brother, who paid $5 apiece. Before long, Boker hired 5 more journalists. Later, after unremitting struggle, he finally became a famous editor. It can be seen that chance is sometimes like this: as long as you grasp it, you can make a wish come true. The Talmud Part 1, Don't Miss the Subtleties. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. An American tourist stayed in a hotel temporarily while on vacation in Israel. Early in the morning, when the hotel opened, a smiling Israeli lady greeted him, "Good morning, Mr. Jack." The American tourist was very surprised, but he didn't expect the waiter to be able to call out his name. The waiter explained, "Mr. Jack, our ladies on duty on each floor must remember the names of the guests in every room." The American guests were overjoyed when they heard it. When it was time for breakfast, the American guests, led by the waiter, came to the restaurant for dinner. When the waiter served the food, they all called him Mr. Jack respectfully. At this time, a dish was served, which looked very strange. The American customer asked the waiter standing next to him, "What is this red thing?" The waiter looked at it, took a step back, and explained. When the American guest asked another question, she took another look and took a step back before answering. The American guest was very puzzled by this, and only when he asked, did he know that he took a step back to prevent her saliva from splashing into the dish. This meticulous service makes American guests very satisfied. When the American tourist checked out and was about to leave the hotel attendant said to him, "Mr. Jack, welcome to your next visit, and I hope our service can satisfy you." After a long time, one day this American received a card from a hotel in Israel, which said, "Dear Mr. Jack, how are you? All the staff of our hotel miss you. Next time you pass by Israel, don't forget to come and see us when you're here." At the same time, a line of words was written under the card, "Happy birthday to you." It turned out to be an American birthday. This nuanced quality service has undoubtedly won the hearts of American customers. Don't ignore every detail. Maybe this little detail can affect the whole situation. Just like the doctor knows the patient's organs, every minute detail is well known. Do a good job in the quantification of details to ensure quality. Clark, the old partner of American oil tycoon Rockefeller, said of him, he was meticulous and conscientious to the extreme. If the customer took a penny less, he would let the customer take it. If there was a penny, he would also take it. Rockefeller was very sensitive to numbers, and he was often doing calculations so that the money would not slip by inadvertently. He once wrote a letter to the manager of an oil refinery in the West, sternly asking, "The same gallon of oil is refined. Why is another refinery only 9 cents, and you spend 1 cent, 8 cents, 2 cents, and at the beginning of this month, I sent 10,000 plugs to your factory, plus 1,119 left from last month. There are 11,119 in total. And this month, your factory used 9537, but reported 1,012 existing. Where did the other 570 stoppers go?" It is said that Rockefeller wrote thousands of such letters. He is such a serious person who accurately analyzes the company's production and operation situation and shortcomings so as to effectively manage his business. Oil empire. Rockefeller's rigorous work style is worth learning from everyone. Set your own goals. Although people's lives have their own lengths and shorts, no matter what, everyone's life is very precious. Therefore, people should not waste time and waste their lives, but should do something in this limited life. Of course, due to different conditions, everyone's goals are also different. Because of their environment and national characteristics, Jews are generally able to cherish their aspirations from a young age and establish their own goals in life. Because of this, many Jews were able to concentrate their limited time and energy on a single goal, not to distract them, so they could easily succeed. In the game of life, it is difficult to succeed without a goal. Many people do not lack competence, ability, intelligence. The only thing they lack is purpose, so they can only miss success. When Jews do business, they first focus on business goals. When setting goals, they can combine their actual situation and never set their goals out of reach. Second, after setting a goal, they will go all out to work toward that goal until they succeed. The Talmud Part 1, Don't Miss the Subtleties, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The fortune process of British Jew David Brown is the realization process of his life goals. Brown was born in 1904. His father ran a small gear factory, which had been operating for decades, earning only money to support the family. Nonetheless, Brown's father was a clear-headed man, and although he was unhappy in the business world, he never gave up on his son's upbringing. On the one hand, he strictly required Brown to be diligent in studying. On the other hand, he would take his son to his factory every holiday to work with the workers without any special care. Under his father's special education, Brown developed a spirit of hard work and was familiar with the knowledge of industrial technology. Using his experience in the gear business, he chose the goal of racing car production. After a period of investigation, he found that many people had started to use cars, and had a hunch that car racing would become a popular entertainment for people. In this way, he raised a sum of money, established David Brown Company, and then hired experts and technicians to design and use advanced technology equipment for production. In 1948, the Martin brand racing car produced by Brown won the championship in the international automobile competition held in Belgium, and David Brown's company became famous in one fell swoop. When American Jewish businessman George Giam was in high school, he had a dream in his heart, to become the president of a big company in the future. After that, it was pursued as a goal. Later, George entered Yale University to study. When he was in his second year of college, the family's economy was in crisis, and his parents were unable to continue his studies. George was very conflicted. Should he take a leave of absence for employment or part-time work study? After thinking for a while, George made a decision. In order to achieve his goals, he must never give up his studies, and he must persist until graduation. In the end, he did it. Not only did he get excellent grades every semester, but he also used a scholarship and a part-time job to solve the problem of tuition and board expenses. 3 years later, in addition to a bachelor's degree in economics, he also received the prestigious Lutheran scholarship and completed his studies at the school with excellent grades. In the next 2 years, he went to Oxford University to study for a master's degree, which laid a good foundation for his development. When George returned to the United States, he married a woman named Tennessee. He then went to New York and started working towards his goals. He found a well-funded securities company and worked as a clerk in the investment consulting department in the company. It didn't take him long to get word from a friend that National Geographic was hiring a young, motivated financial manager. George thought he was a good fit for the job, so he went to apply, and it went very well, and he was hired. George joined the company and worked for 4 years. 4 years later, although the company is developing continuously and he has achieved good results, he thinks that he has learned everything he can learn here, and he begins to miss his old business again. So, he quit his current job, returned to work at the previous securities firm, and waited for an opportunity. The opportunity finally came to him. An old employee who has worked here for many years is about to retire. This person has 8 customers, and these customers are very powerful. The old employee wants to sell it for $5,000. This is both an opportunity and a challenge for George, whose entire fortune is almost $5,000, and if this fails, he will be destitute. Moreover, it is still a question of whether or not to retain these customers. At this time, George once again faced a major decision. In the end, he finally made up his mind to accept these 8 clients, and went to visit them immediately, explaining his ideals and plans to them very frankly and sincerely. His enthusiasm and forthrightness impressed these clients, and they expressed their willingness to stay and observe for a while. At the time, George was very young, only 28 years old. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. 2 years have passed, and George is very busy with employee salaries and administrative expenses almost every day. Sometimes, he can't even get his own salary. During the 2 years, the company has been operating miserably in this extremely difficult situation. Even so, the company has not lowered the quality of its services, but has instead increased. By the 3rd year, the company had finally weathered the storm, the business had begun to flourish, the number of customers had increased significantly, and George's dream of self-reliance was finally realized in real life. Today, he is the president of an investment consulting firm with nearly $100 million in assets, as well as a managing director of a large mutual bank and a director of several companies. A person's success lies in the direction he gives his life. The goal of struggle is the core of a person's motivation, which can change a person's values, beliefs, decision-making patterns and behaviors, and then give the power to action. Talmud Part 1, Give Yourself a Clear Account, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that in the process of doing business, you should settle accounts for yourself every day, so as to avoid financial deficits. Fiscal deficits can create a sense of panic and affect people's investment initiatives. A well-known American psychologist said, "It is very easy to deal with the income of the family. When you have money, you spend more, and when you don't have money, you spend less." There is a sense of indifference in his words. If you sit down and analyze this sentence carefully, you will find that something is wrong. Spending without a plan means letting everyone, including fishmongers, cake sellers, etc., share in your income. Planned or budgeted spending ensures that you and your family get a fair share of your income. A budget is a blueprint, a planned approach. The right budget can tell you how to achieve your goals. Budgeting expenses will tell you how to cut funding for unimportant projects to fill the funding gaps for important projects. How can I manage my family budget? Jewish businessmen have come up with the following ideas to help you plan your own household budget. First, keep a record of every expense to get a clear picture of where it's going. You should keep a neat list of your expenses on a monthly basis. Once a year, you add up these monthly expenses. This way, you'll quickly know how much you're spending over a certain period of time. Second, save at least 10% of your annual income. Financial experts say that if you can save 1/10 of your income, you can be financially comfortable within a few years, despite the high prices. Again, according to the special needs of the family, design your own budget. Start by listing your fixed expenses for the year: food budget, utilities, insurance, interest. Then plan for other necessary expenses: clothing, medical, education, transportation, networking, and so on. Everyone knows that this is not easy. Making a plan requires determination, family cooperation, and sometimes rigorous self-control. We can't buy everything, but we can buy selectively, buy what's important to us and sacrifice what's not. Learn to give yourself a clear account every day, and you will come to the door of wealth, and you will understand the positive uses of wealth and other wisdom from financial management like a Jew. Go everywhere for money. There is a saying that wherever there is money, Jews can be found wherever they are. When they first settled in Canaan, the Jews took advantage of the geographical advantage to buy and sell, or long-distance traffic. By the time of King Solomon, the Jews had their own national fleet and trade fleet, and they traveled to India, from where they brought back sandalwood and precious stones, gold and ivory, monkeys and peacocks. After the diaspora, the Jews were forced to fully enter the world market of international trade. In the chase of the rulers of various countries, the Jews wandered around. They learned how to deal with various emergencies. They were familiar with the market conditions around the world. They met people of many different nationalities and formed trade partners with them. The Jews attached great importance to contracts. They had detailed transaction laws and strict transaction rules very early, which enabled them to cross national borders, cross nationalities, and navigate the markets of various countries with ease. At the same time, shrewd Jews do not forget to familiarize themselves with the commercial regulations and decrees of the host countries, find out the favorable regulations for a certain transaction, or find out the loopholes so as to study the countermeasures and obtain benefits. In this way, the Jews are openly exploiting loopholes and earning money in earnest. After the rise of Islam, due to differences in religious beliefs and religious fanaticism, the Christian world and the Islamic world began a long-term hostility and confrontation, which interrupted the trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Due to religious and cultural barriers, it is difficult for Eastern and Western businessmen to break into each other's world. And Jews who have lost their homeland will not give up any of these opportunities to make money. Talmud Part 1, Give Yourself a Clear Account, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish merchants fought from east to west, moved to north and south, made extensive contacts, and made a big trade after another. The Christian world and the Islamic world are hostile to each other, and the Jews are independent from this confrontation. As long as you do business with the Jews, everyone is a friend. This is one of the rules of business, that Jews go around for money. It is an innate quality of the Jewish people to go everywhere for money. Not only do they roam around on their own, selling in and out, they encourage others to do the same. Some people say that the discovery of the American New World was the greatest contribution of Jewish merchants to the formation of the world market. The discovery of the New World was the result of Jews going for money. Soon after the discovery of the New World, some Jews moved there and became one of the first colonizers. A century later, the Jews controlled the trade in the colonies of the New World, holding most of the import and export rights in their hands. The Jews shipped raw materials from the colonies to the European continent, and then shipped European industrial products to the colonies, earning high profits from them. In short, Jews have made outstanding contributions to the development and formation of the capitalist world market, and this is due to the characteristics of Jews who go to the world for money. After the capitalist world market was formed, the Jews expanded their trade scope. They walk around, sell cloth, sell pearls, do business in all directions, and earn money from all directions. Among them, the reputation of the Rothschild family is well known in Europe. The influence of the Kingdom of Siegland has spread all over the world. In today's world, the competition is very fierce, and the market is like a battlefield, and the Jews can always move easily and freely in the business war, and can achieve the final success. Their commercial success often occurs in the most unexpected places, from lipstick to grain trade, from whiskey to bird food, from rare metals to style clothing, from defense contracts to floor coverings, from computer hardware to computer software, from temporary sexual personnel agency to photocopying. No matter when and where, Jews can always move freely in the world market, creating one miracle after another. Therefore, it is said that American money is in Jewish pockets. An economic myth about the Jews says, 3 Jewish merchants sneeze at home, and the banking industry all over the world will catch a cold. 5 Jewish merchants together can control the entire world gold market. Jews control the banks, money supply, economy, and commerce of the community, the nation, and the world. Jews are truly world-class businessmen. ## 3 wealth-related stories. Dina and friends. There was a rich man who had 10 sons. He promised his sons that when he died he would leave them 100 dinars each. But the day did not go according to his wishes, and in the end, he only had 950 dinars left. So he gave each of his 9 sons 100 dinars, and said to the younger son, "There are only 50 dinars left, and 30 dinars must be paid for the funeral expenses. I will leave it to you. There are only 20 of them. However, I have 10 friends, all for you, and they are much better than 100 dinars." He died after introducing his younger son to friends. The 9 sons made their own living, and the younger son slowly spent the money his father left him. When he had 1 dinar left, he decided to ask 10 of his father's friends for help. He invited them to have a nice meal first. They enjoyed the delicious meal together and said, "He is the only one among so many brothers who remember us. We must repay his kindness to us." So they each gave their younger son a cow with a calf. The cow gave birth to a calf, and the young son of the rich man sold the calf and made a living with the money in exchange. Smart Shamir. In ancient times, a rich man made a rule: when people in the village met him, they had to salute him, or they would be whipped. One day, Shamir, who was walking on the street, met a rich man. The rich man was furious. "Poor boy, why don't you salute me? Why should I salute you? I have a lot of money. If you have money, you have power. You have to salute me, poor boy, or I will hit you." Talmud Part 1, Give yourself a clear account. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Shamir stood still. There were more and more people watching, and the rich man felt a little guilty. "Well, I have 100 gold coins in my pocket. If you salute me, I will give you 50 gold coins," the rich man said to Shamir in a low voice. Shamir calmly put the money in his pocket and said, "Now that you have 50 gold coins and I have 50 gold coins, why should I salute you?" The people around laughed. The rich man was angry and anxious, and took out the remaining 50 gold coins at once. "Listen, if you listen to me, then I will give you the 50 gold coins too." Shamir took another 50 gold coins, and then said solemnly, "Okay, now you don't have a penny, and I have 100 gold coins. If you have money, you will be powerful. Salute to me." The rich man was stunned. Kindness in return. In a fishing village, there was a poor widow who made a living by mending fishing nets. For a while, the weather was bad and the fishermen couldn't go out to sea, so she had nothing to do, and in the end she couldn't even eat bread. She thought and decided to order food from the richest family in the village. "I haven't eaten for several days. Can you give me a piece of bread?" The Talmud teaches us that those who hate gifts are likely to live longer, and taking other people's things for nothing will reduce life expectancy, which is also a sin. "God does not allow me to do this. I can't let you make mistakes, so I won't give you anything," said the rich man. "Then, can you lend me some bread?" "That won't work either." King Solomon said that the borrower is very likely to become the slave of the creditor. "I have always selected slaves from foreigners, and I don't want Abraham's descendants to become slaves, so I can't lend you bread either." Widow, still don't give up the last hope. "Then, do you have the heart to watch me starve to death in front of you? I'm afraid God doesn't want to see such a thing happen." The rich man said slowly, "This kind of thing will not happen. I will help you in the place of God. You can go and pick up those who have no owner. I just gave flour to King Solomon, and now the warehouse is empty, but flour that falls on the floor is unowned, and you can collect it." The widow came to the warehouse and saw that there was really a lot of flour scattered on the floor of the warehouse. She took the flour home and baked 3 loaves. She was about to eat her first bread when there was a quick knock on the door. "Have pity on me, give me something to eat. The village I live in is surrounded by fire. I managed to escape, and I haven't eaten for several days." The widow sympathized with what had happened to him and gave him a piece of bread. Watching the man disappear into the night, the widow thought to herself, "I want my own bread too, but I didn't expect to use it to do good things. I really thank God for the gift." Just as she was about to take the second loaf, there was another knock on the door. "Good-hearted people, have pity on me, I'm going to starve to death." The man told the widow that the robbers had taken all his possessions and killed his wife, children, and servants, that he had nothing left, and that he had escaped here by crossing the desert. The widow sympathetically gave him the second loaf. The man took the bread and disappeared into the twilight. She was glad to do another good deed, then prayed and wanted to eat the last of the loaves. At this time, a strong wind blew, and the roof of the hut was blown away by the wind. The misfortune did not end, and the last piece of bread in the widow's hand was also blown towards the sea by the strong wind. The wind blew all night. The next morning, the storm finally stopped, but the widow's last loaf of bread was gone. She couldn't figure it out. She gave the first 2 loaves to those most in need. Scrape away? Doesn't God take care of widows and orphans? Or did the wind go against the will of God and deliberately create trouble? She decided to sue King Solomon for this evil deed of foam. She traveled a long way to Jerusalem and came to King Solomon's palace. "Your Majesty, I'm here to complain." "Who are you going to sue?" "I'm going to tell the wind." She recounted what happened. After listening to this, King Solomon said, "So that's how it is. You should stay here for a while until the wind blows again. Keep her, arrange for him her food, clothing, shelter and transportation." After the widow went out, 3 more foreigners entered the palace. After questioning, King Solomon learned that they were Arabian merchants, and they loaded a ship of precious stones, gold, silver, spices and other valuables for trade. On the way, they encountered a storm, the ship shook desperately at sea, and a large hole was broken in the bottom of the ship. "Keep pouring in." They prayed loudly for help from God, but there was no answer, and at last suddenly remembered the God of Israel, and begged the help of the God of Israel, shouting loudly, "If we are saved, we will dedicate all the treasures of gold and silver in the ship to God of Israel." As soon as the voice fell, something flew from the air and blocked the hole in the bottom of the boat. It didn't take long for the storm to stop. They were saved. So, in order to fulfill our promise, we came to Jerusalem. We don't know where the God of Israel is, or where to put the gold and silver treasures. The Arab merchant explained his purpose to King Solomon. "What is that thing flying from the sky?" "That was a toast. We brought that too." With that said, a merchant took out a loaf of bread from his bag and presented it to King Solomon. King Solomon immediately called the widow out. "Have you seen this bread?" The widow looked closely at the loaf and recognized it, the one that had been blown away by the wind. King Solomon ruled, "The gold and silver are yours. It was given to you by God in return for the bread that was borrowed from you." The wind was sent by God to do this, and he did not mean to cause trouble. At the same time, the good widow also got her little loaf of bread that was blown away by the wind. The first part of the Talmud. Tooth extraction. Susie accompanies you to read. There was a Mr. Israel named Follett who opened a dental practice. One day, a patient with dental disease came to the clinic, holding his cheek and saying that the toothache was terrible, and he asked Follett to take a look. Follett held the surgical instrument, fiddled with it left and right, and said, "Does it hurt?" "Yes." "A bad tooth in this place is going to be pulled?" "Yes." "How much does that cost?" $35. "What, $35? That's too expensive." "How long will that take?" the customer asked again. 5 minutes. "Wow, did you make a mistake? $35 for 5 minutes. If you think the time is short, I can take you 2 hours to pull your teeth. What do you think?" Fleet said. The value of wisdom. God appeared to Solomon and said, "You can ask me to give you what you want." Solomon said to God, "You have shown great kindness to my father David, and made me king after him. I only ask you to give me wisdom, so that I may go in and out before the people, otherwise, who can judge so many people?" God said to Solomon, "You don't ask for wealth or honor, you don't ask for the life of those who hate you, you don't ask for longevity, but you want to judge the people with wisdom. If you have this will, I will give you wisdom, and I will give you wisdom. I give you wealth and honor. No king before you was like this, nor will it be like this after you." The purpose of gathering money in the 10th century, King Monobasu, who converted to Judaism, gave all his wealth to the poor in times of famine. When relatives rebuked him for squandering his wealth, he replied, "My ancestors gathered wealth for the lower, and I for the upper, without fruit. My wealth is endless. What they accumulate is money. I am collecting soul. They gather for others. I am for my own good. They gather wealth in this world. I gather wealth in the next life." The role of old customer's wolf is a salesman of daily cosmetics. Because he is a novice and can't understand the psychology of customers, the sales results are not ideal. He has not sold the products for several days, and he is very anxious. One day, he was promoting in a store again, and happened to meet Adele, an old client from 3 months ago. After they greeted, Adele said, "Wolf, why haven't I seen you for a long time? The kind of cosmetics you sold me last time is running out. I'm about to buy some more." This news Wolf was surprised. "How are the recent sales?" Adele asked. Wolf spoke out about his predicament. "Well, I happen to know a person who is the manager of the cosmetics department of a department store. I will write you a letter of recommendation, and he will definitely want your products. Good and cheap products like this are rare in the market now. Already." Wolf was overjoyed and took the letter to the manager's office. After seeing the letter, the manager said, "Cosmetics are more popular now, and the market is also huge. Yes, it is for this reason that many manufacturers have launched some cosmetics one after another, resulting in a mixed market. It is difficult for customers to buy good products. At the same time, good products are not known to customers for some reasons." You're right. I heard Adele say that she feels good with your makeup. I think her feelings also represent the opinions of customers, so I decided to order some. So Wolf got a big order. Later, Wolf visited some old customers and got another order. After these events, he said excitedly, "Keeping in touch with friends and customers, even people you have only met once, can give you more customer resources." A total of 20 yuan. A traveler's car broke down in a small remote village, and he couldn't fix it no matter what, so the traveler called the tinsmith in the village. The tinsmith was a Jew. He opened the hood, took a look, hit the engine with a small hammer, the car started. A total of 20 yuan. The tinsmith said quietly. "So expensive?" The traveler opened his mouth in surprise. "Knock, 1 yuan, nowhere to hit, 19 yuan, 20 yuan in total." The Talmud Collection, Part 1, The Marketing of Father and Son. Susie accompanies you to read. After the Jewish father and son Sali fled from Germany to the United States, they worked as a salesman in a sewing machine factory, and there were still many sewing machines sold at the beginning. However, since the outbreak of World War II, the smoke of war is everywhere, and the number of sewing machines they sell has gradually decreased. Saleh has seen that because of the war, people's minds have also changed, not to mention the sewing machine industry. Any other industry is in a state of half stagnation and half paralysis. "Are we going to keep selling sewing machines?" Saleh's son asked. "We need to change careers," Saleh replied. "Then what are you going to sell?" the son asked. "We can market wheelchairs for disabled people," Saleh said. Although the son was puzzled, he still followed his father's wishes and started to sell wheelchairs. He knew that his father had extraordinary wisdom. As expected, when the World War was about to end, the injured officers and soldiers and the disabled people came to buy wheelchairs one after another. For a time, wheelchairs became a hot commodity. Within a year, Saleh and his son sold more than 5,000 wheelchairs. When the son saw that all the money was put into his pocket, he couldn't help but say to his father with joy and sorrow, "The war is about to end, and BMX may not be so good for sale." The war is over, so what are people thinking? Saleh inspired his son. "Thinking about the good life, because they're tired of war," replied the son. Saleh further said, "What does a good life depend on? It depends on a healthy body. In the future, people will take health as an important pursuit goal. Let's start selling fitness equipment now." At that time, the sales performance of Saleh and his son was not very good. The elderly Saleh died soon after. But the son believes in his father's vision and still sells fitness machines. As a result, more than 10 years after the war, fitness equipment began to become popular. Because Saleh and his son took the lead and accumulated a lot of money, soon, Saleh's son entered the ranks of millionaires. Interest once, Rob asked Green to borrow some emergency money. "Green, I need some money right now. Can you lend me 10,000 shillings first?" "My friend, of course." "What about the interest?" "What percentage?" 99, cried Lob. "Are you crazy? How could you ask me, a close friend of yours, for 9%? What would God think when he looked down? From top to bottom, a 9 looks like a 6. Rob was speechless. That's just for the illiterate. A poor man came to New York from Kowino. When he stood on the streets of the United States, he realized that it was not at all like what the people there said. The floor was covered with gold. He has neither a business nor a career. Under the pressure of life, he made a living by selling needles and thread. But the more you give, the less you get. So he looked out for better work everywhere. When he heard that the church on Lawyer Street needed a handyman, he hurried there. The examiner asked him, "Do you have the ability to read and write in English?" The vendor replied, "No." The examiner went on, "Oh, then I'm sorry, sir. You know, New York is not a small town where church clerks need to be able to speak and write English." So the hawker walked away in disappointment. But then he gradually became a rich man with his own strength. He turned to real estate investments. One day, he invested in a real estate business that required $250,000. He came to the bank, applied for a loan, and his wish was immediately fulfilled. The bank steward handed a pen with a smile on his face. "Please fill in your form." The real estate developer was extremely embarrassed. I can't write, I can only sign my name." "Ah, you are amazing," exclaimed the banker. "If you can't read and write and you can do so successfully in business, think about it, if you can read and write, it must be unthinkable now. It's gone." "Of course. I might still be a handyman in the synagogue on Lawyer Street," the real estate agent muttered. Innovation: a Jew who was hired to drive a bus for the east side of New York, and at the end of his first day, turned in his receipt looking a little frustrated that it was less than $10. He set off on the bus route early the next morning, but somehow escaped the inspectors. People were wondering, where the hell did he and his bus go? Finally, when it was getting dark, the driver finally returned to the terminal with a happy smile. He made a gaudy gesture and handed the cashier $109. "What's this? What's this? How did you do it?" "We've never made so much money on that line," exclaimed the teller in surprise. "Simple," the driver said. "I said to myself, this line has few passengers, why am I wasting my time here? I'm not a fool. 14th Street is a gold mine, and I'll drive there. It's gone. Credit." Aubrey came to a store and started bargaining. The goods priced at $15 were returned by him to $10, and finally returned to $9.97. He was not satisfied, and he hoped that it would be reduced to $9.96. "It can't be lowered anymore, it's already the lowest price," said the salesperson. Aubrey didn't flinch and insisted on giving $9.96. "Absolutely not, I won't sell it for a penny less." The salesperson also made no compromises. Aubrey still doesn't buy it. "Sir, it's so boring to fight for this penny. To be honest, this is the lowest price, and it can't be lowered anymore. Besides, you have always been on credit, so it doesn't matter if you are short of a penny." "Woolen cloth? The reason why I go to the trouble of bargaining with you is because I like your store, and I am willing to go to your store to buy things. When I fail to pay, I will talk a little more, and you can reduce the amount in your store." "A penny loss, in itself, is the best of both worlds," Abra said. "Button, I heard that Sir Montefiore went to the king in a splendid robe with 10 gold buttons and diamonds worth 5,000 rubles beside it." "I don't understand. Are those rich people fools? Why do they do such foolish things? Take me, for example. I have 3 buttons on my Sabbath dress, and it's worth half a penny. If I lose it, if you lose one, it's like losing a pea. But think of Montefiore, how he will take care of these precious buttons. If you lose one, $5,000 will be gone. Tell you, do you think he slept soundly at night? Oh, that's the joy of Homo sapiens." Talmud, Part 1 7 times 8, 64. Susie accompanies you to read. Everyone was happy for Heschel, who picked number 64 to win the jackpot. "Hasher, my dear friend," Nick asked, "how did you just pick number 64? When I was dreaming, I saw 7 eights dangling before my eyes. 7 times 8, 64, so I chose it. But 7 times 8 is 56, not 64. That's okay, just keep on being your mathematician." Integrity. In the fall of a certain year, a great flood swept the land, causing a shortage of bread. Since there was no special instruction, the field staff of Catherine Company went out to various dealerships according to the cycle table as usual to deliver freshly baked bread and to collect the bread that exceeded the expiration date. One day, a deliverman took a truck to retrieve a batch of expired bread from several remote stores. On the way back, their car stopped in front of a densely populated dealership and was immediately surrounded by a group of people rushing to buy bread, offering to buy the bread on the car. The delivery man told them that the bread had expired and could not be sold. The deliverman's remarks instead caused people to misunderstand that they wanted to hoard more and more people, and several reporters also joined in. In desperation, the deliverman had to explain again, "Ladies and gentlemen, please believe me. I am definitely not trying to stock up on speculation and refuse to sell it, it's just that our regulations are too strict. The bread on the car has already been expired. If Catherine knew I sold you expired bread, I would be fired. So please forgive me." Since everyone was in urgent need of bread, this car of bread was quickly sold out under the tacit understanding of both parties. The news, which several journalists will get, has been exaggerated and it has become a sensational report. Catherine's bread is fresh, honest, and impresses consumers. Revelation after a car accident. There is a construction company in Germany that has been delaying some project payments due to bad business. Seneca, the manager of the engineering company, is a Jewish immigrant. He is very unhappy because the failure to receive these payments has seriously affected the company's financial scheduling. When Seneca was driving aggressively to the construction company, there was a series of car accidents. Fortunately, his car was the last one, and it was only slightly rubbed, and there was no major problem. However, the 4 vehicles in front were damaged. After the accident, the owner of the second car stayed in the car and refused to get out, so the owner of the first car got angry and ran over to judge. The owner of the fourth car got out of the car immediately after the accident to check the damage of the third car. His face was full of apologetic expressions, and he asked if the owner of the third car was injured. Seneca also got out of the car to care about the conversation between the two sides. Soon, the fourth car owner got the understanding of the third car owner and drove away early, leaving only the 3 cars in front of them still arguing. Seeing this scene, Seneca fell into deep thought. After arriving at the construction company, he changed his initial anger to a smiling one, and sat down in the office of the construction company boss. Let's analyze the situation. Based on your ability, there is no chance of a turnover problem. I guess it's the bank's fault. Now the bank only lends an umbrella when it's sunny. Seneca speaks softly to the construction company boss. The owner of the construction company had a lot of bitterness. Hearing Seneca say this, he sighed at the bank's ruthlessness. As a result, the two men commented loudly on the bank's policies. For a time, the two stood on the same front. After a long time, the conversation turned to the topic again. Seneca sat up straight and said sincerely to the boss of the construction company, "Please help me with this, otherwise we won't even be able to pay the salary." After the conversation, Seneca touched the check in his pocket and felt very satisfied. On the drive back to the company, he said to himself, "Fortunately, I got into that car accident." He remembered the scene where the fourth car owner in the serial car accident, together with the third car owner, blamed the car in front, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I thought to myself, today's harvest is really great." Turning the two side spearheads to a third party to show that the two sides are on the same front to persuade each other is really good. Thrifty. When Rockefeller first entered the business world, his business was struggling. One night, he saw an advertisement in a newspaper for the sale of a fortune secretary, which excited him. The next day, he hurriedly went to the bookstore to buy a copy. He couldn't wait to open the book he bought, only to see the word diligence and thrift printed on the inside of the book, which made him very annoyed, but more disappointed. When Rockefeller came home, he couldn't sleep all night. He pondered over and over where is the secret of the secretary. At first, he thought that with just 2 words in a book, booksellers and authors might be deceiving readers, and at one point he wanted to accuse them. But after careful consideration, he gradually understood the meaning of these 2 words. Indeed, in order to get rich, there is no other way than diligence and thrift. So he worked extra hard and found ways to increase his income. After 5 years of hard work, he accumulated $800 and then used this money to operate kerosene, and finally became one of the richest people in the United States. The Talmud, Part 1, The Hierarchs of Manipulation, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. There was a Jewish merchant and the employee who made a contract, stipulating that the employee worked for the merchant and was paid once a week, but the wages were not in cash, but the employee received items equivalent to the wages from a nearby store, and then the store owner and the Jewish businessman checking out. A week later, the employee ran up to the merchant angrily and said, "The store owner said that you can't take things without cash, so please pay us cash." It didn't take long for the store owner to come to the checkout again, saying, "Your hired hand has taken those things, please pay." Hearing this, the Jewish businessman was confused, and after careful investigation, it was confirmed that the hired labor was playing tricks in it. But the Jewish merchants still paid the shopkeepers. Because he just made a promise to both parties at the same time, and the store owner and the employee have no employment relationship. Since there is a contract, it must be followed. Although he suffered a loss, he could only blame himself for being negligent and trusting the hired workers. Phone information. One night, Schoolsings got a call. It was already past 11 o'clock at this time. He had been working all day and felt very sleepy. He just wanted to finish work quickly and rest immediately. The caller was a woman who said her name was Margaret Usium. Usium told him she couldn't wait until tomorrow because she was so moved by Schlesing's ad in the newspaper. Then, without waiting for Schoolsings to say anything, she immediately read to him a paragraph of the advertisement that Schoolsings had put in the newspaper. Hearing this advertisement, Schoolsings felt as if he had been on a stimulant, and he immediately regained his energy. He patiently listened to Usium to describe his feelings and experiences. This lecture took over an hour. Schoolsings tried not to fall asleep, did her best to talk to her warmly, and answered every question she had. From Usium's voice, Schlesing sensed that she was satisfied with her answer. Putting down the phone, Schoolsings checked his watch. It was past 1 a.m. Suddenly, Schlesing remembered an important thing and forgot to deal with her. After talking so much, it was all for the purpose of closing the deal, but he forgot about it. It was difficult to receive such an important call, and they had a good conversation. She is also very rich, and she will definitely help herself introduce many clients. But Schoolsings forgot the most important deal action. He was a little remorseful, and even forgot to ask her phone number, and there was no possibility of compensation. The next day, shortly after get off work at noon, Schoolsing's got another call. The call was from Uzum. She called again, and Schlesing's was overjoyed. I thought to myself, I can't miss the opportunity again this time, I must talk to her about the deal. Schlesing's was about to seize the opportunity to talk to her when Uzum said she was bringing a friend to the company. Things have finally made progress, let's talk about it at the company, and Schoolsing's has stopped talking about it. When Ms. Uzum arrived, Schoolsing's didn't bother, and she and her friends signed up for Schoolsing's sales club. In the days that followed, Ms. Uzum introduced 79 friends to become members of Schoolsing's. This is something Schoolsing's could never have imagined. He couldn't imagine that she could introduce so many members to him, nor could he imagine her role was so great. Schoolsing said with emotion, in the process of doing business, you will receive many calls. If you don't know which call is the most important to you, then you have to believe that every call is the most important. God's Bill Sidney is a grumpy old man. One day, on the road, he was hit by a speeding car. He was rushed to a nearby Catholic hospital for treatment. After a period of recuperation, his illness was almost healed. Who do you think will be responsible for this medical bill? The nun in charge of affairs asked him. The old man answered blankly, listen, I don't have a penny unless you find the driver who caused the accident. I also have a sister who is my only relative, but she is a convert to God. The nun is now an old girl. The Talmud, Part 1, The Hierarch, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. These words aroused the dissatisfaction of the nun, who defended, Sir, you are mistaken, we are married to God, not an old girl no one wants. Hearing this, Sidney said excitedly, Yes, then my brother-in-law will pay for it. Just give him the medical bill. God's gift. On God's Christmas tree, there are two gifts. One is bland time, the other is sparkling money. God ordained, each person can only get one. People walking back and forth around the Christmas tree, hesitating, oh my God, how do we choose? Does this take too much consideration? What do you eat, use, and play? You don't have to exchange it for me? If you choose me, your life will become happier. Chien said with a smile. People think it makes sense, so they are ready to choose money. However, just when someone reached out to the money, the low and steady voice of time suddenly sounded. If you throw away time, even if you have countless money, what's the use? All the people were stunned. There are two woodcutters who are very poor, and they make a living by going up the mountains to chop wood. One day, they found 2 bales of cotton in the mountains, and they were very happy, because the price of cotton was several times higher than the firewood, and if they sold the 2 bales, they would ensure that the family would not go hungry for a month. The 2 of them immediately carried a bag of cotton each, and wanted to rush home. While walking, one of the woodcutters noticed a large bundle of cloth on the mountain road. He stepped forward and took a closer look. It was actually fine linen cloth, and there were as many as 10 pieces. He was overjoyed, discussed with his companions, put down the cotton on his shoulders, and carried these cloths home. But his companions were reluctant to do so, thinking that he had walked a long way with cotton on his back. If he discarded the cotton now, wouldn't his previous hard work be in vain? The woodcutter who found the sackcloth saw that his companion did not listen to his advice, so he had to do his best to carry the sackcloth and move on. After walking for a while, the woodcutter carrying the sackcloth saw the gleaming light in the forest and hurried forward. He found a few pots of gold scattered on the ground, and his heart burst into joy. Now I can make a fortune. He hastily invited his companions to put down the sackcloth and cotton on his shoulders, and use a pole to carry the gold home. His companions still had the same opinion. He has worked hard to carry the cotton here, and he can't throw it away. He even suspected that the gold was not real, and persuaded him not to waste his efforts, lest he would end up with an empty joy. The woodcutter who found the gold had to pick 2 pots of gold by himself, and hurried home with his cotton-carrying partner. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the sky suddenly became dark, and then it rained heavily, and both of them were soaked through the rain. Even more unfortunate is that the large bales of cotton on the shoulders of the woodcutter carrying the cotton became heavier after being soaked by the rain, which has exceeded the range of human beings. Cotton went home empty-handed with his gold-picking companions. Healthy life. Once, American businessman John Babson flew to Israel for a business negotiation, and the day he arrived happened to be Saturday. In the United States, Babson suffers from traffic jams, so it is strange to see the few cars and smooth traffic on the streets here. "Is that all you have in your capital?" he asked his Jewish businessman friend Sia Wenli. Sia Wenli explained, "You may not understand the habits of the Jewish people. We start from Friday night every week until the evening of Saturday. It is the time for no smoking, no drinking, and abstinence. All distractions must be put aside and rest wholeheartedly. And praying to God, people are generally staying at home, so there's a lot less traffic on the street than usual. From Saturday night onwards, it's our real weekend, and we can enjoy it to the fullest." Babson said enviously, "You Jews really know how to rest and enjoy." Sia Wenli said proudly, "Because we understand that only with a healthy body can we enjoy a happy life. If we want to have a healthy body, we must eat well, sleep well, and play well." Health is the biggest capital of Jewish businessmen. Although we Jews, it has been 2,000 years since the country was founded, and it has been wandering outside for a long time, discriminated against and persecuted, but it has not become extinct because of this, which is inseparable from our focus on the art of self-cultivation. The Talmud, Part 1. The Hiring Man, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Happy life. There is a young wealthy businessman, handsome, and has a lot of wealth and a gentle and beautiful wife. But he still felt very annoyed, and a little disappointment would make him depressed. He is jealous that some people are richer than him, some people are more handsome than him. He even felt that his wife was getting uglier every day. He wished he was as rich as a king and had the respect of more people. So he told God what he thought and asked God to give him a happy life. God asked him, "You really don't want to live like this?" He said, "Yes. I will give you happiness." God said and disappeared. When the man went back, he found that his former manor was gone, only a dilapidated thatched hut. At this time, a short, fat, freckled man who claimed to be his wife came out of the hut. "Woman, come up to hug him, he really can't stand it." The ugly woman brought him face wash, and he was stunned when he saw that his face was not like himself at all, but an ugly guy. But the ugly woman called out his name and the date of their wedding, and he didn't want to believe it, but he had to accept it. He lived each day miserably, and it was nothing compared to the days before. Until a month later, God came again and asked him if he was happy. He told God to be happy. So God restored everything to the way it was before. And he never felt annoyed again and lived happily every day. Move a man is leaving the town where he has lived for many years and moving to another unfamiliar place to settle. Before leaving, he went to visit the rabbi for some advice. The rabbi told him a story. There was a Jew who often dreamed that there were many treasures buried in the ground of a mill. Finally, one day, curiosity drove him to dig for treasures. The next morning, he was ready. After arriving at the Nianfang, he dug seriously and carefully, and dug all over the Nianfang, but found nothing. The owner of the mill came up and asked what he was doing. After listening to the man's words, the owner shouted, "It's a coincidence. I often dream of a man who also has many treasures buried in his yard." The owner of the house not only said so, but also pointed out the name of the man in the dream, and it was a coincidence that it was the name of the Jew himself. So the Jew hurried back to his home to dig his own yard, and he really dug up a lot of treasures. After the rabbi told the story, he said to the immigrant, "Sometimes there are many treasures buried in the yard of the house, but we didn't dig it." Broken porcelain bottle boy was traveling in Israel, staying in a hotel in a business district, and one afternoon he and a friend walked into a shop specializing in tourist souvenirs. The business area of the store is very large, and the products displayed are not regular. There is not a single glass container in the store. The bronze carvings of silverware, colored bottle hanging plates, and antique marble statues are all randomly placed on wooden tables. The shops there are often deserted, unlike ours, where there are always so many people. But it was just such a coincidence that when two white women were about to walk out of the store, it was probably because one of them was still nostalgic for a certain item. She turned around to take another look, and the moment she turned around, the satchel on her waist was about to disappear. A multicolored porcelain bottle on the wooden platform at the door hit the ground and shattered. If you are in another store, don't ask more. The store owner will make a claim to the customer, and the customer will argue with the store owner, accusing the store owner of placing the goods in the wrong place. This time things are different. Just when the white woman was a little overwhelmed, the shopkeeper had walked up to her and said, "I'm sorry. Didn't scare you?" The white woman also apologized repeatedly and asked him, "Do you want me to pay? You told me that things should be in the right place. It's our fault." "You're well, and welcome to come back next time," said the owner. The Talmud, Part 1, The Hierarchs of Manipulation, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. As a result, the white woman bought an ancient Greek bronze statue. Her friend thought the shopkeeper could be trusted and bought 2 colorful hanging plates. The cycle of rich and poor. In the Sabbath church, a poor shopkeeper was listening attentively to the preaching of the priest. The priest said, "The poor of this world will become rich in the next life, and the rich of this world, according to the will of God, will become rich in the next life." Falling into trouble. All beings in the world are equal before God, so they will be treated equally. A few days later, the little shopkeeper went to the priest again. He looked very anxious. "Sir, do you really think that the poor in this world will be rich in the next life?" "There is no doubt about that," the priest said firmly. "I'm a poor shopkeeper. Will I really be rich in the next life?" "Of course you can." The shopkeeper looked very excited. "If this is the case, sir, please lend me $100 first. I will pay you back when I become rich in my next life." The priest did not speak, but counted out 100 shining silver coins. The poor little shopkeeper had never seen so much money. When he reached out to grab the money, the priest stopped him and asked, "What are you going to do with the money?" "I'm going to buy a store." "Are you going to make money with it?" "I'm going to sell cognac pies for this money." "If that's the case, I can't lend you $100, said the priest, collecting his money, "because in this way you will be rich in this life, and you will be poor again in the next life. At that time, how can you pay me back the money?" Happy woodcutter. On the path in the forest, a merchant and a woodcutter often meet. The merchant has a long horse team and boxes of jewelry. The woodcutter goes up the mountain every day to chop wood, carrying a hatchet and a rope. However, the merchant is always frowning, and the woodcutter is always singing. One day, the merchant and the woodcutter met again, and they sat under a tree to rest. The businessman sighed, "Oh, I really don't understand. You are so poor. How can you be so happy?" "Haha," laughed the woodcutter. "I don't understand either. You are so rich. Why aren't you happy?" "Although I am rich, my family is always quarreling about money and always wants to have more, but no one has given me even the slightest sincerity. So I often feel that I have nothing. Do you think I can be happy?" "Oh, so it is," said the woodcutter. "Although I am poor, I can always feel happiness, so I am very happy." "Really? Then you must have a virtuous wife or a fiancé who will enter the door soon," the businessman said. "No, I'm a bachelor," said the woodcutter. "Then you must have a treasure that makes you happy?" "That's right. It was given to me by a beautiful girl," said the woodcutter. "Oh!" The merchant was surprised. "What treasure makes you so happy?" "This beautiful girl has never spoken to me, and every time we meet, she always rushes by. 3 years ago, she was going to live in another city. Just as she was about to get into the car, I saw her with affectionate eyes. I treasure this eternal moment in my heart, enough for me to live a happy life." The woodcutter was immersed in happiness again. Looking at the extremely happy woodcutter, the businessman said in his heart, "The real rich man should be him, and I am a veritable pauper." Talmud Collection Part 1, The Seed of Happiness. Susie accompanies you to read. Two poor young people have been pursuing happiness. After a difficult journey, they finally found the messenger of happiness. Seeing that they were all kind-hearted, the messenger gave each of them a seed of happiness. After returning, a young man sowed seeds in the ground, and soon a sapling grew. He watered diligently every day, and the tree was full of fruit the following year. He continued to work hard, and gradually he owned a large orchard and became a well-known and rich man. He married and had children and lived a happy life ever since. Another young man set up an altar, enshrined the seeds of happiness, and prayed devoutly every day. But until his hair was gray, he was still destitute. He was very angry and puzzled, and found the emissary of happiness again, complaining that the emissary had lied to him. The emissary of happiness laughed, but did not answer, and only let him go to see another young man. When he saw the large orchard, he suddenly woke up and hurried back to bury the seeds of happiness in the soil, but the seeds had already been eaten up by insects. Gift: an old woman lives alone in a big old-fashioned house, living a lonely life like an antique with little blankets and antiques all day long. And her relatives, who only stared at her property, ignored her feelings. By chance, a lawyer visited the house. He understood the old woman's loneliness very well. So, starting from the topic of this old house, they had a cordial conversation. As soon as I saw it, I was reminded of our old house, where I was born. The lawyer continued, the house was beautifully built and strong, but unfortunately it is no longer there. That's right, the old woman agreed. Young people these days only know how to drive around and don't care whether the house is beautiful or not. Slowly, the lawyer began to walk into her long-closed heart, and they began to trust each other. She showed her lawyers everywhere, and the lawyers also sincerely praised her. Later, the old woman took the lawyer to the garage, where a brand new Buick was parked. My husband gave it to me before he died, she said softly. I haven't touched it since he died. You know how to appreciate it, so give it to you. Ah! The lawyer was taken aback. No, I know you are generous, but I already have a new car, and we are not relatives. What relatives? They're just waiting for me to die to get the car. Well, they don't think about it, cried the old woman. Then you can sell it, the lawyer suggested. Sell to a car dealer, she yelled. How can I put up with strangers driving around in it? This is the car my husband bought me. I want to give it to you because of you. Know how to appreciate. The old woman insisted on asking the lawyer to accept her gift. Rockefeller was accustomed to dining at a restaurant he knew well. He often tipped waiters 15 cents after a meal. But one day, he only tipped 5 cents after his meal. Seeing that the waiter tipped less than usual, he couldn't help but complain, if I were as rich as you, I would never begrudge that 1 dime. After listening to him, Rockefeller was not angry. He smiled and said, that's why you've been a waiter all your life. Value of cigars. Khan stood in front of the department store, staring at the dazzling array of merchandise. Beside him stood a well-dressed Jewish gentleman smoking a cigar. Your cigars are very fragrant, so they shouldn't be cheap, right? Khan said to the gentleman respectfully. $2 each. It's so expensive, so how many do you have to smoke a day? 10 sticks. My God. How long have you been smoking? It's been 40 years. What? Have you ever thought that if you saved the smoking money, it would be enough to buy this department store? So you don't smoke? I don't smoke. So, did you buy this department store? No. To tell you the truth, this department store is mine. Underground gold mine. A young farmer, Reuben, sold all of his family property, got a fortune, and came to Colorado to pursue his dream of gold. He surrounded a field and dug with a shovel. After more than a month of hard work, Reuben finally saw the sparkling gold ore, and he jumped with excitement. There must be gold ore in it. To continue mining, there must be a machine. He buried the gold mine and went home secretly to collect money to buy a machine. He went to great lengths to get the machine and continued digging. However, after a while, he dug up a pile of ordinary stones, and at this time Reuben thought, there is no gold mine at all, and all the efforts he has made these days are in vain. He couldn't maintain his daily expenses, and he couldn't bear the huge mental pressure, so he had to sell the machine as scrap iron to the scrap collectors, and then left the place. The waste collector invited a mining engineer to investigate the site and came to the conclusion that the current encounter is a false vein, and if you dig another 3 feet, you may encounter a gold mine. The waste collectors continued to dig down on the basis of Reuben according to the instructions of the engineer. As the engineer said, the gold mine is 3 feet underground. The collectors of the waste make millions of dollars in profits. When Reuben learned the news from the newspaper, he beat his chest with rage and regretted it. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Fire Compensation. Susie accompanies you to read. Jew Mikes is an American financial giant. He initially ran a coffee shop, and later, after gaining a certain strength, he switched to the hotel business, bought shares in the canal, and became a shareholder in the steamboat industry and the local railway. Later, Max invested in a small insurance company called Fire Guaranteed. At that time, the insurance industry had just started, and the scale was not very large. So, no cash, just sign your name on the shareholder register. After the investor signs on the promissory note, he can receive the handling fee paid by the insured. As long as there is no fire, this is a no-capital business with steady profits and no losses, and the investor is only investing in a kind of credit. Something unexpected may happen any time. A huge fire broke out in New York. After the investors heard the news, they were very anxious. They had never encountered such a thing before. In addition to being panicked, they expressed their willingness to give up their shares voluntarily. After much consideration, Max decided to take a risk, success or failure, even if the hotel was sold. So he scraped together $100,000 to deal with compensation. Mike returned from New York with a victory. He not only dealt with the compensation, but also brought back a large amount of cash, which is the insurance money paid by the new insured. Fire Guaranteed Insurance has won people's trust with its reliable reputation, and the new insurance procedures have more than doubled. Mike netted $150,000 from the fire. In those days, $150,000 was no small sum. From this incident, Max deeply understands, in business, with credibility as a bargaining chip, the product or service will be full of immeasurable potential, there will be great prospects, and the business will be long-lasting. Build credibility in 1960, 28-year-old Jewish Ackerson was still working in his own law firm in New York. In the face of many millionaires, Ackerson couldn't help feeling bitter about his poor situation, and he wanted to change the situation. What's the best way? After a period of serious thinking, he finally came up with a good solution. Ackerson came to the law firm early in the morning, and after finishing several legal affairs, he closed the door and went to a bank on the next street. After Ackerson found the bank's lending manager, he explained his purpose. He wanted to borrow $10,000 to repair the law firm. In the United States, lawyers have a very high status. They have a wide range of social contacts and are familiar with people. They cannot be provoked. So the loan manager quickly complied with his request and lent him $10,000. After walking out of this bank, Ackerson went to another bank and deposited the $10,000 he just got. Do it all in less than 1 hour before and after. After that, Ackerson went to 2 more banks and did the same thing. The interest on the 2 loans totaling $20,000, offset by the interest on his deposit, is roughly the same. A few months later, Ackerson took out the savings and paid off the debt. In this way, Ackerson's initial credibility was established in these banks. Since then, Ackerson has performed the trick in more banks, each time larger. In less than a year, Ackerson had established a very reliable bank credit. With his signature, he can lend out $100,000 at a time. That's how credibility comes out. With a solid reputation, what can't be done? Before long, Ackerson borrowed money again. He used borrowed money to buy a company in Philadelphia that was facing As long as you work hard, you don't have to worry about not making money. After 8 years of unremitting struggle, Ackerson finally became a big boss with assets of $150 million US. Talmud Collection Part 1 Integrity is the magic weapon of doing business. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Integrity is an essential element for enterprises to engage in production and operation activities, and it is the life and soul of the market economy, and has economic value like real money. A wise Jewish businessman must train himself very well, not only to be good at business, but also to be very honest and frank as a person. Because they believe that the market economy is not only a competitive economy, but also an economy of integrity and the rule of law. There is no doubt that a market economy is an economy of integrity, and it is precisely because of integrity that the market will be vibrant. Obviously, in the market, all economic activities of the people must be completed through transactions with others, ranging from hand-delivered money on the street, first-hand delivery and spot trading, to the signing of trade agreements between countries. But in these transactions, why should people trust the other side to be real? In daily life, when you walk into a bank, you may not know anything about the operation of the bank, but you will hand over your hard-earned money to the staff at the counter without any hesitation. In the end, you just walked away with a passbook. When you walked into a hospital that you had never entered before, you would agree to a doctor you have never met in the hospital to perform an operation on you. You would also deliver a car to a car you prepay for cars, and these cars are made in foreign factories by workers who will never meet you. When you order a shipment from a business, the manufacturer will happily accept your signed bank check. You just wait at home and the business will deliver your order to your home, etc. From this, we can see that what sustains all this is the law of integrity in the market. If there is no honesty between people, it will not only increase the cost of the entire transaction, but also sometimes make the transaction between people impossible at all. Without integrity, the market cannot survive. In business activities, Jews are very particular about integrity. They abide by contracts, but they do not always sign written contracts. They often only make informal commitments verbally, non-written agreements. As long as both parties accept each other, they will doing things according to the agreement without compromise. The Jewish virtue of keeping the covenant won them a good reputation. There are many rules in the Talmud that strictly prohibit deceptive sales or propaganda. For example, slaves cannot be intentionally dressed to look younger and stronger, and they cannot be painted on livestock to deceive customers, and the owner has the obligation to fully and objectively introduce the quality of the goods sold to the customer. If the customer finds that the goods have in terms of pricing, although the price was not unified at that time, which requires both parties to negotiate a reasonable price, generally speaking, the commodity is still more or less at a certain price. Therefore, if the seller sells the item to the buyer at a price more than 10% higher than the usual price without the buyer's knowledge, the transaction is stipulated as void. These regulations may seem to be very common now, but the Talmud was formed when most peoples in the world were still in the farming society. It can foresee that the future society will be dominated by commerce and trade. The reason for doing business is very prescient. Jewish merchants never did one-shot deals. The idea of I can make a lot of money just by letting everyone get in the way seems to them to be self-defeating. It stands to reason that Jews are driven around, they do not have their own homes, and it is easy to form a short-term strategy and rogue tactics of shoot a shot and change a place in the business field and even in their interactions with others. In fact, very few Jews have this kind of bad deeds, and they are reputable. The services they give and the goods they operate are the best, and they never charge for inferior products. Why? In addition to the cultural background of Jewish merchants, such as calling themselves God's chosen people and having a tradition of abiding by covenants, their nation, in the combination of the volatile state of existence and the laws of commercial activities, realized what is true way of doing business. Talmud Collection Part 1 Integrity is the magic weapon of doing business. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Max Spencer is the most famous department store in the UK. The department store was founded by brothers-in-law Simon Marks and Israel Sif. Michel, Simon's father, immigrated to England from Russia in 1882, started out as a hawker, opened a shop in Leeds Market, and later developed into a chain of cheap stores. In 1964, Michelle died, and Simon & Sif took over the chain. Through continuous efforts, they have developed these chain stores into a chain of cheap shopping malls with more abundant funds, more complete goods, and functions similar to supermarkets. Although Max Spencer department store is characterized by cheapness, it pays great attention to product quality and truly achieves good quality and low price. In the words of some newspapers, the department store amounted to a social revolution. Because it used to be possible to know which class people belonged to buy the clothes they were wearing, but because Max & Spencer offers well-made clothes at low prices, people can dress like a gentleman or lady. The value concept of judging people by appearance has also fundamentally shaken. Now in the UK, the company's trademark Saint Michel has become a sign of quality, and you can buy a Saint Michel shirt without spending too much money, with guaranteed quality. Max Spencer department store not only provides customers with satisfactory products, but also the best service. The company's salespeople treat customers as gods, and the service is very attentive. Simon & Sif are as meticulous in their selection of staff as they are in the merchandise they operate, which truly makes the company a shopper's paradise. While keeping customers happy, Simon & Sif also keep employees happy. Although they have high demands on their employees, they provide the best working conditions for their employees in the entire industry, and their wages are also the highest. They also set up healthcare and dental clinics for their employees. Because of all these advantages, Max Spencer has been called a private welfare state. Simon & Sif are so thoughtful about customers and employees, and the company's business conditions are getting better day by day. In the domestic industry, the Max Spencer department store is generally regarded as the most profitable enterprise and attracts a large number of investors. The American Hills Roebuck department store is the same as the Max Spencer department store. They are both department store retailers. They also adopt the same business purpose, and even go beyond the preferential treatment of customers and employees. And this kind of grace is extended to the whole society, so as to achieve harmonious coexistence with the whole society. Another example is, in Israel, there used to be a Jewish-run optical cable company, which has always been a well-known manufacturer of optical cables in the country. Due to the negligence of a work, in the product quality announcement of the National Post and Telecommunications Industry Unified Inspection in 1997, it was found that 38 of the 39 assessments of the optical cable were qualified, and only one of the water seepage tests between the inner and outer sheaths failed, and was determined as not qualified. In the face of such test results, the general boss may not pay too much attention, but this Jewish boss took this incident as a major event in the life and death of the company, and sent letters to all users to report the actual situation, acknowledging the shortcomings of the optical cables they produced, and make great efforts to find out the cause of the problem, and start to solve it, speaking with facts. On April 28 of the same year, the improved optical cables were tested by authoritative organizations and all passed the test. The Jewish businessman has won the trust of users with his candor and honesty. He said at the conclusion meeting, "Where to fall, where to get up." If there is no lesson from this time, perhaps the company will not develop to the current situation. We must have both quality and service. This is just the Jewish business in business. Pay attention to a small link of integrity, but it is also enough to reflect the positive attitude of the Jewish people to the integrity of business. Jews are not only reputable in business, but also live in harmony with non-Jews. They even go to great lengths to help and shelter Jewish compatriots or non-Jews. They believe that only by being honest and trusting can Jews make real friends instead of making enemies on all sides. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Business Without Restricted Areas, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews often say there is no restricted area for business, which reflects the Jewish business wisdom of multiple thinking. They believe that time and knowledge are commodities, so of course nationality can also be a commodity, and it is more special than ordinary commodities. In the eyes of Jews, nationality can be bought with money, and as long as you have money, you can buy the nationality of other countries. Of course, they buy nationality with a purpose, mainly to remove obstacles for doing business in order to earn more money. Jewish businessman Renstein is a typical businessman who got rich by buying nationality. Renstein's nationality is Liechtenstein, but he was not born a Liechtenstein citizen. His Liechtenstein nationality was bought with money. Why did he buy this citizenship? Liechtenstein, located on the border of Austria and Switzerland, is a small country with an area of only 157 square kilometers and a population of about 19,000 people. This small country has a distinctive feature, that is, the domestic taxes levied are very low. This feature is very attractive to foreign businessmen, so it has attracted the attention of businessmen from all over the world. To make money, the country also sells nationality, priced at 70 million yuan. After obtaining the nationality of the country, no matter whether you are rich or poor, you only need to pay 90,000 yuan in taxes every year. Therefore, rich people from all over the world want to go to Liechtenstein, and they want to buy the country's nationality. However, the small country with only 19,000 people can't accommodate too many people, so it is not easy to buy the country's nationality. However, this did not deter clever Jewish businessmen. Renstein was one of the Jews who bought Liechtenstein's citizenship. He set up his office in New York, USA, and a head office in Liechtenstein. Although you can make money in the United States, you do not have to pay various taxes in the United States. It is enough to pay 90,000 tax to Liechtenstein every year. He is a legitimate tax evader who makes more profit because he pays less tax. After the Second World War, the famous Swarovski company was ordered by the Nazi Party of Germany to manufacture military supplies such as military binoculars, so it will be accepted by the French army. At that time, Renstein had American nationality. When he learned about these circumstances, he immediately negotiated with Daniel Swarovski. I can negotiate with the French generals, but I will not accept your company. But there is an additional condition, negotiation. After success, please transfer your company's consignment rights to me and charge 10% of the sales as a benefit fee until I die. What do you think? Swarovski was infuriated at the shrewd conditions of the Jewish merchants and was furious. But after weighing the stakes, he had to agree to his request. For the French military, Renstein took full advantage of the power of the United States as a powerful country and shocked the French army. After Swarovski accepted the proposed conditions, he immediately went to the French military command and solemnly applied, I am American Renstein, you cannot accept the Swarovski company, because starting today, it has changed. It's my property. Of course the French had nothing to say, because Renstein was already the owner of the Swarovski company, so the company's property belonged to the Americans. The French army had no choice but to accept Renstein's application and gave up the idea of accepting it. There is no legitimate reason for France to accept American companies, and France cannot afford to offend the United States. Later, without spending a penny, Renstein set up Swarovski's consignment company, earning 10% of sales with ease. Renstein's wealth, nationality played a big role here, using the American nationality as the capital of the fortune, and then relying on the nationality of Liechtenstein to avoid a lot of taxes and make more money. Jews are so shrewd, and nationality has become a medium for making big money. They think that there is no restricted area in business, which means that there is no restricted area in the transaction object, and there is no restricted area in the transaction content. In order to make money, the Jews also distribute alcohol, which is very low in the Talmud. They believe that when the devil wants to visit someone and can't find time, he will send wine as his own. Represent. This is similar to what we call the word drunk. A drunk person is almost like a ghost. To this end, the Talmud admonishes the Jews, money should not be used for alcohol, but for business. But the operators of the world's largest brewing company, Seagram Brewing Company, are Jewish. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Business Without Restricted Areas, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The Sealand Brewing Company was founded in 1927. As of 1971, the company owned 57 wineries all over the world, producing 114 different brands of wine. Jews also deal in pork. However, in the Jewish dietary law, it is expressly stated that Jews cannot eat pork. Although you can't eat pork, you can buy and sell pork. In Chicago, USA, there is a Jewish businessman who raises many pigs, the number of which is as high as several million. According to statistics, 50% of the slaughtering industry in the United States is in the hands of Jews, and there is also no shortage of slaughtering pigs. As a nation, Judaism is independent from the sphere of influence of the world, and there is only one ideology, God and His laws. Therefore, although the Cold War between the East and the West camps before and after the World War II was fierce, the Soviet Jews and American Jews were not affected by them and devoted their minds to business. Therefore, the rewards they received were also generous. Therefore, the Jewish sense of no forbidden area reflects that they avoid all kinds of irrational preconceptions and ideological factors as much as possible when doing business. Such a business experience is worth learning by every businessman. Firsthand, every time in business activities, Jews take every business very seriously, and they will not ignore the profit that each business can make for any reason. Every business is a first-hand is the motto of the Jews in the business field. They never believe in their first partners, even if they cooperated happily with them for the first time. The next time they do business, they are still treated the same. It is necessary to negotiate seriously with the other party, as if they have never cooperated. They have at least two advantages in doing so. One is not to take the other party's preconceptions lightly. On the contrary, you can have enough vigilance to prevent the other party from doing everything possible. The second is to ensure that the benefits that he finally won in the first time will not be ruined by the concessions made for goon-yanching in the second business. After all, business is business, and there is no room for personal affairs, otherwise there is no need to talk so much for the first time. These two items seem very common, but Jewish businessmen know in their hearts that because they affect people's subconscious, they are often ignored in people's minds. It was not until the outcome of the matter came out, in the midst of disappointment and even despair, that people realized their negligence with no regrets. Among the many contract fraud cases in the society, how many kind people have fallen into the trap of others just because of a small success or the face of an acquaintance or even just an acquaintance? These people should learn from the Jews and make firsthand every time their motto in business. When Jews cooperate with each other, they will be very affectionate. They will invite you to dinner very politely, talk to you affectionately, and try their best to draw the distance between you and him. They will call you brothers, they will toast you diligently, and the atmosphere of the meal will be very lively. They feel that this is how they appear to be very friendly to each other. However, when they leave the restaurant and enter the negotiation, they will throw the friendship just now into the sky and face some interests. They will not give in an inch, and you can't take advantage of it. After the business is done, the human relationship will also end. And this is how the Jews are. Even if they do business with people who have been in contact with them many times, they will not relax the various conditions for this business because of the success of the last cooperation. They are accustomed to regard every partner they contact as their first partner, and every business as their first business. People of other nationalities may find this practice strange by the Jews, but it is by this shrewd method that they have obtained a lot of benefits. Since they treat everyone the same, they won't be taken lightly by the other's previous impressions of cooperation. It is impossible for anyone to let them fall into the trap just because they are familiar. They will not be easily tempted by just one-sided acquaintances, so they will believe what their friends say, nor will they ignore the interests of this business because of the success of the last cooperation, and will not fall into the trap of others. Every time is the first time is a high-level business experience drawn by Jewish businessmen from real business activities in a long historical period, and its scope of application has reached the subconscious level. Only a national businessman who invented psychoanalysis could have such a clear understanding in such an extremely subtle place. This is really a business philosophy of maintaining inner balance and not being instigated by others. Interestingly, the Jewish merchants demanded that they must be the first friend every time and could not take into account the previous situation, but for others, the Jewish merchants did not hesitate to use the other party's preconceptions to instigate the second time. Other people. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Big Profits and Marketable to Gain Big Profits. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. High-end goods are prepared for the rich. Because a rich man accumulates a lot of money, the purpose is to be able to enjoy every luxury. Mansions, famous cars, high-end entertainment, luxurious banquets. There are various signs that the world has begun to attack the pockets of the rich. So how do we make money from the rich? According to Jewish commercial law, when the poor make money from the rich, they can't just lament their unfortunate fate, but try to find ways to get into the heap of the rich, adjust their distressed mentality, absorb the idea of the rich getting rich, and think according to the thinking of the rich. In order to make a lot of money from the rich, Jewish merchants generally do not do small profits but quick turnover transactions. They think it is foolish to compete for small profits like putting a noose around the neck. It is understandable to compete with small profits but quick turnover among peers. But why don't you think of ways to make a little more profit before thinking about selling at a lower price? If everyone scrambles to cut prices, the more and more the pressure is lowered, will it not be difficult for the manufacturers to maintain their operations gradually? What's more, the market is limited. If the consumption power of consumers is not reached, the price will be difficult to maintain no matter how low. In some Jewish companies, the boss often handed employees a thick stack of documents and said to him, "Take these documents to convince consumers. Let them believe that our products are the best." When employees see the price below the information, they are very surprised. The price is so high, will anyone buy it? At this time, the Jewish boss will confidently tell you a lot of truths, making you believe how correct it is to sell at a high price. As a result, all kinds of beautifully printed statistics and brochures flew to the offices of operators around the world. Jews believed that setting prices too low was a sign of a lack of confidence in their products. Never sell our goods cheap is the Jewish business creed. When Wilson, an American billionaire, inherited his father's business, his father's Thoreau was just a small company that operated some groceries. By chance, Wilson found a business opportunity and launched the Thoreau 914 dry copier to the market, which soon won the market and made a fortune. At the beginning, in order to open up the market, Wilson decided to sell the Thoreau 914 dry copier at cost price, that is, zero profit sales. However, his attorney at the time, Ninoway, reminded him that it was a sell-off prohibited by U.S. law. Wilson thought about it for a long time and finally decided to set the selling price at $29,500. It cost only $2,400, but Wilson set a price many times higher than the cost, so after the Thoreau 914 dry copier was introduced to the market, no one asked for it for many years. During this time, Thoreau has spent a huge sum of $75 million for it, and the situation of the company can be imagined. Even in difficult times like these, Wilson was convinced that the old wet copier would be replaced by his dry copier. Finally, after 14 years, a miracle happened to the dying company. Due to the stable performance of dry copiers, they are favored by high-consumption customers and have become a hot commodity for a while. Many countries also came to order this copier from him. In 1960 alone, Thoreau's turnover was as high as $35 million, and its market share reached 15%. A year later, turnover rose rapidly to $550 million. This year, Thoreau was squeezed into the 500 largest companies in the United States, and Wilson finally realized his desire to revitalize the company. In addition to adhering to the practice of high profits and high sales in business activities, Jewish merchants generally do not deal in low-priced commodities, but rather expensive consumer goods in order to avoid the impact of small profits but quick turnover with other merchants. This is also the reason why most of the merchants in the world dealing in jewelry, diamonds, and other jewelry are Jewish. Jews who choose this industry are obviously avoiding those competitors who are small in profit but quick in sales, because ordinary competitors generally do not have the capital or strength to operate such capital-intensive commodities. The same is true of the financial securities industry. The majority of the financial and securities tycoons on Wall Street in the United States are Jewish. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Big Profits and Marketable to Gain Big Profits, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The Jewish merchant's marketing strategy of profitable and marketable focuses on the rich. Precious gold, jewelry, diamonds, only the rich can afford them. Since they are rich, of course they must pay attention to their status, so they will not be so preoccupied with the price of jewelry. On the contrary, if the commodity price is too low, it will cause their suspicion. As the saying goes, cheap is not good. The rich are most impressed by this sentence. This is how Jewish businessmen grasped the psychology of consumers and carried out high profits and marketable strategy marketing. Even if the business of non-diamond, non-jewelry and other jewelry products, it is also marketed with a strategy of high prices and high profits. Such as the Macy's department store founded by Jew Strauss, the daily necessities it sells are always about 50% higher than the prices of similar products in other general stores, but its business is still booming. For example, in 1993, its sales ranked no. 26 among the 100 largest department stores in the United States, but its profit value ranked number 4 at $544 million. The Jewish merchant's high price and high profit marketing strategy, ostensibly aimed at the rich, is in fact an ingenious business strategy. In Eastern and Western societies, there are many people who pay attention to identity and advocate wealthy psychology. Things that are popular in the wealthy class will soon become popular in the middle and lower classes. The reason is very simple. The middle-income people between the lower class and the affluent class always want to enter the affluent class. For the sake of face or to satisfy their vanity, their eyes will always be on the rich. Therefore, they also buy fashionable nobles. Commodity. The people in the lower class have a lower living standard and cannot afford expensive products, but the psychology of advocating wealth will drive some people to act, and they will do everything possible to buy it. Such a chain reaction makes expensive commodities also become socially popular. It can be seen that the strategy of high profit and marketability of Jewish businessmen has a certain purpose, and is staring at the big market of the whole society. From this point of view, it is a very wise approach for the Jews to use the profitable and marketable money-grabbing technique. Even a dollar is worth making. Jews believe that as long as there is an opportunity to make money, it cannot be given up, even if it is a dollar. This is a kind of mentality. It has nothing to do with earning more and earning less. As long as you can earn money, you can be satisfied. The idea of making money, even if it's a dollar, shows that the Jewish people have a thorough understanding of the strategy of avoiding the real and making the false, breaking the whole into pieces, and accumulating the small to add up and apply it freely. Goldman, a young millionaire who controls the world's financial markets, suffered a lot as a child and made his own money at the age of 10. During the summer vacation, I got up at 4 a.m. every morning to deliver the morning paper and toast to each house. In this way, you can earn dozens of dollars every week. He won't pass up every opportunity to make money, even if it's just a penny. This laid a solid foundation for him to accumulate wealth when he grew up. Some people put on a stance that they want to make a lot of money from the beginning, and don't make a little money, but they often end up empty-handed and have not earned a penny. In fact, there are many millionaires and big entrepreneurs who all started with small money. Starting with a little money can build your self-confidence. Because it is easy to make a small amount of money, and every time you earn a sum of money, you will know something about your abilities, and you will believe that you also have the ability to make things bigger. You don't need a lot of capital to make small money, and you don't need to take too much risk. Earning a little money can cultivate one's down-to-earth attitude. Earn little money to gain experience for making big money. Sometimes small money is not easy to earn, and it also requires hard work and price. Beta Guit is an American construction giant, known as the civil construction king. In the 1960s, his assets had reached $200 million. But his approach to business is still earn even a dollar, so he can be successful in his career. Little is known about Guit's business, because Guit often answers questions from visitors like this. Even if the company is very famous, the number of projects it undertakes may not necessarily increase relatively. There is no I can advise. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Big Profits and Marketable to Gain Big Profits, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. However, the 65-year-old king of civil engineering not only dominates the construction industry, but also has a very good performance in coal mines, animal husbandry, insurance, publishing, TV companies, and even the press. Admittedly. As a big entrepreneur, the key to Gewitt's success lies in his unique business philosophy, which is what he often says: never give up every opportunity to make money, even if it's $1. This example is not enough to explain everything about Gewitt. We need to know Gewitt from all aspects. Gewitt is a representative who succeeds entirely on his own, but that's somewhat conservative. For example, what is his purpose in running a financial company? Its main purpose is to make the business transactions and capital turnover of all its subsidiaries to be handled by its own company, and not to give the money to other industries to earn. As a result of this operation, on the one hand, it can ensure that oneself is not controlled by others and maintain financial autonomy. Taking the insurance company he founded as an example, the life insurance, health insurance, and business insurance of various subsidiaries of the employees who work under Gewitt are all undertaken by their own insurance company. In this way, not only do you not give the benefits to others, but you can also make a lot of money in external business, which is indeed a cost-effective move. The civil machinery used by Gewitt Construction Company, Limited, is also leased from its subsidiary Lift Company, and supports the use of fees and rents. In a word, according to Gewitt's business philosophy, every opportunity to make money should not be given up, and any money must be earned by yourself. Under his leadership, the company's business is booming, and his construction company can obtain greater profits. Generally speaking, when a project is undertaken, the average profit rate of the contract value is 20%, but Gewitt has a way to ensure a profit of 30%. Moreover, Gewitt's bids for engineering costs are always lower than other companies. For example, he undertook the construction of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission's Ohio Enrichment Fuel Plant, with a contract value of $798 million. But Gewitt made the project cost $260 million lower than the contract value, and shortened the completion date by more than half a year from the contract. Under the business philosophy of even $1 has to be earned, Gewitt still has not forgotten the interests of customers, and he always puts customers first. In this case, it does not affect making money. The money that should be made is still earned. Don't always think about reaching the sky in one step. You must earn from a small amount of money, accumulate little by little, and experience the taste of life in the process of earning money. Only then can you have the joy of creation and the feeling of success. In modern society, everyone wants to go out and make a career. For ordinary people, it is difficult to do things without a large background, and it is difficult to start a business without a large amount of capital. Many people sighed in vain and did not know what to do. Even $1 has to be earned, which is closely related to another Jewish business experience. The business is never too small, and the fees are never too high. Life starts from the foot, starting from your own reality. You can spend as much as you can, and you can earn as much as you can. Make money in a down-to-earth way and be open and aboveboard. You are the real hero in modern society. High-price method commodities can be sold with small profits, but high profits. This is the art of doing business. Nowadays, people like distinctive brand name products, and these brand name products are cultivated by price. Brand name products in the marketing of high-priced method can consolidate the noble status of the brand, maintain its supreme advantage, of course, can also earn high profits. Rohr, a Jewish businessman, opened a clothing dealership on 42nd Street in New York, USA. The store is not big and the business is not very good. Once, the world's latest fashion denim jackets, carefully designed by the senior designers he specially hired, went on the market for the first time. To that end, he invested $60,000 and produced the first 1,000 pieces at a cost of $56 each. In order to open the market as soon as possible, he adopted a low-rating strategy, setting each item at $80, which is relatively low among clothing products. With low prices and novel styles, Rohr thought he would make a small profit. Rohr personally directed and sold it with great fanfare for half a month, but there were still not many customers. Rohr was very anxious. He took his heart out and sold it at a price cut of $10 each. He shouted for half a month to sell it, but the number of buyers still did not increase. Rohr decided the price wasn't low enough, so he lowered it by another $10, which was already a very low price, but sales were still not good. Let's just have a big sale. The cost of production is also not needed. Each piece is $50, and the clearance is carried out at a loss, but in addition to attracting a lot of spectators, even the original situation is even worse. Rohr was completely desperate. He stopped cutting prices and selling them. Instead, he asked people to put up a billboard in front of the store saying this store sells the world's latest styles of denim, $40 each. As for whether it can be sold, only it is by God's blessing. Unexpectedly, as soon as the billboard was put up, it attracted a lot of buyers. They came to the store one after another and picked them with great interest. Rohl, who was standing on the side, was stupid this time, standing on the side blankly. It turned out that due to the temporary negligence of the clerk, an extra zero was added after the 40s, so that each $40 per piece became $400, and the price was suddenly 10 times higher, but it attracted a lot of buyers. It actually sold 7 or 8. Subsequent sales were getting better and better, and business was booming. A month has passed and Rohr's 1,000 jeans have sold out. Rohr, who almost lost everything, made a fortune in an instant, and he was overjoyed. Rohr's world's latest style of denim is mainly sold to young people who are pursuing fashion. Their buying psychology is to pay attention to the high quality, high grade, and fashion of the goods. The demand for clothing is not only about fashionable styles, but also about style, so that one's vanity can be satisfied to the greatest extent. Although Rohr's denim clothing is fashionable, because the price is too low at the beginning, customers mistakenly think that the low-priced product is a defective product, and it is disgraceful to wear it. When the price is raised 10 times later, they think that the high price is not enough. The goods are genuine, so I am eager to buy them. It can be seen that it is a shortcut to make a fortune to use more brains when doing business and grasp the psychology of customers to operate. Talmud Part 1. Make good use of hypothetical words. Susie accompanies you to read. In sales promotion, customers often make excuses in order to refuse sales before making a purchase decision. For example, I haven't thought about it yet, let me think about it again. I want to walk around again. I want to see what else is on the market. From the point of view of Jewish merchants, although some of the customers' words seem to be refusal, they all mean one thing: the customer needs to buy this kind of thing. As a salesman, you should see this glimmer of hope. Do not give up your efforts, persevere, find out the reasons why customers refuse to sell, and find a breakthrough to solve the problem. When a businessman selling a language processor heard a customer say, "I want to see it again," he said, "Oh, I see, your concern is that this machine can't collect accounts receivable like a computer does. If this problem can be solved, you will buy it, right?" Once the customer agrees that this is the only reason, the businessman further explains, some software is also programmable, so this machines can also collect and pay accounts receivable. Clearly, the businessman's hypothetical "if you would" phrase easily blocked the customer's retreat, since he had just admitted that this was the only reason he was reluctant to buy a language processor. The benefit of using this hypothetical "if you would" statement is to use a hypothetical tone to answer the other person's doubts, and once the doubts are cleared, the assumptions may become true. For example, when a salesman sells insurance and is rejected, he might ask, "Your worry that you will have to pay insurance premiums after you lose your ability to work is the main reason why you don't want this insurance policy, right?" "Yes, you are right," the customer replied seriously. "But if there was a way to waive this fee after incapacity, you'd accept this policy, wouldn't you?" "Oh, that's the only reason for that, isn't it?" "Yes," the customer replied. Now the salesman's words cut off the customer's retreat. Because the salesman explained to the customer, "You don't have to worry about it, just add a few extra dollars to your insurance policy to add the incapacity premium to your insurance policy. This is exactly what you want, pay, the expenses will be used to cover the insurance costs during your incapacity period." Maybe the customer will say, "I can't afford it." At this point, a salesman who has some knowledge of the customer's situation can say to him, "Can you answer me a question? Why do you agree to this appointment? Why would you allow me to visit you if you can't afford it? Can you tell me the real reason?" The customer had to admit, "I want to discuss it with my wife." Modern men want to be opinionated. It's nice to sit down with someone who doesn't make up their minds. Clearly, this encouragement is a welcome addition to customers. Raise customer objections. First, Jewish businessmen believe that being able to figure out the customer's concerns in advance, and then ask yourself the questions before the customer asks them, and then solve them one by one, will make the customer feel that you are really thinking of him. The Jewish mezuzah was engaged in the sales of daily household necessities in the early days, and once successfully sold tens of thousands of pressure cookers to housewives. Usually, customers will ask safety questions before buying. Mezuzah knew this in advance. When he was selling to a housewife, he briefly introduced the situation of the pressure cooker, and then said, "Now you may ask, will it be overpressurized? Don't worry, this safety valve is there to prevent overpressurization." Mezuzah first spoke out the concerns of customers, and then solved them to eliminate people's concerns. He has to make sure that the pitch shouldn't make the customer feel worried about something that doesn't even exist. On another occasion, Mezuzah was pitching a food cutting machine to some housewives. After cutting 3 or 4 kinds of food quickly and easily, he looked at the customer and said, "Someone might ask me, you are so skilled, if we bought your machine, would it become the same as you? Honestly, it's going to take a while for you guys to get like me, and that's not bragging, it's a fact, because I work on this stuff for hours a day." They believed Mezuzah, who continued, "If you can't use the machine as effectively as I do, you might wonder how you can save time and money and bring more appealing food to your family. We can make a lady come up and try this machine. Okay, the lady at the back, please come up. Now we give her 5 minutes to read the instructions, and then you'll see that she cuts food better than any of the other 3 ladies here. Use the sharpest kitchen knife to cut faster and better." That's what the test turned out to be, Mezuzah continued. "It's not because she's a machine expert, it's because she has the machine to do it for her. I think you'll think it's a very good machine when you look at it, right?" At this point, Mezuzah cut 2 or 3 more foods, took off the first blade on the machine, and demonstrated, "This machine has 5 blades, and I can cut 6 kinds of food with only 1. Now I think, let you answer my question, if this machine has only this 1 blade, how many of you have decided to own this machine?" Lots of ladies raised their hands or said she would want one. Mezuzah knew in his heart that there would still be objections from customers at this point, so at this point he would cut 2 or 3 more foods, and then deal with another objection and say, "You might ask me, is this machine safe? Will it cut? Can you get it?" I'll answer with a smile, "It's not that hard to cut your hands with this machine, but we don't recommend it. Ladies, if you want to cut your hands, just turn on the machine and stick your fingers in the blade and funnel, just in the middle. If you don't want to cut your hand, don't put your hand in it. What's the problem?" After the ladies listened, there was no more objection. Soon, his machines were sold out. In a sales campaign, if you are sure that the customer will raise some kind of objection, you can preempt it and use it as your argument to handle it properly. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Don't Judge People by Their Appearance, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. From the point of view of Jewish businessmen, in sales, don't judge people easily. A good salesman should understand that customers are not high or low, and people should not be judged by their appearance. This is very important in the field of sales. Jewish merchants believed that the success of a sales campaign often depended on the salesman himself. Because every potential customer has the desire to be valued, cared for, and affirmed, if the salesman can satisfy his desire, the customer will appreciate him from the heart and accept his product. Therefore, if a salesman can form a good relationship and do not judge people by their appearance, it is like sowing the seeds of success, and it will not take long to reap the rich fruits. Famous Jewish real estate agent Eddie Ari was engaged in real estate sales in his early years. After that, he founded his own real estate brokerage firm, Eddie Ari. Customers are all around you. Salespeople should pay enough attention to every potential customer, because in today's society, any enterprise, company, or person may become a buyer of a certain commodity. The enjoyer of a service. This was Eddie's heartfelt words. During his years in real estate sales, he learned one thing: a salesman must never make a priori judgment on a potential client's appearance. Eddie Ari once helped a builder sell a house. The builder invested in a $200,000 home at the time, something no one had ever done before. The key problem he faces now is that he is yet to find a firm buyer. At that time, investing in such a high-end house was a risky business, and no one dared to do it unless someone bought it beforehand. One day, Eddie was waiting for a customer when the builder stopped to say hello. After a while, a car pulled up. An elderly, plainly dressed couple got out of the car. They walked straight to the door. As Eddie greeted them warmly, he caught a glimpse of the builder shaking his head and gesturing to him, which meant, "Don't waste your time on them." Seeing that Eddie had ignored him, the builder left angrily. Now that the builder was gone, and the house was empty, Eddie gave them a tour of the house. The luxurious amenities in the house were eye-opening for the couple. They had never seen such a high-class house. Eddie was glad that he had the opportunity to be visited by someone who appreciated the house so much. After looking at the fourth bathroom, the husband exclaimed to his wife, "It's nice to have 4 bathrooms in a house." After visiting every corner of the house, they finally came to the bedroom. "I want to talk to you alone for a few minutes, can you think?" the husband asked politely. Eddie smiled and replied, "Of course you can." Then they walked towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, when they came out, the husband asked, "Mr. Eddie, this house is for $200,000, isn't it?" "Right." A slight smile appeared on his face, and then he took out an old large envelope from his pocket. "This is 200,000 yuan in cash, please order it." It turned out that the customer was the foreman in a hotel. He and his wife had been living hard for years, trying to save up money to buy a luxurious house. Shortly after they left, the builder returned. Eddie showed him the signed contract and handed him the envelope. When the builder looked inside, he was too surprised to say a word. Eddie said with a smile, "I don't think people can be judged by their appearance in the sales process. We must learn to value customers and everyone in a specific sales environment. Even a warm greeting can have unexpected results. No matter who it is, should all be equally enthusiastic. Customer is God, and God is not high or low," Eddie continued. "The reason why I can win the goodwill and trust of customers, and easy to succeed, is because I have the same passion for every customer. I think it is impossible for a salesman to fully understand any potential customer. Whether he has the purchasing power and interest, you will never know without an interview. Therefore, don't judge a person by appearance." Talmud Collection, Part 1, Don't Judge People by Their Appearance, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Catch up on discerning customers. The Jewish businessman from once said, "At any stage of the sale, or with regard to any aspect of the merchandise, the customer may object. Experience has taught us that it is very rare that a transaction is concluded without the slightest objection. We should understand, it's the buyer who hates the goods. In the process of selling, customers will generally raise objections to your products. As a salesman, you should understand that this is a manifestation of customers' interest in your products. The more interested customers are, the more serious they will be. Think, and you will come up with more ideas. If he is indifferent to your suggestion and has no objection, it often means that the customer has no desire to buy. Often, when people are picky about your product and haggle with you, they're already ready to buy your stuff. Let's take a look at From's experience of buying a car. From came to a car showroom, looked around, then walked over to a car and stared at it. At this time, the salesman came slowly to him. "Good morning, sir, it looks like you like this new car very much." "Yes, the car looks good." "How much?" "This one is $140,000. "Oh, it's pretty good? But I'll have to go back and discuss it with my wife, and we'll buy it if we can." Then, From came across a battered minicar at a used car store with a price tag of $300. So he rushed home immediately and said to his wife, "I saw an old car, it's pretty good, the price is $300, and my son will love it." "Buy it if it suits you," said the wife. The next morning, From walked slowly into the used car store with $300. "Good morning, sir. Need help?" "Oh, I want to ask, how much is that worn-out Mini?" "The price is already written on it." I can see this. I mean, what's the lowest price you can sell this car for? $250 if you really want it. Look, those tires are bald. How do you count? Not much wear and tear. It's a pity anyway. What about a scratch on the front of the car? In the car showroom, From made no objection, while at the used car store, From picked on a car for its faults, indicating that he was ready to buy a car. His nitpicking just wanted to drive the price even lower. Negotiations really start after the customer has decided they want to buy. If a customer wants to buy an expensive watch, the first time they go to the store to see the style, the customer will turn their attention to the dazzling variety of products and appreciate its appearance and overall feel. However, when the customer really makes up his mind to buy, he will pay extra attention to what he buys. A scratch or damage will hardly escape his eyes. This is because customers have now made up their minds to buy, and customers want perfection. So, watch out for customers who say they like everything you show them. Their sincerity is questionable. There will always be customers who have already decided to buy, but still want to get the last bit of concessions from you. There is a great danger lurking in them. There is a tradition among gypsies called lucky money. When they do business with you, they will argue with you endlessly, trying everything to get the lowest price, until you are tortured to the point of utter despair and sell them at the lowest price. The deal is made, the money is handed over, and you're left standing there exhausted. At this point, they will come back to you and ask you for a $5 bill, which they call lucky money, which means bringing you the luck of the gypsies in business. They have nothing to lose if you say no, because they've already benefited enough from the deal with you, and the lucky money is just an extra bonus if you agree to their request. A commercial buyer would do like a gypsy too. When the buyer's representative asked you to negotiate with him, you hurried to the place he designated. When you came to the door of his office, you knocked gently on the door and waited for nearly 10 seconds before you heard, "Please come in" voice, and when you walked in, he raised his head and looked at you in slight surprise. "Excuse me, did I date you?" "Yes, about the latest publicity program." "Oh, I remembered. By the way, how much are you asking for?" "We have submitted a proposal and quotation to you." "Is it really given to me?" "Why didn't I see it? Maybe I forgot it somewhere." "Could you tell me your offer again?" "Okay, $77,000 in total." "Wow, the price is too high, we have to ask our boss's opinion." "But he's busy now, so I can't bother him. Besides, even if I tell him, he won't necessarily agree." "Well, if you can put the price when it drops to $70,000, I will take a risk and sign the agreement with you now." What should you do in this situation? He might be bluffing, but he might not. If it's the latter, you may lose the business if you don't promise him. At this point, all you have to do is take control of the situation. Always keep copies of quotations and other documents that have been submitted to the customer with you. Take careful notes of the meeting so that the other party will be able to deal well with him if he is deliberately acting stupid or not admitting it. You have to admit that a customer who has made up his mind to buy can be very picky. You must be well prepared to deal with him well. In every transaction, you need to judge how much you want to make the deal. If you have a lot of customers, maybe you can say something like, "I have a lot of customers, and if you don't buy, there are a lot of people waiting to buy." But don't say anything like that unless there are literally thousands of people waiting to buy it. Honesty will help you, but honesty can also become dangerous. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Put the words to the heart of the other party. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. A Jewish businessman said, "We must put aside our own position and put ourselves in the position of the other party to speak, in order to make ourselves a popular person. As long as we speak to the other party's heart and arouse the other party's psychological empathy, we can make the customer fully trust you, and at the same time make him open to your message." Jewish businessmen believed that, in the process of doing business, if they could fully understand the position of others, they would be able to succeed in business. A businessman, in addition to considering his own position, must also have the ability to deal with the world and consider the position of others. When talking about business, if you can stand on the other side's position and think for him, then the other side may be moved by your spirit and will consider your position in turn. In this way, before you know it, you will resonate emotionally, and the other party will naturally be willing to accept your opinion. Gisan runs a sake company in Japan. Once, the company developed a new brand of sake. In the process of expanding the market, he met a potential big customer, Kamita, who opened a chain of 10 restaurants. Gisan wanted to sell new sake to this customer. He visited Kamita many times, but every time he was closed, the other party was either indifferent or perfunctory. Once, he tried to visit Kamita again. When he walked into Kamita's office and just wanted to say hello to him, Kamita slapped the table hard and shouted at him, "Why is it you again? I'm not you. Did you say that? I'm very busy, and I don't have time to waste time with you. Go away, don't bother me again." If ordinary people encounter this kind of situation, they may quarrel with him because they can't bear his words, or simply turn their heads and leave, but Gisan is not like that. He seems very calm, and immediately thinks that something must be wrong with Kamita. He immediately said in almost the same tone as the client, "What's wrong with you, Kamita-kun? Every time I come to visit you, I find that you are in a bad mood. Is there something wrong with you? I can sit down and talk to you?" After Gisan finished speaking, Kamita immediately calmed down, and the anger on his face disappeared. After seeing Gisan, he said kindly, "I think you must have encountered something unpleasant. Can you tell me?" At this time, Kamita also said in a similar tone, "You guessed it right, I'm really annoying recently." "Why?" "You know I'm in the chain restaurant industry. I plan to open 3 branches in the second half of this year. Get ready, but last month, my 3 branch managers all let my competitors poach with high salaries, in order to train them, I spent a lot of effort. You say I can't be angry, well, it just sucks." Gisan listened and patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, Kamita-kun, it's not just you who have this kind of trouble, but I also have it. Look, don't we have a new product to market recently? A few months ago, I managed to recruit more than a dozen new salesmen by various methods, and every day I spent a lot of time training them, trying to open up our market. As a result, in just over 3 months, more than a dozen new salesmen left. There are only 5 or 6 left." For the next few minutes, they complained to each other about how hard it is to find talents and how hard it is to cultivate employees. Finally, Gisan stood up and patted Kamita on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Kamita-kun, let's forget about these worries. I just happen to have a new case of sake in the car. You can try it for free when you move it down. No matter how it tastes, in 2 weeks, when the 2 of us have solved the problem, I'll visit you later." After hearing this, Kamita said casually, "Okay. Then you can move down first and then talk about it." After moving down, the 2 waved goodbye to each other and left. As a result, it is conceivable that Kamita became a big customer of Gisan. Throughout the conversation, Gisan never talked about his product, so how did he get the deal done? It's actually very simple. He spent most of his time chatting with Kamita, touched Kamita's sympathy, and built a sympathy with him, so that he naturally negotiated a business. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Put the words into the other person's heart, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that the most important thing is to resonate when the 2 sides first contact each other, and the way of coping at this time can determine whether the subsequent communication is successful or not. When discussing business with others, if you can put yourself in their shoes and speak for them, you will gain unexpected results. Choose one rule. "Miss, these 2 styles of clothes are new. Which one do you prefer?" "Madam, when do you think is the best time to deliver it to you? Tomorrow or the day after?" The above 2 paragraphs seem to be simple, but in fact they contain a lot of knowledge. The choose one from 2 rule. The 1 of 2 rule, also known as the Wheeler tip, was first proposed by Jewish sales trainer Amy Wheeler. Now let's listen to Wheeler's class for the students. When we agree on a time for a meeting with our clients, it is very necessary to use the 1 of 2 rule. That is, to propose 2 times to meet and let the client choose between them. Instead of asking if the client is free, we should ask them, "When are you free?" You can ask the client, are you free this afternoon or tomorrow morning? After you ask this question, if the customer says that these hours are not available, you must not give up. You must keep asking, when will you be available tomorrow afternoon? If he says that he is not available tomorrow afternoon, then you continue to ask him, when are you free the next morning? Give him 2 times each time to make a choice, and keep asking until he tells you the time of the visit. During this process, some customers may say to you, call me tomorrow to make an appointment, I'm busy now. When customers say something like this, we must realize, call the next day. If you make an appointment, you will not be able to make an appointment, so you must not allow the customer to call the next day to make an appointment. Faced with the situation, you can say, I know you are busy now, and I don't want to waste your time, but I think if we make an appointment now, it might save you more time than calling you tomorrow. As a rule of thumb, when you answer a client in this way, almost most people will set a meeting time with you right away. Car salesman Sam was inspired after listening to Wheeler's training session. Since then, he has often used this method to sell cars to customers. Before that, he always said, Mr. Peter, you only need to pay 20,000 yuan to own this car. What do you think? As a result, the customer could not give him an answer immediately. By learning Wheeler's Choose One rule, Sim knew how to sell cars faster. Below is a conversation he had with a client. Sim, which color do you like? Black or white? Johnny, I like white. Sim, do you prefer the 4-door or the 2-door? Johnny, oh, I like 4 doors. Sim, is it unstained glass or stained? Johnny, I think it's still dyed. Sam, would you like the bottom of the car without a rust coat or with a rust coat? Johnny, of course it has a rust coating. Sim, what time do you think is the best time for delivery, 8 to 12 a.m. on October 1st, or 3 to 6 p.m.? Johnny, I think October 1st from 3 to 6 p.m. would be more appropriate. The beauty of Sim's use of this method is that he entrusts the customer with the freedom of choice in a consultative manner, and allows the customer to choose one. As long as the customer answers one of them, he can go through the formalities of completing the transaction, because the customer's choice indicates that he has decided to accept it. When the customer had answered all the questions, Sim handed over the order and said lightly, Mr. Johnny, you can own this car right now, please sign here. Here, everything Sim asks assumes that the other party has already decided to buy, but has not yet decided what to buy. When using the Choose One from Two method, it is necessary to pay special attention to the fact that it is best not to use the word buy in the questions asked, so that customers will feel that this is their own choice, and they will have a sense of initiative or participation. In addition, there should not be too many choices. 2 are the most suitable. If there are too many choices, the customer will be in a difficult position to make a choice. Although this will not completely lose the purchase intention, it will also affect the transaction to a considerable extent. The business collapsed in an instant. The first part of the Talmud collection, Luring the Enemy into the Dharma. Susie accompanies you to read. During the transaction, the Jews will step by step to ask some questions to the customer, let him make a decision on each part of the transaction, and lure him into the trap of buying. Below is a conversation between the Jewish merchant Greville and a customer. Let's see how he sells auto parts. Greville, which color do you like? Customer, I prefer blue color. Greville, do you need a sun canopy? Some luxury cars have this kind of sun canopy. Especially in summer, it is necessary for cars to have a sun canopy. What do you think of my proposal? Customer, you're right, but I think this sun canopy is expensive. Greville, oh, not expensive, quite cheap. Customer, really? Greville, really, I didn't lie to you. Also, do you want a fog light? Because fog lights are indispensable when driving in winter or on a colder day in the spring. Customer, I don't think fog lights are necessary. It just drives up the price of the car. Also, I try to avoid driving when the weather is bad. Greville, push the seat back to this position and you can try it. How does it feel? It's comfortable, right? Customer, it's okay, but I think the seat is still low. It would be better if it was higher. Greville, it's easy to move the seat up a little bit. What do you think needs improvement? Greville's method is worth learning from. If you introduce the product to the customer step by step, the customer does not have to make an immediate decision to make a formal purchase, which can induce the customer to go deeper. If he answers negatively about the supply and distribution of the product, such as the question about fog lights and seat height in the example above, it is not a threat to closing the deal because it only negates the part of the product that has to do with the customer's personal wishes. Although there is a disagreement between you and the customer, as long as the disagreement involves an issue, it will not affect the completion of the transaction. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Good at listening to what the other person has left to say. Susie accompanies you to read. In the eyes of Jewish businessmen, a person's inner thoughts, in addition to being expressed in words, are more expressed orally. Some ideas expressed by customers, whether the salesman can understand it clearly, is the key to success or failure. If the salesman is obedient, he will inevitably fail to understand the ideas expressed by the customer, and thus will lose the opportunity to make a deal due to misjudgment. Obedient listening should also pay attention to listening to the other party's subtext and analyze its implication or unfinished words. Although some words are not clearly stated by the customer, the meaning is very clear, which requires the salesman to understand it carefully. A shrewd salesperson is good at digging out the other party's true intentions from the customer's subtext and never misses any favorable opportunity. Roth is a well-known Israeli negotiator. His usual negotiation skills are to be good at listening to the unfinished words of the other party. Once, Rotter's neighbor, Dr. Schutz, asked him for help, hoping he could help him get some more money from his insurance company, because Schutz said his family's house had been badly damaged after a typhoon hit. Rotter promised to help him and asked, "How much do you want them to pay you?" "I hope to get $500 in compensation," Schultz replied. Rott nodded, and then asked again, "Then please tell me honestly how much money this typhoon cost you?" Schutz replied, "Actually, I've lost more than $500. A few hours later, the insurance company's claims investigator arrived and said to him, "I know that experts like you are authoritative for negotiating large numbers. The investigation shows that the amount of compensation cannot be too much. Excuse me, if we only pay $300, what do you think?" Rotter pondered for a moment, then said to the investigator, "What a joke, your customers have suffered so much, and you only lost so much money. How can this be acceptable?" The two sides were silent for a while, and the investigator broke the deadlock. "Okay, then let's add a little bit to this, but we can pay a maximum of $400. Rotter replied solemnly, "It's impossible. You can go to the site of the destruction and see how pitiful the money is." Okay, I guess $500 should be enough?" "Young man, don't tell the result lightly, let's go and see the scene together." At Roth's repeated insistence, the negotiation of this housing claim was finally settled with a compensation fee of $1,500. This is incredible, and Schutz never dreamed of getting so much compensation. What exactly did Rotter hear from the claims investigator's conversation? So that you can negotiate with the other party with competence and boldness, and even when the other party has reached the originally negotiated price, he still does not give in? It turned out that from the tone of the claims adjuster speaking, the smart and experienced Roth found important information hidden in the other party's conversation. As soon as the claims investigator opened his mouth, he said, "If we only pay $300, what do you think?" Note that the word "only" is easily overlooked, but it is a key word in it, which can explain a problem. That is, the claims investigator himself felt that the number was too small and was embarrassed to open his mouth. Therefore, there must be a second, or even a third, after his first bid. After knowing this, Roth tightly controlled the situation during the negotiation with the investigator, and did not let go easily, and finally made a lot of gains. This is the power of being good at hearing what the other party has not said that Roth uses. The Talmud Part 1, create an illusion to paralyze the opponent. Susie accompanies you to read. In the process of doing business, the Jews are good at using words or actions to subtly create some illusions to force the other side to submit. They divide this method of using illusions to confuse the other side into two situations. One is to create a favorable illusion to confuse the other side. The second is to create an illusion that is not conducive to oneself to confuse the other party. No matter what kind of situation it belongs to, the ultimate goal is only one: to attack the real with the virtual. To deal with a powerful opponent, deliberately exposing one's own weaknesses, leaving the opponent in a state of paralysis and relaxation, and finally attacking with strength is the best way to attack. In a major match, a famous boxer unfortunately lost the title of boxing champion. He was determined to win the championship in the next match, so he announced that he would challenge the current boxing champion. At the press conference on the eve of the match, the boxer was wrapped in thick clothes, wearing a mask and coughing from time to time, and his health looked very bad. At the same time, he also said, "Unfortunately, I have lung disease, but I will try my best." Seeing this, his opponents let their guard down, thinking victory was in sight. But the result of the match was unexpected. The sick boxer won the throne of the boxing champion. It turned out that at the pre-match press conference, he was just acting. His purpose was to numb the opponent and let him relax his vigilance. This is an example of creating a false impression of one's own disadvantage to confuse the other party. In commodity sales, there are many examples of attacking the real with the virtual. In one instance, an Israeli home appliance wholesaler negotiated a deal with a U.S. home appliance manufacturer for a batch of home appliances. During the negotiation, the U.S. side quoted too high a price. After the Israeli side fought for it, although the U.S. side made concessions, the Israeli side still believed that the price was too high. The negotiations between the two sides reached a stalemate for a while. It didn't take long for the Israeli side to break the deadlock first. He put aside the topic of the conversation just now and said to the U.S. negotiator, "We are also planning to order some assembly parts for these household appliances. I wonder if you are willing to supply them." The U.S. representatives are excited because they are also looking for partners. The Israeli negotiator continued, "We are going to order $2 million for assembly parts and engage in mass assembly. Can you give us some discount?" Seeing that they had ordered a relatively large quantity, the U.S. representatives expressed their willingness to negotiate on this issue. As a result, the negotiation topic of the two sides shifted from the finished product transaction to the assembly of parts. The Israeli side negotiated with the U.S. side on the price issue and asked it to lower the price. The U.S. side felt that the profit was considerable and agreed to greatly reduce the price. Finally, the two sides reached a preliminary agreement on the assembly of accessories. After that, the Israeli side shifted the topic of negotiation to the transaction of finished electrical appliances. The U.S. side took a very firm stance and still did not cut prices. At this time, the representative of Israel started with the supply price of similar products and accessories from the United States, plus the assembly cost, and calculated that the cost of this type of electrical appliances was much lower than their asking price, and the price offered by the United States was very unreasonable. It was only then that the U.S. found out that it had hit the other side's beating the real plan, but it could not change the previous price of accessories. It had to face the reality and make concessions. In this way, Israel finally achieved its goal. Name buyers benefit. Jews believe that in negotiating with customers, we should focus on the first consideration of the benefits brought by products to customers, and tell customers first, so as to make customers interested in products. The main trick of this approach is to address the buyer's interests. The technique is to explain the situation and ask questions directly to the potential buyer at the beginning of the meeting, directing his mind to the benefits that may be offered to him. In general, simply ask a question or point of view for potential buyers to give it serious thought. A salesman from a paint factory in a certain place told the customer, "Our factory produces paints of 40 yuan per kilogram, which can coat 4 square meters of walls and a room of 40 square meters, only need to use 10 kilograms of paint, and the money spent it's only 400 yuan. A salesman from a tire company said this when selling tires to customers. Last year, there were dozens of traffic accidents in this province, many of which were caused by flat tires. The tires we sell can avoid this kind of accident." Situation occurs. A stationery salesman said, "The notebooks, pens, and account books produced by our factory are 30% cheaper than similar products produced by other manufacturers, and large quantities can be discounted." Here's a look at how Jack sells his wares. Jack is a sales representative for a barrel-making company that recently produced a new type of high-temperature plastic barrel. Jack learned through investigation that Mr. Evans, the owner of the fish and potato chip shop, needed this product, so Jack decided to sell him the new product. "Hello, Mr. Evans, I'm a sales representative for Top Coopers, and I have a new product here, the Flash No. 2 barrel, which is the latest development of our company. I noticed that you use a lot of galvanized iron barrels, and the main feature of our Flash No. 2 barrel is that it is completely made of high-density plastic, which means it is very light and easy to handle. With it, you will definitely feel very convenient." "Oh, thank you. I don't think it's necessary, because my wife is very strong and it's her business to move things." "Okay, but can you tell me what's the trouble with using your barrels?" "There is, but there is." "What's the trouble with that?" "Oh, I have to mark each barrel in order to differentiate it. There's so much steam in here that the labels can't be put on or anything. It can be life-threatening at times too. Today in the morning, I poured 2 gallons of vinegar into the hot oil, marinated my eggs with disinfectant, and polished my shoes with cod sauce. Our hearts hung in our throats. "Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Evans. I'm sure our new product, the Flash No. 2 barrel, will solve your troubles. It's made of high-density plastic. That means we can make it 30 different colors. For you, then, it means that you can choose a color for each different use. For example, red buckets for piping hot, yellow for poison, and green pretend to be safe, and so on. If so, you don't have to worry about accidents? Is it really that great? Okay, I want to see your Flash No. 2 barrel, and if it feels good, I'll buy it." Jack successfully launched his own product, because he discovered his troubles before selling it to Mr. Evans, so he directly attacked this problem when selling it, and the sales were successful. Talmud Part 1 Intense words are to be taken in due course. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that, in the sales process, if you encounter rejection and anger the other party with fierce words, you can arouse the other party's interest or attention, and then achieve the purpose of successful sales. When Scully started out as a life insurance salesman, he was a little impatient when he was young. Once, he went to visit a very aloof prospect, because the prospect was so stubborn, so even though this was Scully's 3rd visit, the prospect's response was still very cold and dismissive. Seeing his appearance, Scully became a little impatient, so he spoke faster, and one of the key words caught the attention of the prospective client: "You were so careless." Originally, the prospective client had his back to him, but after hearing this, he immediately turned around and asked angrily, "What? You said I was careless, then why did you come to visit my careless man? What about people?" Scully said with a smile, "Don't be angry. I didn't mean that, I was just joking with you, don't mind. I'm not angry, but you actually called me a fool. Hey, how dare I call you an idiot? It's just because you've always turned your back on me and refused to pay attention to me, so I made a joke with you that you were just careless. Ha ha, your mouth is very clever. Thank you for your compliment." Scully took the opportunity to stimulate the arrogant prospective client, and after attracting the other party's attention, he reconciled with a smile, seized the initiative of the conversation again, and smoothly entered the next step. In sales activities, customers who are often absent-minded or too stubborn are often encountered, and the salesperson can use fierce words to stimulate. For example, in the face of a stubborn prospect, a salesman can say something like, "Mr. Mark, your behavior is very selfish, and you have no idea what your real responsibility to your family is. Mr. Duncan, it is hopeless that you are so stubborn." Sometimes some gentle provocative words can also be used. For example, "Mr. Canfield, no wonder your employees say you are rude, because you have never been sympathetic to them. You are absolutely grateful for such a company that can show your care and love for your subordinates and change your image in the eyes of employees. It's disappointing to see no solid coverage plan. Do you really want to be what your employees say you are? Mr. Carroll, I didn't expect you to have such a deep prejudice about it. You really don't keep up with the trend of the times. The use of this kind of talk not only achieves the purpose of stimulation, but also does not make customers turn their faces and leave. The great Jewish salesman George Gammers put it this way: you should take drastic words and deeds when you are rejected and have nothing to lose. Why not? Try it and you will see its effect. Take drastic action. Words and deeds can convince buyers to take action, and you have nothing to lose. To seize the key to the transaction, getting the hang of things is at the heart of persuading customers in sales campaigns. In business, the core of winning is to grasp the essence of the transaction and not waste energy on the little things. There are many salespeople who are very familiar with their business and like to go into great detail when selling products to customers, but doing so often has a bad result, losing the audience. Because long-windedly telling people everything you know is the easiest way to annoy them to death. Jacopo, a Jewish businessman, was recently having a headache with a salesman in his company. "Hey, what happened to John? Our vending machines are very functional, but he didn't sell one." Jacopo thinks John's eloquence is first class in the company, but what's the problem? So Jacopo went out with John to sell, hoping to find out why. John was on his way to meet a client and they came to the client's office. At this time, the client Mr. Bowerman came in, and he explained hastily, "I'm very busy today, I forgot that you will come, I'm really sorry. Oh, by the way, I have an important event in 5 minutes. Meeting, so, can you be a little quicker?" Talmud Part 1 intense words are to be taken in due course, too. Susie accompanies you to read. After speaking, he glanced at the vending machine. "Is this the product you want to recommend to me?" John, who was blocked behind the vending machine, hurriedly replied, "Yes, that's it." "Well, it looks pretty good. I'm in a hurry now, I need this, plug it in, and then give me an invoice." John looked at the vending machine and said hastily, "That won't work, sir, we have to demonstrate it to you before you buy it." Bowerman sighed and said, "Oh my God. All right, but please hurry up, I've got something to do right now." John began to work hard, ignoring Bowerman's solemn statement and his anxious expression. Looking at John again, I saw that he was demonstrating in an orderly manner how to make the vending machine deliver coffee, not deliver it again, deliver less and deliver more, and then demonstrate how to buy French onion soup, and also served with freshly toasted bread in different flavors, with appetizing orange juice and cool borscht, followed by a demonstration of how to buy 17 different flavors of milk, accompanied by an electronic recording of the Japanese tea ceremony, at the touch of a button can hear. Then, triumphantly, he pulled 2 hidden valves. At this moment, the entire vending machine bloomed like a giant metal flower, revealing the slightly vibrating and buzzing parts inside. Then, he showed off a pair of large asbestos gloves, a mask and an apron of the same material. Jacopo was so shocked that he could not say a word for a long time, while Bowerman questioned him, "What the hell are these things for?" John said with a smug look on his face, "Oh, you may not know that the reason this machine can make all kinds of natural flavors is to rely on super high temperature boiling water and flowing water vapor. But in this way, there will be some side effects. That is to say, in the process of using this vending machine, there will be some danger." Well, to be honest, the danger is really not small. Before he finished speaking, Bowerman roared, "I don't have time to waste time with you guys. Get out of here, get out of here." After a few seconds, they were kicked out, and Jacopo solemnly declared to John, "You're an idiot." John fiercely defended himself, "I did a detailed product demonstration with the customer, and why do you blame me?" Jacopo pointed out to him as patiently as possible, "Actually, Bowerman promised to buy the vending machine as early as a pack of cigarettes after we arrived." "Well, it's better for you to spend an hour and let him discover the defect of the vending machine, and as a result, not only did the deal fail, but he was bombed out. In fact, as long as John politely asks Bowerman in advance if he has any questions or requirements about the vending machine, and then demonstrates the product in response to these questions and requirements, John could simply say, "Mr. Bowerman, we won't delay your meeting. What's your favorite drink, please?" "Black coffee." "Look, there's a blue button here, just press it." Look, the black coffee is out. How's it going? Doesn't it taste good? In this way, the vending machine can be successfully sold without spending so much speech. Why take such a big risk and talk so much? If you fail to grasp the key points in your speech, the opposite effect will be achieved. Talmud Part 1, Beware of the Number Trap. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. In business negotiations, Jewish businessmen will not only show great patience, but also have great care, neither hasty nor careless, but always guard against the traps that opponents may set during the negotiation process. We know that in business negotiations, all kinds of data will inevitably be mentioned, such as price, cost, or various technical indicators of equipment, and so on. For the negotiating parties, the meaning of these data is very significant. However, in general, many people are not good at crunching numbers quickly, especially in a tense negotiating atmosphere. The chance of error will be greater. In the process of business negotiation, when the other party presents you with many complex numbers, do you believe it or not? Nod or shake your head? At this time, you must not be impatient, you must calm down and deal with it slowly. From the point of view of Jewish businessmen, it is not a shame to admit that you are not good enough to deal with numbers. Ask the other party to say item by item, count item by item, think carefully, check carefully, and ask a negotiating assistant. Let me recalculate for you. If the exact number cannot be calculated at the negotiation site, take it back and study it carefully before replying. Never trust any data provided by the other party, no matter how influential the person who presented the data is. You must know that some negotiating opponents especially like to take advantage of the fact that the other party is not good at handling data, and take advantage of it in the negotiation. Jewish businessmen believe that the accuracy of data and the true meaning of data are two different things. Therefore, in business negotiations, not only must calculate all the data provided by the opponent, but also try to find its actual meaning, especially pay attention to the facts, interpretations, assumptions, habits, and personal information hidden in the figures that may be deliberately created. Mistake. However, if you don't ask your opponent more questions about these numbers, you won't be able to discover what they are, and you will inevitably fall into the trap set by your opponent. When unprovoked benefits suddenly arrive, our minds need to stay clear. If someone tells you that his batch of goods is only given to you at the cost price, you must not believe it lightly, but should ask him, how did you calculate this cost price? Especially in foreign trade, because the country due to the differences in accounting rules, buyers and sellers have very different interpretations of the meaning of various data, so be sure to ask clearly, what does this data mean? A digital trap set by your opponent for you. Jewish businessmen believe that it is very important to do a good job of investigation before negotiating. It can let them know more about the opponent's situation and make themselves more calm. In the process of negotiation, when the other party quoted a high price as a buyer, you should bargain hard and make concessions slowly, so as to weaken the confidence of the other party. Beware of others disturbing your mind. The Talmud says, if you want to be invincible, you must first control your emotions. If you want to control others, you must first control yourself. This sentence warns Jewish businessmen, when negotiating, you must be firm by grasping the valve of feelings, controlling the flow of feelings, and making corresponding adjustments according to the atmosphere at that time and the reaction of the other party. You will not put yourself in a disadvantageous position in the negotiation. A mature businessman will not be controlled by emotions and can deal with what happens rationally. As a result, they don't gape when they are frightened, they are incoherent when they are angry, and they are rude in business situations, and they are always in control of their emotions. In the negotiation and confrontation, smart businessmen will try their best to control their emotions, use static brakes, and seize the initiative. In front of a large company's counter where customers complained, many women lined up to tell the receptionist behind the counter what was wrong with the company and the rudeness they received. The woman who made this complaint was very angry and unreasonable, and the words she said were very ugly. For these angry and dissatisfied customers, the receptionist greeted them one by one with a smile on their faces. The angry women were so surprised that they changed their irrational attitude. The Talmud Part 1 Beware of the Number Trap. 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Although they were all angry when they came, they all showed satisfaction when they left. This is a vivid example of controlling yourself in order to control others. In business negotiations, the other side will sometimes try to provoke you, and if you can't control yourself, you'll fall for it. Losing self-control in a situation of anger, you will say things against yourself that you cannot say when you are calm. In this way, your line of defense is broken, and before you know it, the other party has actually controlled you. If the other party uses words to disturb your mind, you should keep calm and control yourself. In this way, you maintain all your normal emotions so that you can use them to gain sanity to keep things in order. Baseball coach Matthew was an excellent pitcher when he was young, often using baseball technique and psychological tactics to knock out opponents. Once, he played against a home run master who was very famous. In the game, Matthew was at a disadvantage. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, Matthew attached to the ear of the master and asked, "I want to know, who is that person sitting next to your wife and talking intimately?" Then he deliberately threw 3 bad balls in a row. Every time this tone is aggravated, the opponent on the one hand has a mentality of underestimating the enemy, on the other hand, due to the problem of his wife, he can't concentrate his energy. Then, Macchio pretended to say helplessly, "Aren't you good enough for your wife?" After throwing 3 good shots with all his strength, the opponent finally broke down and was eliminated from the game. Inducing the opponent to be lethargic is an important psychological tactic in order to win. For example, deliberately criticizing, "Look at you, after talking for so long, there is still no effect at all. I don't think you are suitable for negotiation." Although this kind of words can attack the other party's emotions, it can sometimes also stimulate his fighting spirit and make him its extraordinary performance. So it's not good to be too direct. You can talk to the other party about some topics that are not directly related to the negotiation, such as who has the final say between you and your wife at home, etc. If the words that affect the other party's psychological activities are said one after another, the other party is embarrassed and immediately loses his temper, but can't if you don't hear it, your emotions will be affected and you won't be able to concentrate, and the outcome will already be decided. A famous golfer once said, "The game of golf depends on the mouth, not the hand." In some emotional conversations, the most effective means is to pretend to be friendly and offer some so-called advice. In fact, it is to overemphasize the prohibition of the game to the opponent and put pressure on the opponent secretly, so that his level cannot be played normally. For example, on a golf course, ask your opponent gently and deliberately, "If the ball flies to the left halfway after it is hit, it will fall into the river," or "This ball is so close to the hole that you will not hit it wrong, right?" After listening to these good words, the opponent's ball unbelievably either flew to the left or hit the wrong way. Similarly, in order to prevent one's mind from being disturbed by the opponent, the best way is to not make eye contact with the opponent. When mothers often criticize their children, they say, "Look at your mother's eyes and tell the truth." Eyes are the windows to the soul, which can express the psychological state of human beings. When we want to find out the truth of things from the mouths of others, we often make them look at ourselves, which is exactly the reason. When each other's eyes are about to touch, it is possible to spy on each other's psychology, but the other party will also spy on your psychology. It can be seen that line of sight is a double-edged sword. When your mind is exposed to the sight of others, your thoughts are easily disturbed by others. Pay special attention to this. So, if you don't want the other person to disturb your mind, the most effective way is not to make eye contact with the other person. This can not only prevent the other party from knowing his unease, but also make the other party feel that he is despising him in this way, and then make the other party feel some kind of psychological pressure. The Talmud Part 1 approach the problem from the opposite side. Susie accompanies you to read. In the process of doing business, it is inevitable to encounter difficulties. At this time, if you can't solve it from the positive side, you might as well break the routine and start from the negative side to promote it, and you can also get unexpected results. Kurakak, chairman of the American Mat Company, used to be just a small trader who started out by doing a small business. One year, he took out all his capital and bought a large batch of Japanese goods to sell in the United States. Unexpectedly, it took less than 2 days for the goods to be purchased, and there was no time to sell. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor happened. The Americans boycotted Japanese products, which almost pushed Kulikak into a corner. Kulikak had a hard time saying that his hard-earned money was about to go to waste. He sat in a chair all day, sighing at the large pile of goods in front of him, and lived like a year. At this time, Kulikak suddenly remembered his good friend Benilla, a Jewish businessman who immigrated to the United States. Benilla's business was very successful, and he decided to ask this friend for his experience. After Kulikak told his troubles, Benilla smiled and said, "My friend, let me tell you something. Yesterday, I accompanied my wife to the bookstore to buy books. You know she is fat, so I wanted to buy a book how to lose weight. After I asked the conductor, the answer I got was, 'Sorry, there is no weight loss book, but there is how to gain weight.' Aren't you kidding me?" The wife said very unhappily. "Ma'am, I'm not kidding you, you just do the opposite of what the book suggests. I have a friend who is fatter than you, and once came to my store to buy how to lose weight. I didn't have it at the time, so I recommended the book How to Gain Weight to him. Unexpectedly, when I saw her 2 months later, she lost 10 kilograms. Ma'am, try it?" As a result, my wife so happy to buy that book, How to Gain Weight. Okay, Benilla, I understand what you mean. What should I do? Next time, you can say this to a customer who comes to your store, "My fellow Americans, buying Japanese goods is the best way to show patriotism." Why? Now with Japan at war, if everyone buys a batch of Japanese goods, it is equivalent to saving a batch of resources for the country. This part of the resources can be diverted to military supplies, which can increase the national strength of the United States by 1 point. This will make a big difference, my friend, you can try it. According to Kulikak, a miracle really happened, and Americans bought his Japanese goods one after another, so that his Japanese goods were sold out quickly. Kulikak, who was on the verge of bankruptcy, changed his boycott of Japanese products to advocating the purchase of Japanese products. As a result, he not only did not lose money, but made a lot of profits from it. On the contrary, it is also a way to break the routine. The words spoken are completely contrary to the literal meaning expressed, which is called speaking the truth. Such as literal affirmation and negative meaning, or literal negative, but positive meaning. This approach allows customers to find answers from reverse thinking. There is a public service advertisement that promotes smoking cessation. It lists 4 major benefits of smoking. First, it can save fabric, because smoking is prone to tuberculosis, which leads to hunchback and body shrinkage, so it will not use too much fabric to make clothes. Second, it can prevent mosquitoes. Mosquitoes can't stand the strong smoke, so they have to avoid them at a distance. 3, can prevent thieves. Smokers often suffer from bronchitis and cough all night. Thieves think that the owner is not asleep, so they don't dare to steal. 4, can be forever, stay young and die without waiting for old age. The 4 major benefits of smoking mentioned here are actually the harms of smoking. The content is very humorous, so that people can realize the truth from their laughter, that is, smoking is not good for health. The Talmud Part 1: First deny yourself and then convince the other party. Susie accompanies you to read. Read. In commercial negotiations, no matter what kind of deadlock it is, there is a reason for its formation. Looking at many negotiation practices, it can be found that the differences between the two sides have led to disputes and are the primary reason for the deadlock. During the negotiation process, if each has their own views and propositions on a certain issue, and no one is willing to make concessions, it is often easy to have differences and disputes. The more the two sides stick to their positions, the bigger the differences between the two sides will be. At this time, this superficial position obscures the real interests of both parties, and in order to maintain their own face, not only will they refuse to make concessions, but they will use tenacious will to force the other party to change their position. As a result, the negotiation became a contest of willpower, and the negotiation naturally came to a deadlock. The more the negotiating parties pay attention to their positions, the less they can pay attention to reconciling their interests, and the less likely they are to reach an agreement. Even negotiating parties do not want to make concessions, or threaten to withdraw from the negotiations, which makes it even more difficult to reach an agreement. Delaying the negotiation time will easily cause one or both parties to lose confidence and interest, and eventually lead to the failure of the negotiation. To break through this deadlock, the negotiating parties need to calmly analyze the reasons, especially their own reasons. Check to see if there are any areas where you are not doing enough, and further analyze why the other party will not budge on these issues and why. Sometimes it is advisable to be more generous. First, take the initiative to deny your views to a certain extent, in order to win the favor of the other party, and then discuss the plan that suits the interests of both parties. Denying one's own point of view first is a clever psychological tactic, not an act of lack of guts. When a person has the courage to deny himself, success is not far away from him. On the other hand, when a person does not have the courage to deny himself, although he usually speaks and does things in high spirits, in fact he is just doing what he does. If there is a dispute in a certain negotiation, the other party insists that they make the decision, and you insist on doing things according to the plan you put forward, and the dispute is about to stalemate, you might as well stand up immediately and say, "Although I insist on the plan, but I find your plan is also very reasonable." When the other party heard such words, they would also give up the argument and say modestly, "Yours is also good." At this point, you will take the opportunity to say, "If this is the case, why do we have to argue endlessly? Why don't we make a new plan together? Must have more views than the other." Using the method of denying yourself first and then persuading others can not only ease the stalemate, but also maintain mutual harmony. It should be said to be the best outcome. Once, U.S. Steel sent a box of technical materials to Israel Steel. The list stated that there were 6 copies, but when the box was opened and counted, it was found that one was missing. There was a dispute between the two sides. The Israeli personnel said, "There were a lot of people present when we opened the box. After we opened the box, we checked it several times. We only made representations to you after we really judged that one of the materials was missing." The U.S. insisted, "The materials we provide to you will need to be checked several times when packing, and will not be missed." Later, when they sat down at the negotiating table again, the Israeli negotiators took the approach of denying themselves first and then convincing others. The Israeli negotiator said, "The reason why the materials were lost was not 100% caused by your mistakes. Maybe we made a mistake in counting." After hearing this, the American representative changed his attitude to some extent. The negotiator took the opportunity to say, "I think we should sit here and analyze it carefully." In this way, the U.S. representative was also happy to accept this suggestion. Together, the two parties rediscussed the possibility of material loss. The representative of Israel said, "We believe that there are 3 possibilities for the loss of materials: missing packaging in the United States, lost during transportation, lost after we unpacked. If it was lost during transportation, the wooden box must be damaged, but now the wood in the box is intact, so this possibility can be ruled out. If the materials are lost after we unpack the box, the net weight printed on the wooden box will be larger than the weight of the existing 5 materials, while now the printed net weight is exactly equal to the net weight of the 5 documents, so this possibility can also be ruled out." Since 2 possibilities have been ruled out, it can be concluded that there is only one possibility, that you have omitted the information. Regarding Israel's analysis, the United States had no reason to refute it, and had to agree to send a telegram back to inquire about whether it was missing. Later, U.S. Steel supplied a copy of the missing information. The Talmud, Part 1. Allusions are implied in subtle words. Susie accompanies you to read. The Talmud says, in business negotiations, sometimes something that is obviously unreasonable or inappropriate must be rejected. However, in order to avoid conflict, or it is inconvenient to express clearly for some reason, implicit and euphemistic language can be used. suggest to the other party in order to achieve the purpose of refusal. Let's take a look at how the Israeli businessman rejected the American businessman. American businessman, we want to set the venue for the next meeting in New York. Do you have any comments from your company? Israeli businessman, the taste of your country's food is not to my taste. American businessman, what do you think of French tapas? Israeli businessman, okay, but I prefer British food. Israeli businessman euphemistically and implicitly rejected the suggestion that the meeting should be held in the United States and France by saying American food does not meet the taste, French food is okay, and I like to eat British food, implying that the meeting would be held in the United Kingdom. Idea. At the business negotiation table, it is inevitable that the other party will be in a bad mood on a certain matter and the words will be fierce. When this happens, how do you deal with it? A seasoned negotiator would say, I totally understand your feelings. It's just a sentence, but it's clever because it conveys a subtle message, I don't approve of it. But make the other party convince and make the other party have a good impression. Regarding negotiation, Machiavelli famously said, as I see it, a man of shrewdness should not say threatening or abusive words to anyone. For neither can weaken the opponent. Threats make them be more cautious, abuse will make them hate you even more, and will do anything to hurt you. Therefore, try to avoid using words that negate the other side in the negotiation. Even if there is a deadlock in the negotiation due to the insistence of the other party, and you need to express your position, do not blame the other party. You can say, in the current situation, the best we can do is this. If you can compromise on a certain point at this time, you can say something like, if we can solve that problem properly, then it will not be too much trouble. It not only maintains your position, but also implies flexibility. Possible. The words used here are not you or you, but me and we. In negotiation, when you encounter something that you must refuse, and you don't want to hurt the other party, then you need to find some excuses. E.g. Let's put this issue aside for now and discuss other issues first. I'll give you an answer after I report to the company. Use some honorifics in the negotiation, and you can also express your desire to refuse and send the message of your refusal. A person who has been engaged in real estate transactions for many years said that whether a business can be negotiated can be learned from the phone calls from customers after seeing the land and houses. After seeing the house, most of the guests will leave a "I will call you" and go back. Before long, they called. From the tone of the phone, you can understand the customer's mind. If the tone of the answer has a sense of intimacy, it means that the business is promising, but the customers who want to refuse from the beginning will mostly use honorifics and speak politely. The seasoned real estate trader can quickly tell if things are promising. Therefore, when you want to reject the other party, you can send honorifics again and again to make the other party have a premonition of may be rejected and form a psychological preparation for no. Delay the reply as much as possible. Another great way for Jewish merchants to turn their backs on each other is to dodge procrastination. There are two specific methods of dodge procrastination that they commonly use. One is to use the mouths of others to refuse. Cousin was selling in a store. One day, a customer came to the store to buy an air conditioner. He looked at the air conditioners displayed in the store and was not satisfied, so he asked, "Can you take me to the warehouse?" Facing the customer's question, Cushing couldn't say no, so he smiled and said, "The manager just announced a few days ago that no customer is allowed to enter the warehouse." Although the customer was very dissatisfied with this, after all, it was a little less unpleasant than hearing Cushing's refusal answer directly. The second method is to procrastinate. Sadie's store is selling a full set of dinosaur toys from the movie Jurassic Park. After his friend Dom learned about it, he came to Sadie's store and said that he was thinking of buying one for his son. Sadie motioned him to look at the line of customers and said, "It doesn't seem to work today. Next time, I'll tell you later." When the negotiation reaches a deadlock stage, doing so can keep the other party calm and naturally easy to accept. If the opposite opinion is put forward on the spot, the other party will not only refuse to accept the opinion due to high emotions, but will instead strengthen his position. A consulting company has always adopted the policy of checking questions on the spot and answering them on the spot, but customers are often dissatisfied. Later, the method was changed to require customers to check again after a certain period of time. This has achieved good results and customers are satisfied. Even when people are calm, they may not be able to listen to other people's objections, let alone when they are angry or dissatisfied. Therefore, you may wish to appease first and wait for the other party to calm down after a while before talking. That is to say, putting aside what you want to say first, and then expressing your objection after the other party is calm, you can often get twice the result with half the effort. For example, you can answer, "I don't have enough information to answer your question. I think you want me to give you a detailed and satisfactory answer, but it will take time, are you right?" Of course, procrastination doesn't mean refusing to answer the other side's questions. It's sometimes just a delay. Therefore, you need to think further about how to answer the question. When customers have objections, Jewish merchants often use the method of delaying processing to express their refusal. They sometimes do not reply immediately to the objections raised by customers, and then give answers after delaying for a period of time. The following situations can be used to postpone the processing strategy. If a satisfactory answer cannot be given to the customer immediately, or there is insufficient information to make a convincing answer, the situation should be explained and put on hold for the time being. After thinking of a satisfactory conclusion, find an appropriate time to reply. Handling in this way shows that you are very cautious in dealing with customer objections and will not affect the customer's trust in you. If you anticipate delaying your answer, you may slow down the customer's resistance, or if the customer will answer for you, you don't have to answer right away. If you reply immediately, it will hinder your sales persuasion and even affect the entire sales plan. It is best not to reply immediately. Otherwise, you will be questioned by customers, put yourself in a passive situation, and disrupt the entire sales plan. But you have to master the time to reply, to avoid being questioned by customers and be passive. If the customer's objection is too far off the topic or is related to the issue to be explained later, it can be answered when the issue is formally involved as the business negotiation deepens. Therefore, when using the strategy of postponing the handling of customer objections, you should pay attention to the conditions that apply to the deferral of handling. For customer objections that need to be postponed, you must not hesitate, but should show confidence that you can handle them. Otherwise, customers will misunderstand and think that you cannot resolve objections. The Talmud Part 1 concessions are justified. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish businessmen believe that when encountering customer complaints, they should listen patiently and clarify their responsibilities. It is the customer's fault, and they must not criticize customers directly. We must never say to him directly, "No, sir, that is your misunderstanding, there is no such thing." Or, "Sir, I think you are mistaken. How can our company let such a product leave the factory?" In this case, it will only make customers feel more dissatisfied and expand the anger of customers. If customers have such a confrontational psychology, it is a very bad thing. Second, even if you want to correct the other person's mistakes, it needs to be done in a negotiated manner without hurting the other person's self-esteem. Because people have a competitive mentality, especially when they have the upper hand in one thing, they generally do not miss the opportunity to perform, but for salesmen, this approach is not advisable, because this is a result. It is easy for clients to deliberately debate with you under the drive of jealousy, and the result is not good for themselves. In the end, Jewish merchants suggested that salesmen should adopt a reasonable and more humane attitude towards customers who complained about misunderstandings. They said, "This is the best way to resolve conflicts." For years I've been bitterly accusing the tantrums of lumber inspectors, and I've won the debate, and it's not doing me any favors, said Crowley, a Jew, a salesman for the Taylor Lumber Company in New York. They will never correct their mistakes, and they will no longer cooperate with me. Below he describes how he changed his attitude to resolve the conflict. Although I took advantage of my words, it cost the company a lot of money. So I decided to break this habit. One morning, the phone in my office rang, and a customer complained angrily on the other end that the truckload of lumber we shipped didn't meet their requirements at all. After 1/4 of the lumber was unloaded, their lumber inspector reported that up to 55% of the lumber was out of spec. In this case, they refused to accept. Their company has ordered to stop unloading. Please let us hurry up and remove the wood. After listening to the call, I immediately rushed to the other party's factory. On the way, I kept thinking, how can I solve this problem better? In general, I will convince the inspector with my work experience and knowledge. However, I thought, let's use the more reasonable and more human principles of life. When I got to the factory, I saw the inspector and the material purchasing director waiting sullenly, as if they were ready for a debate. I walked over to the unloading truck and told them to continue unloading so I could see the wood. I asked the inspector to continue picking out the unqualified wood. After I looked at it, I realized that their inspections were too strict and they got the inspection specifications wrong. The lumber was white pine, and although I knew the inspector had a lot of hardwood knowledge, I wasn't very good at inspecting white pine, which happened to be my forte. Can I blame the other party's inspector for this? I think definitely not. I continued to watch and slowly began to ask him what the reason for some of the lumber was, and I gave no hint that he had checked it wrong. I emphasized that I asked him to only hope that the future delivery will better meet their company's requirements. Ask them in a very friendly and cooperative tone, and make them happy by picking out what they don't like. So, the original tension disappeared without a trace, and I carefully asked a few questions, making him feel that some unacceptable wood might be qualified. Slowly, his attitude changed. He finally admitted to me that he had little experience with white pine and asked me about white pine boards. I told him the reason why the white pine boards were all qualified, but I still insisted, if they think they are unqualified, they cannot accept it. He finally got to the point where he felt a sense of guilt every time he picked out a piece of substandard wood. In the end, he finally realized that the mistake was on them. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable, too. Susie accompanies you to read. As a result, after I left, he re-examined the unloaded lumber, accepted it all, and we received a check for the full amount. As far as this matter is concerned, pay attention to a little skill, try not to blame customers, and adopt a tolerant attitude can make our company suffer less losses, and the good interpersonal relationship we have obtained is by no means money can measure. Have targeted questions. The most nerve-wracking situation for a salesman in sales is when he has given the customer a good description of the product's performance and thinks the deal will be done soon, when he suddenly finds himself in singing a one-man show. Customers have many objections that he doesn't want to buy. Proper questions in sales pitches can prevent this from happening. Jewish businessmen believe that at every stage of the sales process, salespeople should ask targeted questions. Regardless of the form of sales, in order to be successful, the salesperson needs to ask tentative questions and listen carefully at the beginning of the sales, so that the customer has the opportunity to actively participate in the sales or buying process. However, the problem is that many salesmen always like to talk about themselves in the process of selling, trying to impress customers and make them accept their products. However, this is often not very effective. For salesmen, the most important thing is to ask targeted questions as much as possible so that they can better understand the customer's point of view or thoughts, rather than just expressing their own opinions. In sales situations, customers often ask questions, express concerns, express reservations, or publicly reject the product or service being promoted by the salesman, the company, and another factor related to the promotion. As a salesman, if you can't respond appropriately at this time, you can't achieve your sales goals. By skillfully using questioning skills, salespeople can get customers to express their concerns. Once the customer opens his mind to the salesman and expresses his scruples, the salesperson will know why the customer does not buy his product and how to properly solve these problems. Customers generally feel more at ease when the salesperson asks about the customer's feelings earnestly and listens carefully, which makes it easier to solve the problem. Customers generally appreciate the skillful use of questioning skills by salespeople. However, unfortunately, some salesmen will only stand in front of customers and make speech-like explanations, and only prevaricate the questions asked by customers with some fixed answers. Therefore, the salesman must first learn to use the way of asking questions to understand the voice of the customer, and let the customer fully reveal the true feelings in his heart, so that the salesman will know where the problem lies and come up with countermeasures to eliminate the customer. Doubts in your heart, rather than talking about yourself there. Let's take a look at two very different examples. Larson is a salesperson for Anya, a regional sofa factory in the United States. Larson had an appointment with All Furniture, and they haven't been open for long, so Larson thinks the business is coming. Below is a conversation between Larson and Israel. Larson, Isel, nice to meet you. Isel, you are welcome. Larson, this time I'm here to introduce to you our latest series of products, and the old styles are no longer popular, and customers prefer furniture with brighter colors. In order to meet consumption in response to the needs of consumers, our Easy collection is officially launched. We have it in any color the customer wants. Also, we provide retailers with custom-made furniture. Your customer wants a pink-based sofa, yes. Customized, not plus price, 2-day delivery. The price, the standard model, is only $350, which is good, right? Isel, it's very good, but... Larson, I think I've made it pretty clear. Is there anything else you want to know? Talmud Collection Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Isel, you made it very clear. But, I think young people will like your stuff, but there are a lot of retiree apartments around here, and I'm going to target my target customers to compare older people with fixed incomes also by mainly elegant and reasonably priced styles. See, Larson sings a one-man show just by introducing his product without knowing what customers want. In fact, Anya's Elegance collection was in line with the customer's requirements, but Larson thought he wanted the Easy collection. Larson should do some questions first, then let the customer say more before making a final decision. So as a salesman, you should learn to ask questions skillfully, otherwise it will be difficult to find out the real needs of customers. Let's take a look at how salesman Mike James made a business. Mike James, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to introduce our products to you. Isel, you are welcome. Mike James, let's talk about your business first, shall we? You told me on the phone the other day that you wanted to buy sturdy and affordable furniture, but I don't know who you're selling to. What styles do you want? Can you talk to me about that? Isel, as you probably know, there are a lot of young people around here who like to run to the modular furniture chain. But there are also many retired people living near another highway not far from here, and my relatives live there. A year ago they wanted to buy furniture, but modular furniture was too fancy for them. Although they had a fixed income, the high-end furniture was too expensive, they couldn't afford it, they wanted to buy good style furniture with their budget, is really difficult. They told me that there are many people who are troubled by this, which is not surprising at all. I did some research and found that my relatives were right, so I decided to open a store, and customers were locked in this group people. Mike James, I get it, you think the most important thing for older clients to consider is sturdy furniture, right? Isel, yes, my clients grow up in different ages, they want things to be durable, like my grandmother, she covered the furniture with plastic sheets and used it for 20 years. I understand that if you want to find this kind of price. It's a bit difficult to have a cheap and good product, but I think there must be a manufacturer of this type of furniture. Mike James, of course. I want to ask you one more question, what is your so-called low price? How much do you think is appropriate for a sofa? Isel, I have to make it clear here that I'm not going to buy cheap stuff, but I'm not going to buy a bunch of high-end luxury furniture. I think customers should be able to accept the price of $450 as long as they are sure that something is durable. Between $600 and $600. Mike James, Isel, I think our product meets the requirements. I will take a few minutes to talk to you about two things. First, our Elegance collection, regardless of appearance and quality, will make your customers are satisfied, and as for the price you mentioned, there is absolutely no problem. Second, what I want to tell you is that our products have been permanently anti-fouling treatment. This method can make the sofa not stained with dirt. What do you think? Isel, okay, not bad. And just like that, Mike James made the deal. Step by step to eliminate customers' wrong feeling in sales, the salesman may often encounter such a situation. Because the customer misunderstands the product or the operation error, the salesman will be reprimanded. If we argue with it, it will only make things worse, and the best way is to use reason to overcome the customer's false sense. Avoid the edge, take a step-by-step approach, and put the answer to the question in front of the customer step by step. Using this step-by-step rhetoric, it's best to choose a provocative question to set the stage. Questioning becomes more effective if the questioner and answerer are clearly on the same band of communication and it is made clear to the other. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 4. Susie accompanies you to read. A Jew, Ollie Sump, was a salesman for an electrical appliance company in the United States. Once he visited a client, which was developed not long ago, and Ollie Sump planned to sell him a batch of new electric motors. As soon as he arrived at the company, the chief engineer immediately asked, Samp, do you think we will buy more of your motors in the future? Fever is higher than normal. Knowing that he would only make matters worse by arguing with him, Ollie Sump decided to steer clear of it and take a step-by-step approach to convince customers. He deliberately said first, okay, Mr. Chief Engineer, I agree with you. If the motor is too hot, don't buy it again. Even if you buy it, you have to return it, right? Yes. The chief engineer nodded. Naturally, the motor will get hot, but you don't want it to get hotter than normal, right? Right. Then, Ollie Sump began to discuss specific issues, and he asked, the temperature of a standard motor can be 33.5 degrees higher than room temperature, right? Yes, said the chief engineer. But your product is much higher than this, and there is no way to touch it with human hands. Is this an irrefutable fact? What's the temperature in your workshop? Alisamp asked rhetorically. About 25 degrees Celsius. The chief engineer replied. Alisamp was delighted and said, excellent. The workshop is 25 degrees Celsius, plus the temperature of about 33.5 degrees Celsius. The total is nearly 60 degrees Celsius, and in hot water of 60 degrees Celsius, if you put your hand in it, will it burn? Although the chief engineer was reluctant, he had to nod his head in yes. Alisamp went on to say, then, you don't need to touch the motor with your hands in the future. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with the motor, it's completely normal. Selling the results, Ollie Sump not only figured out the situation and why, but also adhered to the principles and standards. As a result, the other party was persuaded, the other party's prejudice was eliminated, and another business was made. Silence makes you successful, the Talmud says. In some cases, silence is more effective than any words. Silence is power, and eloquence are not the whole of negotiation. It is necessary to change the situation, base itself on reality, and react in unusual ways. Doing it the right way will often become the biggest winner in the market. We sometimes see this phenomenon. A negotiator is talking to someone, and when someone is bored, he will be silent, and then take the newspaper on the table in his hand and flip it casually, which is actually to let the other party understand that newspapers, while tasteless, are more interesting than your words. This approach is obviously to let the other party terminate the conversation. The purpose of negotiation is to obtain benefits for oneself, and the interests of both parties cannot be the same. Then, the negotiation of business negotiation is to start a confrontation on the points of divergence of interests of both parties. In the confrontation stage, in order to achieve their goals, they must keep moving forward, never retreat, and they must adhere to their established principles and positions. In negotiation, silence is also a weapon against the other side. If you are bored with what the other side has said, or the other side makes an unreasonable request, then you'd better sit there and be silent. 3 Jewish businessmen representing ELAL came to negotiate with an American company. The meeting started at 8 a.m. and lasted for 2.5 hours. The representative of the United States overwhelmed the representative of Israel with a flood of material. They used diagrams to explain, computer calculations, screen displays, and all kinds of data to answer the other party's offer. During the whole process, the representative of Israel did not say a word, just sat quietly by the side. Finally, the American representative turned off the machine, turned on the light, and competently asked the Israeli representative, "What do you think?" One of the Israeli representatives smiled and said, "We don't understand." The American representative's face suddenly changed. Turning pale, "What do you mean when you say you don't understand? Where can you not understand?" Another Israeli representative also said with a smile, "I don't understand. I don't understand at first." The third Israeli representative replied slowly in the same way, "After you turn off the lights in the conference room." The American representative felt his head swell and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Asked, "What do you want to do?" The Israeli representative replied at the same time, "Please repeat it again." The head of the American representative seemed to explode. Introduced all over again? U.S. companies are finally seeking a deal at all costs. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 5. Susie accompanies you to read. The three Jewish merchants may really not understand, but it is extremely unlikely that the real meaning of "we do not understand" is probably that we do not agree with your calculation method. Psychologists tell us that in different occasions and environments, people's feelings and understandings of other people's words will be different, and they will show different psychological endurance. Because of the psychological constraints of special occasions, some words are better to say in certain circumstances, but some words are not necessarily good to say. The same sentence, said here and there, has a different effect. Therefore, what to say and how to say must take into account the environment in which you speak. If the environment is not suitable and the time has not come, then keeping silent is the best way. Japanese companies are in a trade negotiation with U.S. companies. At the beginning of the negotiation, the Japanese representative heard the U.S. representative keep briefing the situation, but the Japanese representative remained silent. After the U.S. representative finished speaking, he asked the Japanese representative for comments. The Japanese representative said, as if he had just woken up from a sleep, "We don't understand it at all, and we want to go back and study it carefully." Thus, the first round of talks ended. A few weeks later, the Japanese company switched to another delegation, and the Japanese representative at the negotiating table stated that he did not understand the situation. The U.S. representative had no choice but to give them another introduction. Unexpectedly, the Japanese representative said after listening to the introduction, "We don't understand at all, please allow us to go back and study it." Therefore, the second round of talks was adjourned. A few weeks later, the Japanese side sent a delegation again, and also asked the U.S. side to introduce the situation again, and then said, "We have to go back and discuss it, and we will notify you as soon as we have the results." Time flies, and half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. The U.S. side was not notified, so it believed that the Japanese side lacked sincerity. However, suddenly one day, the Japanese sent a delegation led by the chairman to the United States to start negotiations. They threw out the final plan and forced the United States to negotiate all the details with lightning speed, which caught people off guard. In the end, the negotiation reached a very favorable agreement for the Japanese side. The key to the success of this negotiation lies in the saying, "It is better to be able to speak than to be able to listen." Isn't it very clever to speak out after hearing the doorway, and the opening will hurt the other party's vigor? In life, we sometimes pretend to be sluggish and not necessarily a smart person. Behind this slowness hides extraordinary shrewdness. Some people advocate an art of wisdom is ignorant, that is, showing a sluggishness in business activities, listening more, talking less, or even not talking. In fact, the purpose of doing so is to obtain the maximum benefit. If you don't speak up and don't make unnecessary arguments, your true thoughts will not be known by the other party. Then, you can also detect the other party's motives and slowly take the initiative into your own hands. Good offensive and defensive. Jewish merchants believed that in doing business, not only the ambition to lead the market, but also the tactics of taking the second place. Henry Hawkins is the general manager of Henry Food Processing Industries Incorporated. Once, he found from the laboratory identification report that the preservatives in the food formula they produced were toxic. Although they were not big, long-term consumption would be detrimental to health. If you remove preservatives, it will affect the freshness of food. If it is announced to the public, it will arouse strong opposition from peers. Hawkins thought about it again and resolutely announced to the outside world, the preservatives in the food formula are poisonous, and excessive consumption is harmful to the body. So all the bosses engaged in food processing united to boycott Henry's products, and Henry was facing a huge crisis. The debate lasted for 4 years. Although Hawkins was on the verge of bankruptcy, his reputation spread to thousands of households. After receiving the support of the government, Hawkins' products became popular. In a short time, Hawkins recovered and tripled in size. Since then, Hawkins has ascended to the #1 position in the food processing industry in the United States in one fell swoop. Henry Food Processing Industry Company, Limited, can be said to be good at offense and defense. Facing the exclusion and opposition of many colleagues, Hawkins did not fight back, but focused on defense. Hawkins' approach is actually a retreat. His low-key approach has won the trust of the masses, and his insistence on publicizing the harmful practices of preservatives has won the support of the government. In this battle, Hawkins skillfully turned defense into offense so that he won the final victory. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 6. Susie accompanies you to read. When using the offensive strategy of being good at attacking and defending, the defender must be good at mastering the time, place, and method of defense. Attacking must be good at choosing attacking direction, attacking timing, and attacking strategy. Of course, whether it is defensive or offensive, there must always be a certain strength to back it up. Without a certain strength to back up, it is very difficult to attack and defend. Make money with the celebrity effect. Jews believe that in the tide of commodity economy, the competition in the market is very fierce, and people are dazzled and at a loss due to the multitude of information and products. Therefore, many consumers mainly make decisions through image thinking and perceptual knowledge, and often judge a company based on impressions, which is what we often call feelings. Many businesses in the world rely on image, fame, and brand to trade. Therefore, it is a good way to use the image of celebrities to promote your own products. A Jewish publisher had a collection of books that never sold. But he did not give up. After thinking about it for several days, he finally came up with an idea: send a copy to the president and ask for advice over and over again. The president, who was busy with state affairs, didn't have time to entangle with him at all, so he said casually, "This book is good." The publishers heard it like a treasure, and they advertised, "The current president's favorite book is for sale." And the books sold out. After a while, the publisher had another batch of books that couldn't sell, and he showed the president a new book. In view of the last experience, the president said, "This book is too bad." The publisher heard it, had an idea, and advertised, "There are books that the president hates for sale. Many people are out of curiosity, there is a rush to buy, and the book is sold out." After some time, the publisher sent the book to the president. In order to prevent the publisher from exploiting the loophole, the president kept silent and put the book aside. If you want to buy it quickly. It was robbed again. The president could not laugh or cry, and the businessman made a fortune. The publisher has used the president's fame for a promotional campaign that is ingeniously designed to sell the book while keeping the president speechless. Of course, it is very difficult for a business or enterprise to achieve good business results without a good reputation and image. And it often takes a long time to brand your own products. Therefore, it is the best policy to use celebrities to improve their reputation, which is the celebrity effect. As a boy, Geffen's family was poor and depended on his mother's small processing factory to make custom busts for a living. Because of the environment, Geffen developed a strong interest in business affairs from an early age. And he made up his mind that he must rely on his own wisdom and adventurous spirit to make a career. After years of running around, Geffen set his sights on the record industry. He believed that the industry had great benefits and was determined to work hard in this area. But he has no capital. What should he do? So he shuttled in the entertainment circle all day long, looking for a breakthrough. By chance, he met the folk singer Rollinillo. Before that, although Rollinillo's singing voice has been recognized by many people, for some reasons, it is not outstanding and cannot be on the stage. Therefore, her singing career is not satisfactory. Geffen uses her as a breach and decides to use it. As a result, Geffen took the initiative to invite Rollinillo to cooperate and create a tuna music company. His conditions were as follows. The company was responsible for the packaging and promotion of Rollinillo. The copyright of Rollinillo's songs belonged to the company. After the cooperation agreement was signed, Geffen played with his packaging techniques. He put Rollinillo's songs on the records of contemporary pop stars such as Barbra Streisand, and sold them around after production, which greatly increased Rollinillo's worth. Geffen also made a lot of money from it. In 1969, Geffen decided to sell tuna music for $4.5 million in cash, and he gave Rollinillo $2.25 million. With the capital, Geffen set out to start his business. A year later, Geffen established his own business, established the Shelter Records, and engaged in the record industry again. Under his deliberate packaging, a group of obscure singers became red stars. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 7. Susie accompanies you to read. After a few pop stars, Geffen decided in 1972 to sell the company to Warner Records for $7 million. After that, he disappeared from the recording industry for a while. In 1980, Geffen made a comeback, founding Geffen Records. After its establishment, the record company suffered setbacks, one after another. In 1990, luck returned to him, and his Guns N' Roses band became popular. Geffen's influence increased greatly, and he became the owner of a large independent record company. Good at drawing on the strength of others, it is very rare that a person can do his best to complete a career. If a person does not have his own goals and is unwilling to devote his own strength to implement his own plan, it is difficult for such a person to make a difference. However, it is not enough for a person or a group to rely on their own strength, especially in today's highly developed social science and technology situation. The social division of labor is fine, and there are many categories, and the scientific and technological knowledge mastered by a person or a group is very limited. Even the most outstanding person or group cannot do it alone in certain science and technology and even specific work links, and must rely on the strength of others to overcome difficulties. The Continental Grain Corporation, run by Jean-Michel Faribault, was able to develop from a small grocery store into the world's largest grain trading multinational enterprise, mainly because of its good use of advanced communication technology and a large number of senior talents who understand technology and business. He paid extremely high remuneration to invite real and practical management talents to work in the company, and adopted the world's most advanced communication equipment at all costs. Therefore, the company's information is very well informed, its employees are highly skilled, and its competitiveness is always better than others. Although he paid a great price for these advantages, he borrowed these strengths and wisdom to earn far more money than he spent. The Jewish tycoon Lavig is also a person who borrows the power of others to make himself great. The first business Lavig did was a boat business. He had people salvage a sunken diesel-powered boat that had been sinking for a long time. It took him 4 months to get it repaired, and he made a profit of $50 by contracting the boat to someone else. It made him very happy, and also very happy that his father could lend him money, and he understood how important it was for a poor person to start a business. However, in the early days of his business, he was always disturbed by debts, and there were frequent bankruptcy crises. He never jumped out of ordinary thinking and reached a promising new realm. Just as Lavig was about to enter his 30s, inspiration came suddenly. He wanted to buy an old freighter of average size and start converting it into a more profitable tanker. But he didn't have enough funds. In order to achieve this goal, he found several New York banks, hoping that they could lend him money, but they were all rejected on the grounds that he had nothing to guarantee. Facing repeated disappointments, Lavig was not discouraged, but had an unconventional idea. Lavig had an old tanker that was only sailing, and he chartered the tanker to an oil company at a low price. Then he went to the bank manager and told them that he had an oil tanker chartered by an oil company, and the rent could be directly transferred to the bank by the oil company every month to cover the principal and interest of the loan. After much effort, Chase Bank of New York finally agreed to lend him a loan. Although La Vigue has no collateral, the oil company has great potential and good benefits. Unless there is a natural disaster, the oil company's rent will definitely be recorded on time. In addition, La Vigue's calculations were so thorough that the oil company's rent was just enough to cover the principal and interest of his bank loan. This bizarre and extraordinary thinking allowed La Vigue to knock on the door of wealth. After getting a loan from the bank, La Vigue bought the freighter he wanted, and then started to refit the freighter to make it a tanker with stronger shipping capacity. He took the same approach, chartering the tanker, then using the rent as collateral, taking a loan from the bank, and then buying the ship. It goes on and on and on, like a myth. His ships slowly multiply, and every time he pays off a loan, he owns a tanker. As the loan was paid off, those chartered boats were all under his name. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 8. Susie accompanies you to read. In the process of doing business, the power of various dignitaries cannot be ignored. In Israel, the most important step to success in business is to find ways to find out the surname of a powerful official, and then approach and get to know him. You have to take some time out, invite him to have a coffee together, chat with him in the sky. This is also an indispensable part. Because for these monthly salary officials, the most important thing is time. This kind of personal communication is worthwhile, because as long as he gives you a hand or nods his head, extremely difficult things become much easier. There are many Jewish businessmen who are good at making contacts with political dignitaries. The typical figure in modern times is the American oil magnate John Rockefeller. In 1890, Ohio Attorney General Watson charged Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company with violating the Monopoly Prohibition Act. For a time, the two sides did not give in to each other, and both hired the best lawyers in the United States. Watson made full preparations, put on the posture of life and death. Watson was tense, but Rockefeller gradually relaxed. It turned out that Rockefeller's teenage friend Mark Hanna quietly walked into the lawsuit. The senator who has become the most authoritative figure in the American medical field, a senator who has 3 points of courtesy even when the president meets, sided with Rockefeller with a clear stand. The president at the time was Harrison, a Republican, and Mark Hanna was also a Republican. Mark Hanna wrote a letter to Watson that read, "I am writing this letter to you from the standpoint of the party. It is not the organizational capital accused by public opinion that is accused by you, but the Standard Oil, which has brought many benefits to the nation." Rockefeller was a Republican and the head of the company, and he has been leading the company in free competition. Is there anything wrong with your allegations? Thanks to Mark Hanna's help, an economic problem became a political one. Watson quickly dropped the lawsuit. All in all, the Jewish use of the situation is one of the great tricks of their business. Using the power of others to make the best use of your abilities is a shortcut to success, and being good at visiting people who are wiser than you can make yourself invincible. Demonstration can lead to faster deals. There is a saying widely circulated in the Jewish business community, 1,000 words is worth a demonstration is more tempting. They think that it is a very good way to demonstrate to customers. The effect will be better. Let customers do it themselves, put them in a specific situation, and let them deeply understand the benefits that the product brings to them. This is the best-selling law. There is a Jewish fable in the Talmud that vividly illustrates this truth. A crane was drinking water by the river, and a fox saw it and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello, "Good morning, wise crane. How are you today?" "Fine, thank you." "Smart crane, I want to ask you a question. If the wind blows from the south, which way should your head turn?" The fox turned his head to the north after asking. "Should turn to the north." The crane turned his head to the north. "If the wind blows from the east, which way will your head turn?" said the fox, turning his head to the west. "Turn to the west." The crane also turned his head to the west. "You are indeed very smart. Well, let me ask you again, what if the wind blows from all directions? What would you do? After the fox finished speaking, he lowered his head and buried it under his belly. I know that too. I should hide my head under my wings. He buried his head under his wings. The fox jumped on the crane's back and caught it. Jewish merchants have experienced in the course of doing business that even if a certain commodity arouses the interest of a customer, he may not necessarily immediately make up his mind to buy it. Therefore, it is necessary to use our brains and do some articles on the interests of customers. The spontaneous interest of customers is often very limited, and businessmen need to use a variety of methods to stimulate and guide customers until they lead to purchase. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 9. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish merchants believe that it is easier to make customers interested by showing customers the characteristics of the product with their own eyes. It can be said that the stage of demonstrating to customers is the stage that prompts customers to become interested. During the demonstration process, through specific actions and scenes, various methods are used to show customers the characteristics of a product or the advantages of a service. The other party's interest is naturally mobilized. Some Jewish merchants often use comparative demonstration methods to make customers more intuitively identify the advantages of the products they sell. The Sybil cardigan wholesaler always carries a magnifying glass when selling cardigans. When the customer had concerns about the quality and price of the product, he handed the magnifying glass to the customer and said, "In order to give you a better understanding of our products, please use the magnifying glass to see the craftsmanship and composition of this sweater." Soon in the future, those who competed with him on low-end goods were left far behind by him. Says Sybil, "It's not really effective to explain too much to customers about my products. I changed my strategy and adopted this method of identification, and my sales have skyrocketed." The businessman's self-show is not the most brilliant demonstration. The shrewd Jewish businessman believed that the highest state of demonstration was experiential demonstration. In the sales process, let customers contact in person and directly experience the benefits of products. The main point of experiential demonstration to stimulate customer interest is to make customers see the benefits and make customers feel good. When selling electric vehicles, Jewish businessman Kasai always arranges a new car on the spot for customers to ride for a few laps and experience the dexterity, lightness, and stability of the new car, so as to arouse customers' interest in the new model of electric vehicles. When letting customers experience the product, Kasai sometimes gives some instructive tips. When the customer tried the new electric car, Kasai reminded, "You can increase the speed a little bit, so you can feel the lightness of the car. Brake it, look, how stable, there is no sound at all. Look, how good is this car? I've sold more than 30 of them today." As long as conditions permit, Jewish merchants always try to let customers participate in the experience demonstration, especially for the promotion of electronic products and mechanical products, to meet the customer's desire for hands-on operation, which is much better than the merchant's own demonstration. Once a customer learns certain operating skills, the more skilled they are and the more they want to use it permanently, the more likely they are to buy. Of course, the experience demonstration is not limited to letting customers touch. Jewish merchants will also let each other taste, listen, watch, etc. There are many examples of such sales in daily life. Food shopping malls try to buy first. The purpose is to stimulate customers' taste interest. Bookstores open shelves to sell books. The purpose is to stimulate customers' interest in reading. Audio stores try to play records. The purpose is to stimulate audiences' appreciation interest. In sales work, experience demonstration has a wide range of applications and deserves the attention of every businessman. In short, the demonstration is very convincing. Let the customer see the actual results with their own eyes, and you will easily sell yourself and your product. No misappropriation of capital. The seeds are not edible because the seeds are exchanged for golden autumn. You can lend the wheat to the tenants to make seeds, but you can't eat the wheat that makes the seed. This adage has been popular among the Jews for thousands of years. In business activities, it can be understood as, the capital is used to make more money, and the person who owns it cannot squander it and must manage it carefully. The Jews believed that if the wheat was lent to a tenant for sowing, at least he could be expected to return it. The wheat used for the seed was ground into powder and made into food, which was a kind of consumption behavior, and it had to be borrowed after eating. In this way, the person will become poorer and poorer, and the interests of the lender will be harmed. Rockefeller, an American Jew, had been convinced of this since he was a child. In 1858, John Rockefeller borrowed $1,000 from his father. At the time, he was 19 years old, fresh out of high school, and had only $800 in savings. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 10. Susie accompanies you to read. Instead of squandering the $1,800, Rockefeller found Clark, who was 10 years older than him, and co-founded a meat and grain company with him, and started his entrepreneurial journey. In 1860, oil was discovered in Pennsylvania. For a time, thousands of people flocked to the oil production area with many derricks, and oil production continued to rise. But Rockefeller did not act rashly, and after on-the-spot inspection, he believed that this upward trend must lead to a collapse in oil prices. Uncontrolled oil extraction has indeed led to a crazy plunge in oil prices. 3 years later, when crude oil fell to less than 10 cents from the initial $20 a barrel, Rockefeller thought the time was ripe. So he bought the stake in the meat and grain company from Clark at a high price, found a partner to jointly open an oil refinery, and started the oil business wholeheartedly. After a period of hard work, the company quickly became the largest oil refining company in the region. Rockefeller was not satisfied with the status quo. He persuaded his younger brother William to join in and established a second oil refining company to operate oil import and export trade to resist the risk of oil quality and price chaos. He sets quality management standards, cuts costs, and lowers prices. In order to reduce costs, he made sulfuric acid for oil refining, made oil barrels, and purchased oil pipelines and oil tankers. He paid for it, and after a while, he finally took control of 21 of the 26 local oil companies. Rockefeller always looked at everything with a scrutiny eye. One day, he saw an article and was excited because the view that the era of small businessmen is over, and the era of big enterprises has come coincides with his own. So he hired the author of the article as his personal consultant at a high salary. In order to repay him, the author put forward the famous trust theory, that is, many enterprises producing similar products are highly combined to form a group to monopolize the market. The application of this theory enabled Rockefeller to monopolize 90% of the country's oil pipeline business and 80% of the oil refining industry, creating a new era in American history, the era of monopoly. In China, Rockefeller implemented the Lighting the Lights of Asia's Lights program. In order to get the Chinese to buy his kerosene, he distributed millions of cheap oil lamps to people. In 1884, Rockefeller named his oil company the Mobil Oil Company. At this time, the Mobil Oil Company was already the largest oil company in the world. $1,000 of borrowed wheat wins high yields. Nothing out of nothing. Jews believe that modern business management is, in fact, a competition of creativity. If the managers of enterprises can give full play to their subjective initiative and properly use their creativity, they may produce yes from nothings, produce unexpected effects, and bring huge wealth to themselves. In the run-up to Christmas 1984, despite the freezing winds blowing in many cities across the United States, long queues lined up all night in front of toy stores. At this time, people have a good wish in their hearts, to adopt a broccoli doll with a length of more than 40 centimeters. Why are dolls adopted in toy stores? It turned out that the cauliflower doll is a unique and charming toy. She was created by Roberts, the general manager of Alcorn Company in the United States, and a Jew. After a period of market research, Roberts learned that the demand in the European and American toy market is changing from electronic and intelligent to warm. He acted decisively and designed a unique toy broccoli doll. Different from the previous dolls, the cauliflower doll is designed with advanced computer technology. There are thousands of people and thousands of faces, with different hairstyles, hair colors, appearances, shoes and socks, clothing, and accessories, which satisfies people's individuality. Requirements for chemical products. In addition, the success of Yellow Doll also has its profound social reasons. Divorce will cause great harm to the hearts of children, and it will also make the party who has lost custody of the children lose their emotional sustenance. But Cauliflower Doll can fill this emotional void, which makes she not only popular with children, but also popular among adult women. Talmud Part 1 concessions are also reasonable. 11. Susie accompanies you to read. Roberts firmly grasped the psychology of people and came up with a very strange idea, to turn sales toys into adopted dolls, and she into a living baby in the minds of people. Every time Alcorn produces a doll, it must attach a birth certificate, name, fingerprints, footprints, and a birth attendant stamp on the buttocks. When adopting a customer, in order to establish the relationship between adopted children and adoptive parents, they must solemnly sign the adoption certificate. After analyzing the customer's psychology and needs, Roberts believes that since the customers who adopted the broccoli doll regard her as a real baby and their emotional sustenance, of course, they will also regard the purchase of doll supplies as an essential thing. So he made another creative decision, matching Jackie's selling products related to broccoli dolls, including doll sheets, diapers, strollers, backpacks, and all kinds of toys. In this way, Alcon's sales have grown substantially. Soon, the sales area of a cauliflower doll has expanded to the United Kingdom, Japan, and Hong Kong, and other countries and regions. In order to allow her to travel all over the world and maintain Alcorn's leading position in the toy market, Roberts is considering trial production of broccoli dolls with different skin tones and features. Alcorn Company relied on its own imagination to create a lovable broccoli doll. When the broccoli doll became a cash cow, it led to the birth of a series of related products, and made out of nothing benefited Alcorn. Take advantage of stress reduction techniques. In business, Jews often use stress reduction techniques to persuade others. Mr. Brown, the Jewish publisher, is known as the best-selling bookmaker in the United States. He planned a book titled Mind Attack and asked the psychologist Venig to write it. Venig, who had never written a book before, had no experience in the field, and it was a little difficult to get him to write a book. But Mr. Brown ignored this and said in a relaxed tone, "How is it? The topic is not bad, right? Start writing now. You only need to write 5 pages a day, and you can complete about 300 pages." Strangely, after he said this, the pressure on Mr. Venig was reduced a lot, and he felt that it was not difficult to write 5 pages a day. In fact, when I started, I felt that the quota of 5 pages a day was high enough, but since I have agreed, I must complete it. Despite being an expert in psychology, Venig was taken aback by Brown's words. Brown's words are deceptive, and it is easy for people to have an illusion when they feel relaxed. If you calm down and think about it, you will find that this is a psychological effect that makes people readily agree at that time, which is called in psychology stress reduction techniques. This kind of psychology is used quite widely in our life. In fact, Mr. Brown's stress relief technique was inspired by one of his business trips. In his book, Mind Attack, Venig mentions what happened. Once, a flight that Mr. Brown was taking was about to land. Suddenly, the passengers on the plane heard the flight attendant report that the plane could not land due to the crowded ground at the airport, and the scheduled landing time would be delayed by 1 hour. Mr. Brown found that the cabin suddenly became a mess, and there was a lot of noise and complaints, but the passengers had no choice but to slowly get through the long hour. After a few minutes, the crew announced that the delay time was shortened to half an hour. Mr. Brown saw again that the passengers were relieved to hear it. After another 5 minutes, passengers heard the announcement again that the plane could land in 5 minutes at most. This time, every passenger clapped their hands in celebration. From the final outcome of this example, Mr. Brown found that although the plane was delayed, the passengers felt happy and satisfied. Later, Mr. Brown tried to apply this decompression technique to negotiation. First, he used harsh false conditions to make the other party feel doubts, depression, and hopelessness, and then gradually offered or made concessions, making the other party feel that he had obtained a lot of benefits from it and was happy. Sign the contract. In the book, Mind Attack, Wainage further gave an example. For example, if the buyer does not increase the purchase quantity of the product and wants the seller to discount the price, it is difficult for him to accept. Therefore, the buyer has put forward very strict conditions on a series of terms such as quality, packaging, transportation conditions, delivery time, and payment methods. In the bargaining process, the buyer tries to make the seller feel that the buyer has made a great sacrifice on many transaction items. At this time, due to the generous performance of the buyer, the seller will often agree to the buyer's request for a more discount on the price when he is satisfied. Why is this so? In fact, a very important reason is that the seller has the illusion that he has already obtained a lot of benefits from the buyer, and making some concessions on the price will not affect his own interests. That's Wiener's stress relief technique, and salespeople try to use it. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Grasp the Fashion Trend. 1. Susie accompanies you to read. If you want to make a certain commodity popular in society, you must master the know-how. Popularity is generally divided into two types. One originates from ordinary people, and the other originates from rich people. Things that originated from ordinary people are generally fierce and popular, but they don't last very long. Trends that originate from the wealthy, though slower, can last a long time. Generally, it takes at least 2 years for the popular to spread from the rich to the common people, and once the fashion trend is grasped within these 2 years, great benefits can be obtained from it. As the saying goes, people go to high places, water flows to low places. Most people are envious of the life of the upper class and are willing to associate with people in the upper class. The fashionable clothes in the upper class undoubtedly have a great influence on ordinary people, so that many people follow suit, especially women, wearing these clothes, can better satisfy their vanity. Jewish merchants were often able to take advantage of this trend and earn more money for themselves. In addition to hamburgers, Japan's Burger King, Mr. Fujita, also does business with women and children, such as diamonds, fashion, and high-end handbags. In the business process, he first focused on the fashion trends of the rich and the upper class. Whether it is the pattern of diamonds, the color of clothes, or the style of handbags, they are all specially made according to the preferences of the rich. As a result, his wares have been top sellers, and for 20 years, there has never been a big sale at a loss. Of course, the reason why Mr. Fujita can defeat his competitors and remain invincible for a long time is that he can be flexible and changeable and is good at starting from reality. The clothes he manages are by no means limited to the most popular clothes in Europe and America, because European and American clothes are only suitable for those European and American girls who are blonde, blue-eyed and slender, while Japanese women have black hair, yellow skin, and short stature, which match well with those clothes. Incongruous. No matter how rich they are, they won't take the money to buy things that don't suit them. The reason why some businessmen cannot maintain their winning position is because they only catch up with the fashion of the rich one-sidedly, without conducting specific analysis, so they will inevitably lose money. Mr. Fujita's success may have a lot to do with his flexible use of Jewish business practices. The modern market situation is changing, and it is not easy to grasp a fashion trend. This requires that every businessman must look at the overall situation of the market before making any decision, not only to be able to catch up with the trend, but also to be ahead of the trend. Because people's needs and market conditions are not static, the best-selling products today may be ignored tomorrow. Just like dancing, either faster or slower than the tempo. Gather as much information about your customers as possible. Jewish merchants believed that before a salesman went to meet a customer, some preparations had to be done. Although this kind of preparation or basic work is a waste of time, it must be done, and it is absolutely indispensable. They have a saying, the success of sales is directly proportional to the degree of preparation in advance. In their opinion, when meeting a customer for the first time, you must be familiar with his situation, as if you were 10 years old with him. Friendship is the same. In the eyes of Jewish businessmen, having a certain understanding of the customer's information before selling can enable the salesman to take the initiative in selling. The more thorough the salesman's understanding of the other party's situation, the less difficult his work will be, and he can even get twice the result with half the effort, so the chance of success will be great. There are some salesmen who are so amazing that he can describe the strange customers he meets in 20 or 30 details from head to toe, and then summarize his personality, interests, income, lifestyle, and family status through the details. Wait for some features, then sell again. Of course, this ability is not innate, but requires a long period of training and accumulation to have it. In sales work, a good salesman will see each customer as a seed that will bear fruit in the future. If you want the seed to bear fruit, you must take more care of it. So they are very good at collecting customer information so as to know their details. In this way, in the process of selling, he will know what doubts the customer has in mind, so he can express his concerns, his desires, his requirements, and then provide the customer with a solution. When they've made serious preparations, clients are receptive to their proposed solutions. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Grasp the Fashion Trend, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Jew Katie is an excellent insurance salesman for the Waitley Life Insurance Company. From her many years of sales experience, she speaks of the importance of researching customer information in advance to the success of sales. She said, "A good salesman must first be a good investigator, and at the same time be like a radar. He will pay attention to what is happening around him and the people who pass by him, and never miss a single one," she said. Valuable information so that their database can continue to expand and increase customer resources. Katie believes that whether the customer is actively approaching the salesman for business or the salesperson is approaching the customer for business, it is best to find out some information about the customer in advance. For example, what does the client look like? What kind of clothes does he like to wear? What car do you drive? How is your relationship with your colleagues? Pay attention to even the tiniest little things, such as fingernails, hair, shoes, rings and watches on your hands, and so on. Katie is a careful woman. One day, she was taking a taxi to run an errand, and the car stopped at a red light at an intersection. Katie saw through the window glass that her taxi was parked side by side with a black limousine at the intersection, and in the back seat of the limousine sat a very imposing man, closing his eyes. Anyone who can afford such a car must be a very rich man, and there is a good chance of buying insurance, Katie thought. So, she took the opportunity to write down the license plate number of the limousine. When she was done, she immediately began to investigate the situation of the owner of the limousine. When she learned that the car belonged to the Carafe Company, she called the company immediately. "Hello? Is it the Carafe Company? May I ask which gentleman of your company is in the car with the number XX? Who are you? Why do you ask this?" "It's nothing, it's just that I met this car on the street today. I think the gentleman in the car is very familiar, but I can't remember it for a while, so I want to ask you." "Oh. Wait a minute, let me check. It's the car of our managing director, Mr. Rogers." "Thank you very much. Please ask again. When does he usually get off work?" "Around 5 to 5:30. "Thank you. Excuse me." Then, Katie collected information from various sources and began a comprehensive investigation of the managing director named Rogers. After investigation, she learned that Rogers graduated from a famous university in New York. He started at the grassroots level in this company and gradually rose to his current position. From the information, Katie learned that Rogers was a member of an organization called American Hotel Hosts, so she started the investigation of the third procedure. Katie called the group. "Is it the American Hotel Hosts organization? I'm also a member of this organization. Excuse me, do you know when the next organization meeting will be held?" "May 8th. "Thank you, I'll be sure to attend. Oh, by the way, I also want to ask, do you know Mr. Rogers, the managing director of Car Corporation? He is also our member." "I know him very well. I haven't seen him for a long time. How is he recently?" "He's been in good health lately, you know, he's humorous, funny and enthusiastic, and he goes to every rally." The call made Katie learn a little more about the managing director, humorous, witty, warm. Katie did not stop there and continued to investigate Rogers further. A new round of investigation begins again, and Katie arrives at Roger's residence. Roger's residence was a 2-story bungalow that looked new, with a prominent balcony overlooking the yard, which was planted with some trees and covered with verdant grass. It was a delightful house. What a nice house. After Katie saw the situation of the house, she found a store nearby and asked the owner about the situation. "May I ask Mr. Rogers, who lives in the house, who usually buys things?" Talmud Collection, Part 1. Grasp the Fashion Trend, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Sometimes it's a lady, sometimes it's a lady. Oh. Then do you know how old the lady is? Miss is not very big, she seems to be in middle school. Questions like these, as long as they help Katie gain a deeper understanding of Rogers and his family, she tries to ask people who live near Rogers' house in order to obtain more detailed information. After the investigation was completed, Katie began to attack on Rogers himself. Knowing his off-duty time, Katie waited for him at the gate of Rogers' company one afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the company got off work, and the employees of the company came out one after another. Everyone was neatly dressed, full of energy, and happily waved goodbye at the door. Katie found that the company didn't have many employees. It seemed small, but it was disciplined and the whole company was full of energy. At 5:30, a black car came out, and upon closer inspection, it was Rogers' car. After a while, Rogers also came out. Although they had only met him once, Katie was already very familiar with him, so she recognized him at a glance. Seeing Rogers get into the car, Katie immediately called a taxi to follow him. In the car, Katie thought, where is he going? Go straight home, or go talk business? In order to clarify these problems, Katie persevered to track down. You might ask, is it necessary to act like a spy? But Katie thinks it is necessary. She says, if a salesman wants to sell something successfully, he should collect as much information about customers as possible, no matter what he is selling. As long as he is willing to take the time to understand his customers, then he will not worry about not having his own customers. And of course not worrying about not being able to launch products. Make money with competence and perseverance. Jewish merchants believe that making money is a matter of intelligence and physical strength, and it is not an easy task. You must learn to use your brain to make money, use information to make money, and make money by mastering people's psychology. Whether it is big money or small money, as long as you can make it, you can make it. It is better to make money than not to make money. Brains and hands and feet are necessary to make money. In front of the door of a company, there is a slogan like this: competence will not necessarily win, without competence will inevitably lose. Action does not mean success, without action will fail. The meaning of this slogan is that you dare to think before you dare to do it. You will fight if you want to win, and you will win if you dare to fight. Jewish businessman Peter Uberroth was named the #1 Person of the Year by Time magazine in January 1985 because he founded one of the best travel companies in the United States. The reason why Uberroth can become an entrepreneur with leadership style is because of his confidence in himself and his perseverance in pursuing his goals, as well as his dedication to his career. The 22nd Olympic Games, thanks to his efforts, made a profit of $215 million US, and at the closing ceremony, Uberroth was welcomed by a large number of enthusiastic spectators. Business giant Harvey said, "I've been to a lot of sports, but for the first time I've seen 84,000 people stand up and applaud a guy who sold them tickets." Rich businessman Kurt Carlson was a self-made Jew. During the Great Depression, Kurt Carlson mainly sold decals. After the Great Depression, he built a large global conglomerate with annual sales in excess of $1 billion. Kurt needed neither a partner nor a shareholder. He has confidence in himself that his judgment is more accurate than anyone else's. During the Carter administration, the U.S. economy went through a period of recession. At this time, Kurt said something that shocked all American businessmen. No matter what the socioeconomic situation is at any time, it will have no impact on my company, he said. No matter what happens, by 1989, my company's sales will have grown from more than $1 billion to $4 billion. Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. In the end, Kurt fulfilled his promise. 12 months ahead of schedule, and 1987 sales reached $4 billion. In the early 1990s, his sales soared to $9 billion. He also said, "Man's life is largely a race and competition with himself, because there is no competitor in front of him." The reason why Uberoth and Kurt can achieve success in their careers depends on confidence, purpose, and concentration. As long as people are like them, it's not hard to be successful. There are no unbroken world records, customers can't always patronize a company, the business world is always changing and cyclical, and it only provides new opportunities for those who have confidence, purpose, and focus on their careers. In order to achieve their goal of making money, excellent Jewish businessmen like Uberoth and Kurt dared to think and act. The plan they made consists of 4 practical and important contents. First, to invest the most in the process of work. Energy. Second, respect all people. Third, ensure product quality. Fourth, excellent after-sales service. Jewish businessmen believe that the goals they set must be realistic and achievable. If the goals set by a company can adapt to the progress of science and technology and the development of society, then they can manufacture products with high technology content, and the cost is not too high, so that they can obtain greater benefits from it. Establish your own goals, make a plan to achieve your goals, make a schedule to ensure that the plan is achieved. These are the 3 steps that Jewish businessmen summed up in setting goals. Jewish businessmen believed that the main premise of pursuing goals was not to give up anyway. If the situation allows, it should also have the action to expand the results in a timely manner. To do this well, you must have the ability to calmly judge the situation. In the late 1970s, the Rubik's Cube was born in Europe. When the news of Europe playing Rubik's Cube spread to Brazil, many manufacturers thought it was a good opportunity to make a fortune imitating Rubik's Cube to fill the gap in the Eastern market. As a result, various manufacturers took action one after another and sent people to Europe to investigate the production situation of the Rubik's Cube. The Jewish businessman Collier keenly found that if he provided related services for the production of Rubik's Cube, he would also gain huge benefits from it. So he had an idea and called his brother to telex the technical data for the production of the magic cube from Europe to Sao Paulo, Brazil, and then copied the data in large quantities. Lyle will provide the manufacturer with a complete set of technical data. For a time, hundreds of plastic factories scrambled to buy, and the once depressed Claire company became strong in an instant, and money rolled in. After World War II, the construction industry in the United States boomed, and the price of brick and mortar workers was bullish. This was a rare opportunity for those who could not find a job. Poor Mike came to Chicago from Minneapolis for a living. After seeing the job advertisement, he did not rush to compete for this position like others, but advertised in the newspaper with the title "How to Make You a Bricklayer." After hard work, he finally became a rich man. Opportunities come from communication. Jews believe that people live in a social group, and the relationship between people needs to be connected by a bond, and this bond is communication. But communication is a very big subject, and it cannot be done overnight. It requires you to manage it for a long time. The reason for this is that good communication takes time to understand, and from there to trust. Rockefeller, the American oil tycoon, said, "If the ability of communication is a commodity that can be sold, I will buy it at all costs." This shows how important the ability of communication is in his heart. As one of America's most famous entrepreneurs, Iacocca was voted America's best corporate executive in American polls. He was the general manager of Ford Motor Company in the United States, and then he became the president of Chrysler Corporation, a dying car company. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Grasp the Fashion Trend. 5. Susie accompanies you to read. How did Iacocca, who was ordered at a time of crisis, bring this dying company out of desperation? One of his magic weapons is communication. The product quality was not high, the debt was high, there was no way to get a loan, and people's hearts were floating. This was the biggest problem faced by Chrysler at that time. It was like a leaking ship, gradually sinking on the rough sea. Iacocca knew in his heart that in order to get out of the predicament and revive the company, he must start developing new cars as soon as possible and re-enter the market competition. There is no other way to go. But at that time, neither big banks nor small banks refused to lend to his company. The harsh reality forced Iacocca to turn to the government, hoping for a government guarantee to get a $1 billion loan from the bank. After the news came out, it immediately caused a strong reaction in the society. It turns out that there is an unwritten rule in the American business community that it is against the principle of free competition to rely on the power of the government to develop enterprises. Enterprises. Iacocca neither discouraged nor complained about the difficulties in front of him. He knew that complaining would not help things develop, but communication could help him out of the predicament. He works 12 to 16 hours a day, busy running around the country, giving speeches and lobbying everywhere he goes. At the same time, he spares no expense in hiring lobbyists, working among various government departments, lobbying in and out of Congress, and echoing with him. In his speech, he cited a large number of historical facts and explained to the business community with evidence that the former Lockheed Corporation, the Washington Metro Corporation, and the 5 major steel companies in the United States have all been guaranteed by the government, with a total loan amounting to $409.7 billion US. There is nothing wrong with Chrysler asking the government to guarantee a $1 billion loan in a difficult time, and it should not be criticized. Then, he shouted to the press and public opinion, in order to maintain the free enterprise system in the United States and ensure fair competition in the market, it is necessary to save Chrysler. There are only 3 major auto companies in North America, namely General Motors, Ford and Chrysler. If Chrysler goes bankrupt, the only 2 remaining companies will monopolize the auto market, so what free competition is there? At the same time, Iacocca also calculated an account for the government. If Chrysler went bankrupt now, 600,000 workers would lose their jobs, and the national unemployment rate would increase by 0.5%. This extra $2.7 billion in unemployment insurance and other social benefits will ultimately cost taxpayers $16 billion more to address related issues. Iacocca asked the U.S. government, which was plagued by huge fiscal deficits at the time, would you like to come forward with a guarantee to help Chrysler apply for a $1 billion loan from the bank? Or would you like to pay $2.7 billion for nothing? Iacocca also made a detailed list for each congressman with the names of distributors and suppliers who had financial dealings with Chrysler in the congressman's constituency. There is an analysis of the consequences for the constituency if the company fails. He hinted to these MPs that if the company goes out of business, your constituents will be deprived of their jobs, and if that happens, your future will be greatly affected. Iacocca's public relations strategy finally succeeded. The business world, the press, and members of Congress no longer opposed the guarantee, and the U.S. government began to actively cooperate with him. He finally got his wish with a $1 billion loan that could be used to develop his new sedan. At the same time, within the company, Iacocca made a lot of changes. In order to prove that he could endure hardships with his employees, Iacocca made an amazing decision. Before Chrysler was completely out of the predicament, he voluntarily gave up his annual salary of $360,000 and only received $10,000, which meant that he was doing his duty. President. It didn't take long for the company's employees to buy stocks, and the salaries of senior staff were cut by 10%. Finally, they negotiated with the union to reduce the hourly wages of workers by $2, which is equivalent to $10,000 in wages for each person in 19 months. Since the measures he took were equal sacrifices, the trade unions and workers not only did not stir up trouble, but also supported and liked him. Workers often praise him like this dude will lead us to heaven. He goes to various factories every day to meet face-to-face with workers, and invites the head of the company's labor union to sit on the company's board of directors, which is unique in the United States. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Grasp the Fashion Trend. 6. Susie accompanies you to read. He said, as long as everyone suffers equally and works together, I believe it is not too difficult to remove a big mountain. Sure enough, a miracle happened. In the face of the worldwide oil crisis and the entire U.S. economic recession, Iacocca took 3 years to get Chrysler out of the predicament, and in the 4th year, he received more than $900 million in cash. profit, creating the company's best operating record ever. Jewish merchants are proficient in this way in the process of doing business, and have gained a lot of valuable experience from it. While they value other factors in communication, they also attach great importance to communication skills. This is the wisdom of their business experience in communication. The end result of poor communication can only be destruction. Keep innovating to get rich. In our life, creation should be regarded as a noble way of life. The creativity mentioned here refers to a spirit of exploration, a method of actively updating the past, a kind of constantly approaching everyday things in new ways, fantasizing about the future, and constantly pursuing the spirit that can offer new creations. The creative potential of human beings has quietly revealed its existence to us in various forms on various occasions. If we often turn a blind eye, take it for granted, and easily ignore it, we will lose the basis of creativity. We know so little about our own potential creativity. As the psychologist James said, we know only a tiny fraction of our mental and physical resources. An iceberg, people only see the faintly tiny part of it above the water, but most of it is ignored by us and submerged by the sea. If we can realize this, we will be full of confidence in our creative potential, awaken our creative consciousness, and prompt us to transform from ordinary personality to creative personality. If we want to fully understand our creativity, we should pay more attention to it. A precious creative resource that exists within us. For the stimulation of creative ability, we must understand its essence, apply and improve our creative thinking and playability in practice, and at the same time we should know self-attention, self-observation, and self-exploration. In our actual life, the one who is most familiar with and understands ourselves the most is ourselves. We need to clarify the characteristics of our own feeling, perception, memory, thinking, emotion, will and personality. As long as we pay attention to methods and give full play to our own specialty, develop in a good direction, you can make a difference, invent, and create in a certain field. For a long time, people have always believed that only the theoreticians, inventors, writers, and artists are great and admired for their creations, but they are human beings after all, and inventions are not their birthright patents, so they cannot paint the word creation with a mysterious color. The so-called genius creativity, the mystery of genius, is a joke that humans make fun of themselves. What we want to emphasize is about creativity. We want to change our minds. We want to recognize and value creativity in a wide range, because creativity is not the prerogative and patent of some genius people and professionals, but a kind of potential. Any successful writer, musician, or inventor whose labor, of course, develops their creative potential, but what about a pure housewife who has never been to school, was born in poverty, and has never engaged in any profession? Not necessarily without creativity, she could be a good family finance expert who spends every penny on the knife edge. She could be an imaginative cook who cooks delicious, tasty, and admirable meals. In terms of arranging the home environment, she also has many unique, novel, and ingenious things. Aren't these all expressions of creativity? Creativity is the driving force behind the advancement of human civilization. It is the most important resource that is not limited by natural resources. This potential ability is a treasure that human beings need to tap. In modern society, creativity capital has replaced land capital and financial capital, and has become the source of power for our enterprise development and work innovation. Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Jews believe that as long as they are creative and innovate, they can get rich in whatever industry they are in. Henry Peterson was born into a poor Jewish family and moved to New York with his parents as a child. At the age of 16, little Henry was apprenticed in a well-known jewelry store in New York. The owner of the jewelry store is also Jewish, and his name is Cashin. He is one of the best jewelry craftsmen in New York. Those rich wives and young ladies often visit this jewelry store, so they are very familiar with the name Cassin. Cassin's craftsmanship is excellent. The jewelry he inlays are extremely beautiful, and they can be sought after, and the price is not low. However, he is a bit snarky, too condescending, and very strict with his apprentices. Little Henry followed Cassin to learn how to cut stones and sharpen gemstones for 3 years. Through these 3 years of training, Henry's character and thoughts have been sublimated, and he has moved from a teenager to a calm and mature youth. The fall of 1935 was an important turning point in Peterson's entrepreneurial career. Peterson was approached one morning by a man claiming to be Hart Metzinger. Peterson was overjoyed to learn it was Hart Metzinger, because he was so familiar with the name. When he was an apprentice, Casson often talked about Metzinger, which gave him a preliminary understanding of Metzinger and knew that he was the most shrewd Jewish jewelry wholesaler. Although Peterson has never met Metzinger, Peterson has been in awe and adoration for Metzinger for a long time. Metzinger came to Peterson this time to place a long-term order for his sales network in the New York area. This was an excellent development opportunity for Peterson, and he was determined to seize it. When Metzinger learned that Peterson learned his craft from Casson, he trusted him even more. Metzinger authorized Peterson to design according to his own ideas, to process according to his own way, without being bound by other conditions, which gave him a space to develop freely and provided him with the opportunity to give full play to his ingenuity. For Metzinger's orders, Peterson has always been serious and cautious. Every product must be checked and checked repeatedly before he dares to sell. Even a small mistake will not be spared. Until he became a special supplier for Metzinger. At the same time, his superb craftsmanship has won unanimous praise from the upper class. More and more people know the name Peterson, and more people are looking for him. He is a little too busy by himself. At this time, James broke up because of a dispute with his partner, and Peterson invited him to work together. Because there was too much work, even 2 people could not handle it, so Peterson and James Moon negotiated and planned to build a small factory. After a period of preparation, they founded the Characteristic Ring Company, but the history of producing engagement rings has been long. If you want to prosper in business, you must have the characteristics of your own business. After various investigations, Peterson put a lot of effort into the expression of the engagement ring pattern. Most of the jewelry symbolizing love is composed of hearts, which has been recognized and accepted by consumers, and Peterson is no exception. Peterson has his own set of creativity in the expression of composition. In order to express the beauty and purity of love, he cast 2 flowers of platinum to hold the gems. In order to show the heart-to-heart connection of a pair of lovers, he carved the gem into the shape of 2 hearts embracing each other. In each of the 2 platinum stamens, there is an angel-like baby, a baby girl and a baby boy, holding a silver thread tied to a gemstone in his hand, so as to wish the bride and groom a happy family in the future. Peterson's brilliance is on full display here. But Peterson's brilliance doesn't stop there. The rings he made look the same on the surface, but they are actually different. The article is on the silver thread held by the baby boy and girl. There are many wrinkles on the silver wire that are similar to multi-strand ropes, which are actually carved by hand, and the number of wrinkles can be increased or decreased according to their own wishes, so as to leave room for the buyer to make marks, such as the birthdays of both men and women, the date of engagement, the age of marriage or other private secrets, can be expressed by the number of wrinkles in the silver wire. Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Thanks to this brilliant design, Peterson's business became more and more prosperous, and he transitioned from the processing industry to self-production. In 1948, a wealthy man came to visit him. The man took out a sapphire and begged him to set a distinctive ring for a female movie star as a birthday present. Peterson knew that the only way to do something amazing was to work on the pattern, but only on the gem. This is the only way to change the traditional mosaic. After a week of hard work, he invented a new connection method, the inner lock method. Jewelry made in this way, 90% of the gemstone is exposed, and only a little area at the bottom is connected to the metal like the fruit and the penis. God has lived up to him, and his hard work has paid off. The invention was quickly patented, jewelers scrambled to buy it, and Peterson made a fortune in technology transfer fees. The actress actually became his voluntary advertiser. Because of the movie star's publicity, the women knew that the jewelry was Peterson's work, and they paid a lot of money to ask him to make jewelry, and they were proud to have jewelry made by Peterson himself. Peterson did not stop in the joy of success. his enterprising spirit continued to explore new methods. Finally, in 1955, he invented a continuous diamond setting method. The jewelry made by combining two gemstones in this way can make a 1-carat diamond look as big as 2 carats. The uniqueness of this jewelry has attracted a lot of consumers. Customers who come to buy, there are many. It is the novel effect of these ingenious designs that makes Peterson's career make great progress. The production scale continues to expand, and the number of personnel increases. In the hard struggle, Peterson also won people's respect and admiration. It can be said that the featured ring company can soar in the fierce competition, and it cannot but be attributed to Peterson's invention and continuous updating. The Diamond King went to the top of his career step by step. It can be seen that if an enterprise wants to grow, it must continue to create and innovate. For your business to thrive, it must renew itself over time. If the enterprise does not innovate, move forward, and grow up, then there is only a dead end. Win-win and mutual benefit a business, both ends are profitable, both buyers and sellers have to make money, why not do it? In buying and selling, we must be good at grasping the skills of win-win, so as to make the business bigger and bigger. Although enterprises in modern society also advocate and encourage competition, the purpose of competition is to promote each other, develop and improve together. Otherwise, the two sides will fight with each other, and both sides will suffer. Therefore, Jewish merchants can often achieve win-win results through clever adjustment when doing business. The story of the Lehman Brothers illustrates the benefits of the win-win technique. Lehman Brothers is a well-known Jewish bank with a history of nearly 150 years in the United States. In the late 1970s, it could achieve a profit of $35 million a year, and its entrepreneurship is also quite magical. In 1844, a German named Henry Lehman immigrated to the United States. After a period of time in the South, he joined his 2 younger brothers, Emanuel and Meyer, who subsequently immigrated to the United States and settled in Alabama, and started a grocery business. Alabama is a cotton-producing area in the United States, and farmers only have cotton in their hands. Therefore, Lehman Brothers actively encourages farmers to exchange cotton for daily groceries. Is this inconsistent with the consistent, cash-first business principle of Jewish merchants? However, the Lehman Brothers made the calculations very clearly. They believed that the transaction method of exchanging cotton and commodities could not only attract customers who did not have much cash, but also increase sales. In the case of the active position, the transaction price of cotton can be manipulated. The daily groceries need to be purchased and transported, and now when the empty truck is used to purchase goods, the cotton can be taken along the way, and a large transportation fee can be saved. This kind of business method can be called one business, profit at both ends, both buyers and sellers will not suffer, so why not do it? Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. Of course, in the market competition, everyone wants to be invincible. It is said that each competing company is a rival because they have the following properties in the process of competition. 1 is confidentiality. Competitors have a certain degree of confidentiality in a specific stage. The other is detective competition. The competitors will try their best to spy on the intelligence of the other party in order to formulate a strategy to defeat the other party. The third is the victory. Both sides want to win, and both want to obtain a certain profit, so that their products can occupy the market. The fourth is to overcome the enemy. If the market cannot accommodate all competitors, any company will want to save itself and kill the other side. Even if the market can accommodate all competitors, they still want to be strong and weak. Although competing companies are a bit like adversaries on the battlefield, they are different in nature. This is because the fundamental goal of the company's operation is to contribute to the society, and the products produced by the company are delivered to the society to meet people's living needs. The money earned by the company is also used by the country, the company and the employees. The means of competition between companies must be legitimate and legal. In this sense, companies can help, support and understand each other and should be friends. The market competition is fierce, and the competition between companies in the same industry is even more intense. Competitors are the same in the market, so there should be no sense that the enemy is narrow, but should be friendly and generous. This is like a competition between two boxers with high martial arts. On the one hand, they have to decide the level, and on the other hand, they have to learn from and care for each other. Don't be proud of victory, and don't be discouraged when you fail. Learn skills from each other and improve together. In market competition, it is normal for competitors to make every effort to compete with their rivals in order to obtain a space for survival. However, in the competition, you must not use improper means such as slandering, and injuring the interests of your opponents. You must use legitimate means. That is to say, you can only use quality, price, promotion, etc. to conduct a fair and bright ring competition to show off male and female. Let customers no longer hesitate, the Jewish merchant said. Everyone wants the best, and will always go out of their way to buy what they fear might not be available. If they knew the same deal could be done tomorrow, they wouldn't have done it today. Stimulate. From the Jewish merchant's point of view, if a customer thinks they won't lose their opportunity by not buying today, and if you can't present him with some compelling reasons that they must buy today, they may not buy your stuff today. Therefore, Jewish businessmen have formulated a certain strategy in response to this psychology. They will remind customers, if you are still hesitating there, you will lose a good opportunity. When some customers feel that they will lose a good opportunity, they will immediately change the hesitant attitude and reach for the pocket, while other customers do not act immediately, but once they feel regretful, they will not hesitate to buy in the next promotion. Expectation is a kind of human psychological state. In people's subconscious, they always think that there will be better things. We often hear people say, it's not time yet, not yet to a satisfactory level, etc. It's not easy to get someone to take a decisive attitude once the phrase, not yet, appears. Although people don't want to expect or hesitate, others will think that he is indecisive, because there is a one more time awareness in his heart. And the consciousness of only once is the opposite of the consciousness of there is. If you let the other party know that only once, he will become more courageous, and the degree of boldness will be unusual. He will act without the slightest resistance, because human beings are always particularly afraid of the last time and only one time. For example, if you don't act now, you might not be able to buy something this cheap tomorrow. Insinuating customers to hurry up and buy will save themselves some money, because $100 today versus $100 tomorrow is unequal. Most people will feel that if they don't take action immediately, they will lose an excellent opportunity, or even lose something. This kind of talk does have a big effect on those expecting customers. Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. In the eyes of Jewish merchants, the existence of a better consciousness was an underlying psychological barrier to decisive action. If you force the other party to make a decision within a certain period of time, you can break this mentality. Big auctions often have a time limit, and the time limit is not very long, such as starting at 1 p.m. and ending at 1:30. This is to guide consumers to make decisive actions only this time within a limited time based on the above psychological effects. For customers who are indecisive, he can also imply, if you don't grasp today, the price will increase tomorrow. Of course, the method of limiting is not limited to time, but can also be used in quantity. For example, I have some leather jackets on sale here, and the quantity is limited, and I don't know when they will be in stock after they are sold out. Use opportunities to motivate customers. These opportunities can be product shortages, special offers, and other favorable conditions. But the opportunity must be real and must not be deceived. Limited amount of goods will also make consumers feel that they will suffer losses if they don't buy them. However, if the same goods can also be bought in other places, consumers will have a sense of still, and their willingness to buy will also increase. Will decrease accordingly. Therefore, as long as the consumer is made aware of only one time or the last time, he will think that he has taken a lot of advantage from it. In addition to these, human beings have another potential psychology, that is, the desire to need. For example, in the recent sales of high-end watches, the strategy used is less quantity and more variety. A limited production quantity is adopted, and only 100 pieces of each type are produced. Because some cheap and high-performance watches are hitting the market now, in order to make consumers willing to pay a lot of money to buy high-end watches, they must make consumers feel that what is rare is more expensive. As long as it is this kind of promotion method, no matter how expensive the price is, some people will buy it. In sales, many customers are still unable to make up their minds to make a decision, and some customers are often hesitant and do not know what to buy. If you discuss these indecisive potential customers, you can easily break through their psychological defenses, grasp their judgments, and make decisions for them. The biggest reason for their hesitation in their hearts is because there is a sense of still. As long as this awareness exists, they will have expectations, unable to make up their minds, and appear indecisive. Another reason for this psychology is too much information. Due to too much information, there are often many possibilities for customers to imagine. Therefore, when the customer begins to expect, the manipulative technique that urges the other party to be decisive is to limit the amount of information to some extent, or make some kind of limitation, to remove their consciousness from his subconscious. Don't give up hope. Everyone yearns for success and takes it as their goal, but success never makes it easy for people to get it. A person may not have a smart brain, but he needs to have a positive and enterprising heart. A person may not have a wide social circle, but he needs to have a sincere attitude. A sincere attitude will give people a reliable impression, can really help. A person may have no chance for a while, but he needs to have a peaceful mood and be able to calm down and do what he should do, because some inevitable connections are often implied in chance opportunities. If you can persevere and continue, keep moving forward, then the opportunity will always be around. A long time ago, a Jew was sentenced to death for ramming the king with words, and this man begged the king to spare his life and said, "If you let me go, I can make your beloved horse in a year's time fly into the sky. If your horse can't fly into the sky after a year, it's not too late to kill me, and I will never have the slightest complaint." The king thought about it and agreed to his request. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Grasping Trends, 11. Susie accompanies you to read. After the man returned to the cell, another prisoner said in a puzzled way, "How can your promise to the king be fulfilled? It is impossible for a horse to fly into the sky." But the Jew said, "In a year, many unexpected things may happen. Maybe I will die of illness, maybe the king will die of illness, maybe the horse will die unexpectedly. In short, within this year's time, maybe a horse can really fly into the sky." Everyone knows that it is impossible for a horse to fly into the sky, but this Jew had a whimsical idea and came up with a story of flying horses flying into the sky. Made a last-ditch effort in a pinch and earned himself a chance. As the Jew said, many unexpected things may happen within a year. If nothing happens, the Jew will live another year. This is the optimism of the Jewish people. Although Jews have gone through ups and downs and suffered unprecedented hardships, they are always full of longing for the future life. They can find possibilities in places that others think are impossible, and make unbelievable things become reality. In his early years, Jewish businessman Baloch sold fruit for his boss in one of the most prosperous streets in the United States, called Dulles City. There are many fruit stalls around. There is a lot of traffic and people come and go here. It is indeed a good place to do business, so every businessman has tried his best to compete for customers, and the competition is very fierce. Baloch's business is good, and he has also drawn customers from other booths. There are many customers in front of the booth, and he is very busy. Then, something happened next that nearly brought down his just booming business. Just as Baloch was proud of his victory, a fire engulfed the owner's freezer plant where the fruit was stored. When firefighters came to put out the fire, 16 boxes of bananas had been roasted to a khaki color, with many small black spots appearing on them. The boss gave the bananas to Baloch and asked him to lower the price. At that time, the price of ordinary bananas was 4 cents per pound. The boss asked Baloch to cut the price by half and sell them at 2 cents per pound. The boss told him that as long as the bananas were not wasted, they could be sold even if the price was lower. Baloch took over these roasted yellow-black bananas and felt unspeakable bitterness. But the task that the boss told him had to be completed. In desperation, Baloch had to put these spoiled bananas on the stall. Despite a sullen stomach, Baloch dutifully shouted loudly, and many customers walked over, shaking their heads and walking away when they saw this ugly banana. Baloch hurriedly explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see is only superficial. Although they look ugly, they taste very good, and the price is quite cheap, only half the price of other bananas." No matter what he said, customers still don't want to buy these ugly bananas. Baloch was angry that no one was buying the fruit, and sat down to examine the ugly bananas. He cracked open a banana, peeled off the yellowish-black skin, and put it in his mouth. Yes, these bananas are not bad at all. On the contrary, they tasted better after being grilled by fire. By the way, why don't I? He pondered in his heart, and suddenly came up with a good idea. He couldn't help but smile at it. Early the next morning, Baloch began to shout again, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just imported some Argentine bananas, authentic South American flavor. The quantity is limited and the opportunity is rare. Come and buy it." Quickly, the booth of Baloch was full of people. Everyone kept staring at these Argentine bananas with yellow and black, some hesitant, because the price was a little expensive, and they were still undecided about whether to buy them. Seeing so many people gathered in front of his booth, Baloch was indescribably happy, and then he shouted, "Argentine bananas, Argentine bananas. The latest import. This banana is produced in the seaside area of Argentina, sunny, rich in moisture, unique flavor. Our company finally approved it. He made these black and ugly Argentina bananas famous and good flavor, and how much effort did it take to get so many? A few boxes of the latest variety are hype." Talmud Collection Part 1 Grasping Trends, 12. Susie accompanies you to read. When people were doubtful, Baloch saw a well-dressed lady, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Have you ever tasted this kind of Argentine banana before?" The lady watched for a long time in front of the booth. Baloch had already noticed her. Her eyes stayed on these bananas for a long time, and it seemed that she really wanted to buy them, but she hadn't made up her mind yet. Baloch decided to open a breach in her. "I've never tasted these bananas before. These bananas are interesting, just a little dark," said the lady. "That's what makes them unique, otherwise they wouldn't be called Argentine bananas. Have you ever seen quail eggs? Quail eggs also have black spots, but quail eggs taste good, don't they?" Baloch spit and said, "Please try it. You have never tasted such a banana with such a unique flavor, I can guarantee it." Then he immediately peeled a banana and handed it to the lady, who took it and ate it. Took a sip. Baloch wasted no time in asking, "How does it taste? Isn't it very unique?" "Well, it does taste good." "I'll buy 8 pounds, said the lady. Such delicious Argentinian bananas sell for only 10 cents a pound, which is already the cheapest. Our company finally managed to get such a little stock. Don't you want to try it? If you miss the opportunity, you won't be able to buy it if you want to." Rocky shouted loudly. Since the lady had already taken the lead in buying it, and said that it tasted good, coupled with the instigation of Baloch, everyone no longer hesitated, and they took out their money one after another, wanting to taste the taste of this imported banana. "So you came for 5 pounds, he came for 3 pounds, and soon, 16 boxes of bananas that had been roasted by fire were sold at double the market price. Many people who came here to buy imported bananas were disappointed and regretted that they didn't buy them. Beware of loopholes in contracts. Jews believe that in a legal country, if you are engaged in business activities, if you have no legal awareness in your mind, you will definitely suffer in business. Take the signing of contracts in commodity trade. If the operator lacks legal awareness, he will not notice some loopholes in the contract, and as a result, he will often lose a lot of interests. There was a wise rich man who sent his son to study abroad for his future success. One day, he suddenly became seriously ill and knew that he would not be able to see his son before he died, so he left a will. All the inheritance he left belonged to the slave, but if the son wanted it, he could only choose one of them. After the rich man died, the slave was very happy. He rushed to the place where the rich man's son was studying as quickly as possible, told him the news of the rich man's death, and showed him his will. The young man was very sad and surprised when he read the will. After the funeral was over, the young man thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand why his father did this, so he went to the rabbi full of complaints. After reading the will, the rabbi said with a smile, "Your father's wisdom can be seen in this will." The young man asked in confusion, "I don't understand what you mean." The rabbi asked him to use his brains carefully. As long as he carefully analyzed the will, he could know that his father had left all his property to himself. The rabbi told him that the father knew that if he died and his son was not around, the slave might run away with his possessions, without even reporting the funeral to him. Therefore, the father made such a will to give all the property to the slave, so that after the slave took a reassurance, not only would he not escape, but he would also rush to see him and keep all his property. But the young man still didn't understand his father's intention, so the rabbi had to tell him bluntly, "Don't you know that the slave is the master's property, and all the slave's property belongs to the master? Didn't your father say that he left you the same property? You only need to choose the slave. Can't it be seen from this, that your father your love?" As can be seen from this story, the Jew played a small trick in his will that made the slaves unknowingly fooled. Although the will stated that the slave could get all the property, it added that his son could also choose a property from it. Implicit here is the unwritten premise that the slave will not notice, not even the son of the deceased, that all the slave's property belongs to the master. This is a convention, and in fact a premise that doesn't need to be said. Then as long as the premise changes, all rights will also disappear, which is the key to this Jewish strategy. Later, it was under the guidance of the rabbi that the young man really understood the mystery. He neither violated his father's will nor violated the contract, because the Jews never violated the contract. This is actually what we now call the loophole in the contract. This story fully reveals the fact that when making contracts, the Jews were careful and thoughtful, and never allowed loopholes. Shopping malls are like battlefields. In real life, we must be careful when we sign even a small contract with others, otherwise we will leave loopholes in the contract and make ourselves suffer losses. There are many cases caused by economic disputes, and a large part of them are caused by contract disputes. Either the contract is vague and the meaning of both parties is unclear, or one party to the contract deliberately exploits the loophole, because the contract cannot address all issues. Arrive. To this end, we must master certain legal knowledge and accumulate extensive social experience, and we must be careful when signing contracts, and must not be careless. A thorough analysis of the situation. Otherwise, you will bring yourself a lot of trouble. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Forbearance in Small Places, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. The ultimate goal of sales is not to win customers, but to close deals, but winning customers cannot be ignored. It is an important guarantee to achieve this goal. Jewish businessmen believe that all questions and ideas raised by customers cannot always be treated with the purpose of winning them. A successful salesman should know that to win, you should be patient in the small. The great artist Michelangelo did this very well. On one occasion, he sculpted a huge stone statue for a powerful buyer at the time, a job that took him months. When the statue was nearing completion, the buyer came to Michelangelo's studio. When he saw the stone statue, he thought about it and said, "This stone statue generally feels good, but I think the nose part is still lacking. Can you modify the nose part again?" Michelangelo knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the nose part, and the customer said this because he was standing on the side of the sculpture. Just change the angle and the problem would be solved. But Michelangelo didn't say a word, and immediately climbed up the ladder, holding a hammer, and pretending to keep beating on the nose of the statue. From the direction of the buyer, it seems that Michelangelo was indeed revising. After getting off the ladder, he came to the buyer, looked up at the revised stone statue, and said in an emotional voice, "According to your meaning, I have revised it again, and now look at it, it is indeed much better, it's like being injected with life." Michelangelo's remarks made the buyer elated, and he immediately began to praise Michelangelo's craftsmanship, which could change the whole feeling of the stone statue in such a short period of time, so immediately bought this work. Michelangelo's months of hard work finally paid off. The above story has given us two inspirations. One is to learn to be patient. As a salesman, you should understand that when a customer buys something, he does not necessarily have to meet all his requirements, but often only needs to meet his most important requirements to make him make a purchase decision. Just as everyone has both advantages and disadvantages, you will never deny him the whole person because of some of his shortcomings. Therefore, you really don't have to answer any objection from your client. You should defer to your client in small places if you want to win in the end. The second is to make your customers have a face. Everyone has their own ideas and positions. In the process of selling persuasion, if you want the customer to fully accept your opinions and give up all his ideas and positions, it will only make the customer feel very embarrassed, especially some aspects related to personal subjective preferences, such as style, color, appearance. You must not impose your will on others. Here are two ways to make the client accept your opinion and make him feel good. One is to make the client feel that some decisions are made by himself. The other is to give in small places and give more to the client's opinion. Approval of ideas and ideas makes him feel respected, and in this way, he will feel very honored. People who have become real sales experts have a very thorough psychological analysis of their customers. They never think about winning customers. They only advise customers to do their sales work when they feel respected. In the process of selling, the salesman must concentrate, observe carefully, and look for all the opportunities that can be sold. Once the opportunity comes, it should be firmly grasped and strive for a quick transaction. But this should be done when the customer has a certain understanding of the product situation and has a high interest. At this time, you should tentatively issue a deal signal, and if the customer responds positively to the temptation, you should close the deal immediately. Jewish merchants believed that the purpose of pitching was to close a deal, not to complete a pitch. Therefore, in the introduction process, the salesman cannot ignore the deal signal and become too involved in the sales. When the customer has disclosed the transaction information, if you don't give up and still do sales introductions there, it is superfluous. One more sentence may result in one more objection. The Great Talmud Part 1 Forbearance in Small Places, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. Let's take a look at how the following salesman lost a rare opportunity for an instant deal. Salesman, take a look at our new car. Customer, it's really nice, it's beautiful. Salesman, the price is not expensive, only $8,000. Customer, is this car available in white? Salesman, of course. White, red, and black. Customer, that's great. I want to buy one, and the money is ready. I'd like to drive it home tonight if I can. Salesman, sure, there's one over there if you want. Plus, we have 4 more white ones to arrive next week. Customer, really? Then I'll just wait and see those few cars. Salesman, it's not necessary, they're all the same. Customer, but maybe this car is not as good as the new one. Salesman, no way. You see, the car is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, right? Customer, well, it looks good. Salesman, then let's go in and sign the contract. Customer, I haven't made up my mind yet. I want to see those cars first. Salesman, but as you can see, there's nothing wrong with this car. Customer, no problem, but I have to think about it. I'm leaving, see you next week. Of course, listen to the customer and encourage him to speak his mind. But don't forget, closing is your ultimate goal. If the potential buyer agrees to accept your proposals, terms and conditions, make the decision immediately. Otherwise, the opportunity will slip away from you. When a deal is signed, bargaining is often encountered, and customers may also put forward some conditions, which are very normal. Concession is not only necessary, but also very effective. You can exchange for some kind of compromise from the customer through certain concessions, and finally break the deadlock. But concessions must pay attention to certain strategies. Jewish merchants often employed the following tactics: tighten and then loosen. This method is very effective. Usually, the conditions are raised first and then gradually lowered, first press hard, and then slowly let go. Additional compensation. On many issues of principle, the customer may put forward some unrealistic requirements, and it is impossible for you to agree to him. At this time, you can take additional compensation to deal with it. For example, on sensitive price issues, you may not be able to meet the customer's price reduction requirements, but you can use methods such as buy one get one free and buy more discounts. Conditional offer. Deliberately don't offer one or two preferential services for the time being, and tell the other party when you need to make concessions. If you make a one-time purchase of 400 yuan in our store, you can get a 50 yuan shopping coupon in our store. If you sign under this long-term supply contract, we can pay the transportation fee for you. As long as you choose the right time to make concessions, it can play a very good catalytic role, and the hope of closing is even greater. Reasonable commitment. When making concessions, the commonly used commitments include taking quality risks, specifying the expiration date, allowing first use and then purchase, etc. The content of the promise, on the one hand, should not hinder their sales work and not increase excessive expenses. It should be noted that Jewish merchants never made useless concessions, nor did they make large one-time concessions. Their concessions were premised on a certain goal. Usually when it comes to closing the deal, the customer will always entangle with you. He will say that he really likes your product or service, but he just thinks the price is a bit expensive and hopes to reduce the price a little bit. Many salespeople, especially newbies, push prices down immediately. As an experienced salesman, you should be persistent and not compromise. There are two downsides to compromising. First, a price cut means you don't have confidence in the product. Second, it will affect your profits. Selling at a lower price is unprofitable. Instead, you should find out the real reason why customers say too expensive, probably because the customer thinks that you haven't helped him understand the true value of products and services. Try to go back to the source and analyze the relationship between products and services. The degree of cooperation that the customer actually needs to help the other party understand the actual value of the product. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Forbearance in Small Places, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. Instigation in Sales Strategy. Instigating people's hearts is a large category of sales strategies. When used, it must be subdivided into various specific tactics. For Jewish merchants, hinting is the most basic tactic, and its greatest advantage is that the hinter does not need to promise anything, and the hinter will make all kinds of promises to himself. But since it was his own promise, he could only blame himself afterwards, and the hinter would not be involved in the slightest. The salesman, Fernando, was a Jew. Once he went to a small town on Fridays, but because he had no money and could not afford food and lodging, he went to the deacon of the synagogue. The deacon said to him, "There are a lot of poor people who come here on Fridays. Everyone is full, except for Simmels, the owner of the gold and silver shop, who never accepts guests." "He will definitely accept me," Fernando said with certainty. Then, he went to Simmel's house, and after knocking on the door, he mysteriously pulled Simmel aside, took a heavy bag the size of a brick from his coat pocket, and whispered, "I want to ask, come on, how much is gold the size of a brick worth?" The gold and silver shop owner's eyes lit up, but now it was the Sabbath day, so he could not continue to talk about business. In order to make this business happen, he tried his best to keep Fernando staying at his house and talk about it until sunset tomorrow. So, throughout the Sabbath, Fernando was warmly received by the owner of the gold and silver shop. By Saturday night, Simmel thought it was time for a trade, and with a big smile he told Fernando to take out his gold and take a look. "I don't have any gold, I just want to ask how much gold the size of a brick is worth," Fernando said with mock surprise. Although this joke has the meaning of punishing evil and promoting good, the business tactics hidden in it cannot be ignored. In commercial activities, the salesperson is the purest intermediary. He doesn't even have to bear the after-sales responsibility that the store owner should bear, but just transfers the goods in hand to the customers. Skill. In Jewish society, business is not allowed on the Sabbath, so the Jew used this time to ask a question that seemed to be about business, and when it was possible to talk about business, the question that seemed to be about business became a pure question. It's not about business. Since the Jews did not clarify his attitude from the very beginning, the understanding of the questions he raised completely depended on the personal definition of the gold and silver shop owner. He only provided some reference situations for the imaginary object of the boss, such as the mysterious demeanor, and the gold stone wrapped in cloth, and all these references are also not clearly defined, so the boss can only be blamed for his eagerness to make money and wishful thinking of asking others to just ask. Ask as an introduction to business negotiations. At the same time, there is also another inspirational story recorded in Jewish commercial law. Moses worked for an insurance company, and because of his outstanding performance, the company decided to promote him. But the company has a rule that only Catholics can be promoted. And Moses was a Jew, so the board of directors hired a very persuasive priest and asked him to persuade Moses to believe in Catholicism. The priest led Moses into a room. A few hours later, the priest slowly walked out of the room. Everyone thanked the priest, but the priest was disappointed. "Father, have you convinced him?" the chairman asked. "I tried a lot and couldn't convince him. Instead, Moses has sold me 100,000 yuan of insurance." The joke neither explained how fickle Moses was in the company's business activities, nor did it describe how Moses and the priest persuaded each other. Only the very persuasive priest admitted with a disappointed face. Accepted 100,000 yuan of insurance to illustrate the ability of Jewish instigation in distribution. The Great Talmud Part 1 Forbearance in Small Places, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. From this, we can see that Jews are very good at inciting people's hearts in social activities. Don't trust others easily. In the hearts of the Jews, no one can be trusted except the Jews. Whether there is a contract or not between a Jew, as long as he promises it verbally, it can be trusted. If the other party is not Jewish, even if there is a contract, it cannot be trusted. Here is the story of American oil tycoon John Rockefeller. In the early 19th century, the German brothers Maitri immigrated to the United States and settled in Mississippi. They accidentally discovered that Mississippi was an iron-rich mining area. So they raised some money, bought lots of land, and when the time came, they set up an iron ore company. Rockefeller later learned the news, but it was too late, so he had to stand aside and wait for the opportunity. In 1837, the opportunity that Rockefeller had been waiting for finally came. Due to the economic crisis in the United States, the Maitri brothers were in a dilemma. One day, a priest came to the Mary brothers' mine, and the priest had a certain influence in the local area. The brothers hurriedly welcomed him into their home, where they were to be their guests. During the chat, the Maitri brothers couldn't help but talk to the pastor about the predicament they are facing now. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "I can help you," the pastor said with concern. Brother Maitri was very happy when he heard it, and quickly asked, "Really? What can you do?" The pastor said, "I have a very rich friend who, for my sake, will promise to lend you a sum of money." "How much do you need?" 420,000 will do." "But are you sure he will lend it to us?" "Don't worry, I'll do it for you." "How much is the interest?" asked Brother Maitri. The Maitri brothers had thought it must be a high interest rate, but they were ready to admit it, too. "How can I ask for your interest?" said the priest. "No, interest must be paid. You can help us borrow money. We are very grateful." "How can we not pay interest?" "Well, even if the interest rate is low, how about 2% lower than the bank's interest rate?" The two brothers were very surprised, and they still couldn't believe their ears. So the pastor asked them to take out the pen and ink and set up an IOU. Today, the Maitri brothers have borrowed a loan of $420,000 from CORE, with an interest rate of 3%. There is no evidence. This is the evidence. Brother Maitri took the IOU and looked at it carefully, and seeing that there was nothing wrong, he happily signed the IOU. In the blink of an eye, half a year later, the pastor came to Brother Maitra's house again, and he said to Brother Maitra, "That friend of mine is Rockefeller, and he sent a telegram this morning, asking you to immediately transfer pay him back the loan." The Maitra brothers simply can't come up with that much money because they've already spent it on the mines. They had no choice but to go to court. In court, Rockefeller's lawyer said, "The IOU clearly states that the defendant borrowed a call loan. Here I would like to explain to you what a call loan is. Therefore, the interest is lower than that of ordinary loans. According to U.S. law, once the lender asks for repayment, the borrower has only two options: repay immediately or declare bankruptcy." The Maitra brothers had no choice but to declare bankruptcy and sell the mine to Rockefeller for $520,000. A few years later, when the U.S. economy recovered and competition in the steel industry became fierce, Rockefeller sold the Mississippi mine to Morgan for $19.41 million. And Morgan thinks he's taking advantage of the deal. Some might say that Rockefeller's actions violated business ethics. But Rockefeller didn't think so. He thought his actions were completely justified and legal. Moreover, the rules of the game of business operation are not restricted by morality, and its highest purpose is to make money. The Great Talmud Part 1 Forbearance in Small Places, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Making money is a businessman's vocation. Celebrities from ancient and modern times at home and abroad have had many wonderful expositions on money. Shakespeare believed that money is a weapon for the blind to see the light of day. Bellow of the United States said, "Money is the only sunshine, where it shines, the light is there." As early as more than 2,000 years ago, a Jewish proverb was popular: "Money is not a sin or a curse, and money will bless people." This fully reflects the Jewish mercenary view of money. Jews have relatively free business ideas. They believe that as long as they can make money, they can do any business, because in the eyes of the Jews, they are not concerned with the nature of money, but how to make money. It's boring to separate money. Of course, Jews never go into illegal business. Jews are addicted to money, they rack their brains and do everything possible to make money. Gali once wrote a letter to a wealthy coal dealer in Lemberg for a poor Jewish diocese, asking him to donate several truckloads of coal to the poor area. "I can sell you 50 wagons of coal at half price, but I will never give you anything for nothing," the merchant wrote back. The parish agreed to his request, but only for 25 wagons of coal. After 3 months of delivery, they neither paid nor bought any more. Before long, the coal merchant sent a strongly worded reminder, and within a few days he received a reply from Gary: "We can't understand your reminder letter. You promised to sell us 50 wagon coal at half price, and 25 wagon coal is exactly half of 50 wagon coal. We want the 25 wagon coal, and we don't want the 25 wagon coal." After reading the letter, the coal merchant looked very annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. While shouting that he was fooled, he had to admire Gary's cleverness. In this process, Gary did not engage in deception or rogue. He only used the uncertainty of this verbal agreement to have someone obediently send 25 wagons of coal. This is the Jewish way of making money. Jews love money, but they never hide their love of money. Therefore, while people accuse him of being addicted to money and greed, they will be deeply impressed by the magnanimity and innocence shown by the Jews in front of money. As long as it is considered a feasible way to make money, the Jews must make it. It is natural and reasonable to make money, and it is really smart to make money back. This is the brilliance of Jewish business wisdom. The rule of 78:22 people have this saying: money is in the pockets of the Jews. The Jews are a very small percentage of the world's population, but they have a lot of wealth. Whether it is the United States, the richest man in the world, or Japan, the richest man in Asia, Jews dominate the business or financial world, and there are many millionaires and billionaires. So how did they get so much wealth? It is not enough to have a smart mind. The key is that they have mastered the business magic of 78:22. In the eyes of the Jews, the law of 78:22 is a stable and harmonious cosmic law, and Jewish merchants have obtained a lot of wealth under its guidance. 78:22 The law is the absolute truth that transcends everything, and this truth has absolute authority and an eternal status. For example, if someone asks whether there are more people who borrow or lend money in the world, the average person would answer, "Is there any need to ask? Of course, there are more people who borrow." But experienced Jews, instead of answering like this, they will insist, the absolute majority of the world should be people who lend money. The Jewish answer is not wrong at all. The bank is generally a lending institution, and it will borrow from many people. The money is lent to a few people, and the profit is made from it. In Jewish parlance, the ratio of lenders to borrowers is 78:22. Using this ratio to make money, the bank will never lose money. The Jews also used this law as the basis for doing business. Although there are far fewer rich people in a country than the general public, the rich own the vast majority of the world's wealth. That is, 22% of the currency is held by the general public, while 78% is held by the wealthy. Therefore, doing business must keep your eyes on the rich 22% who own 78% of the currency. In general, 78% of business comes from 22% of customers, which requires the business community to carefully study and analyze the composition of customers, and 78% of the energy should be invested in 22% of the most important customers, instead of using power equally. The Great Talmud Part 1 Forbearance in Small Places, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. Coincidentally, the proportion of gases in the air is 78% nitrogen and 22% oxygen. The specific gravity of the human body is also composed of 78% water and 22% other substances. The data of 78:22 has become an irresistible law of the universe and nature, and the survival and development of human beings must not violate this law. Just imagine, if nitrogen accounts for 20% of the air and oxygen accounts for 80%, can humans survive? Another example, if the water content of the human body is reduced to 60%, it will definitely dry up and die. Therefore, the Jews considered 78:22 to be an eternal law, with no room for compromise. In terms of investment, Jews also operate according to the 78:22 rule. They believe that an investment that doesn't make money doesn't comply with the 78:22 rule and should stop working. If you want to make money, you must know how to calculate in business operations. Just like the inscribed circle of a square, the invested capital must at least reach a certain rate of return to be cost-effective. Business cannot be done using usury to make money is a trick that Jews started out. They targeted some companies that were in urgent need of capital to develop, and lent money to those companies in the form of usury, and obtained huge returns from it. Not too big, it's a manifestation of applying the 78:22 rule. Later, the Jews noticed that the economies of various countries were constantly developing, and more funds were needed to develop large projects, which could not be met in the form of scattered loan sharks. So they pool their scattered money, set up formal financial institutions, and focus on investing in big projects that cost a lot of money and have high returns. In doing so, it not only solves the problem of the local government's economic development, but also satisfies the needs of enterprise development and can also benefit from it. Just as the Jews continued to use the 78:22 rule to make their fortunes, a few smart businessmen in the world began to feel the magic of this rule. A Japanese businessman was drawn to this magic and used it in his diamond business, with great success. Diamonds are a luxury consumer product. It is mainly a special consumer product for people in the high-income class, and ordinary people generally cannot afford it. From the general national statistics, the number of people living in the high-income class is much smaller than the general population. Therefore, people will come to the conclusion that if there are fewer consumers, there must be fewer profits. Most people don't think that most of the money in society is concentrated in the hands of a few people living in the upper income class. In other words, the ratio of high-income people to the general public is 22 hours 78 minutes, but the ratio of their wealth is reversed, 78:22. The Jews tell us, earning 78 money will never lose. Let's take a look at how this Japanese businessman made money using this rule. In the late 1960s, the Japanese businessman started the diamond business. He came to a department store in Tokyo and asked for a seat at the company to sell his diamonds, but the company refused him, saying, "Are you kidding me? It's the end of the year, even a rich man wouldn't patrons, we do not take such unnecessary risks." But he did not give up hope and insisted on persuading Company A with the foolproof rule of 78:22. The hard work paid off, and he finally got a corner of the company, the suburban B store. Store B is far away from the downtown area, with few customers and unfavorable business conditions, but the Japanese businessman is not worried about it. After all, diamonds are high-end luxury goods and the consumer goods of a few rich people. According to the 78:22 rule, as long as you focus on a few rich people, you can make huge profits. At that time, Department Store A said nonchalantly, the diamond business can sell up to 10 million yuan a day, which is not bad. The Japanese businessman immediately retorted, "No, I can sell it for 300 million yuan, you wait and see, it will make you believe." In the eyes of others, this is absolutely impossible. But the Japanese businessman was sober, and he was able to say these words with confidence, no doubt because of his confidence in the 78:22 rule. The Great Talmud Part 1 Forbearance in Small Places, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. In fact, the magic of the 78:22 rule is quickly shown. First of all, although Store B is located in the suburbs and the conditions are very unfavorable, it has made a good profit of 50 million a day, which is many times higher than the profit of 3 million that most people think. The Japanese businessman seized this favorable opportunity to get in touch with a jewelry store in New York and asked them to send a batch of diamonds, which were snapped up shortly after they arrived. Then, the Japanese businessman set up sales points in the suburbs and surrounding areas of Tokyo, respectively, to sell diamonds. On the contrary, Company A did not seize the opportunity of the few wealthy people who own the vast majority of wealth from the very beginning. When the sales of diamonds reached a boom, they only offered their booths. As a result, the benefits were not as good as other stores that were relatively sluggish. Why is the diamond business so successful? There's a winning formula here, and that's the 78:22 rule. Department Store A has doubts about this. They think that diamond products are like high-end luxury cars. Most people will not buy them, so they must not sell well. But the diamond merchant doesn't think so. He regards diamonds as a slightly high-end domestic car, a luxury that rich or slightly rich people can afford. Although this part of the population accounts for a small proportion of the society, they have most of the money. Earning this part of people's money, the benefit must be very high. This is the best application of the Jewish 78:22 business law. Under the domination of this unchanging law, it is not surprising that diamond sales have achieved huge benefits of hundreds of millions of yen. Jewish merchants who have mastered the 78:22 rule are like eagles in the mall. They can quickly capture business opportunities and then perform great magic. Because the law of 78:22 is deeply rooted in the hearts of the Jews hold the vast majority of the wealth in the world. Cashism. During their journey of wandering, Jews must always be prepared to flee with cash, as expulsion and killing threaten them all the time. Besides, they don't trust anyone but themselves. Therefore, Jews have a special place in money, that is, they adhere to cashism. There's a humor that illustrates exactly this. There is a very wealthy philanthropist who has funded many religious groups and educational institutions in his life. When he felt that he was going to die soon, he called 3 friends, a Jewish rabbi, a Protestant priest, and a Catholic priest. The 3 have guided him to donate to a variety of causes over the years. The philanthropist told 3 friends that he had set aside money in his will for the various institutions they each supported. However, he also had one request for them, and that was that while his coffin was in the ground, the 3 of them each put an envelope full of $5,000 in cash into the grave to be buried with him. "I know you'll be amused by this," he said weakly. "But if I do go somewhere else, I'll definitely need the money." He then handed each of the 3 an envelope. He died that night. His funeral will be held soon. After the funeral, the 3 priests got together to exchange ideas. "I only put $1,000 in because we desperately needed a new roof," the pastor said. The priest also confessed, "Me too, our school is very expensive this year. I did put the full $5,000 in, but I put in a check and took out cash," the rabbi said. The shrewdness of the Jews in the mall is the same. As everyone knows, a check that has not been cashed at the bank is like a piece of waste paper. In business activities, the first concern of the Jews is whether the other party brings cash or not, and how much. In their minds, everything is best cash. Because in their view, in a complex society, no one can predict what tomorrow will be like, and there is no guarantee that the other party will change tomorrow. People, society, and nature are changing every day, only cash remains the same. This is the belief of the Jewish people and the God will of Judaism. Remembering the Jewish cash-first principle is the easiest and most practical way to do business. No matter who you are or what kind of business you want to do, as long as you try more on it, you will save a lot of trouble. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Buy One Get One Free, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. Jewish businessmen are extremely clever, and they are good at using the tactics of making clear and secret profits to reverse their unfavorable situation. An automobile factory called Oldsmobile is located on land in the state of Connecticut, USA. There was a time when the cars it produced couldn't sell, and the factory was on the verge of closing. In order to get out of the crisis as soon as possible, Carter, the president of the factory, decided to start with sales. Business warfare is unpredictable, and you must be good at adjustment. This adjustment is aimed at making a profit, but in order to make a profit, it is inevitable that you will suffer some small losses. Which marketing method is more effective? Carter carefully thought about the actual situation of the factory, carefully analyzed the sales techniques in the market in view of the current problems, and finally drew on the strengths of everyone, and boldly designed the buy one get one free sales method. Due to the backlog of a number of cars, the factory could not sell them in time, and the funds could not be recovered, but the storage interest continued to rise. So the advertisement states that if you buy a Toronado car, you will get a Southern car as a gift. The buy one get one free sales method is a common sales method used by merchants. But the general practice is to give away some small items for free. Such as buying a washing machine, get a bag of washing powder, buy a leather jacket, get a hat, and so on. This kind of sales method of giving customers a little favor has indeed played a big role in a certain period of time. But over time, more and more people use it, and consumers lose interest in it. The practice of giving gifts to customers for rebates is also an old way of selling, but again, the value of the gifts or the number of rebates are generally small, and it is unlikely to have the effect of causing consumers to vibrate. The Oldsmobile automobile factory has combined various sales methods to overcome the shortcomings of numbing consumers due to outdated methods as much as possible, and boldly introduced the outstanding method of buying a car and getting a car. People who are accustomed to advertising are impressed. After hearing the news, many people traveled a long way to see what happened. The factory's distribution department suddenly crowded. People scrambled to buy cars, piling up in warehouses, and the plant delivered on its promise to give away a brand new Southern car for free. Oldsmobile's sales method is equivalent to making $5,000 less per car. Is it a loss? No, not only did it not lose money, but the car factory also lost a variety of benefits. Because if these cars are kept in the warehouse for a year and cannot be sold, each car will at least lose interest and storage and maintenance costs nearly equal to this amount. As a result, the car was sold out quickly, the funds were quickly returned, and the production capacity was expanded. More and more people used the Toronado brand car, and its reputation was also growing. The market share increased, a new brand, the Southern brand, was introduced, and this low-end sedan came out as a gift and finally began to be marketed independently. The Oldsmobile auto plant has since come back to life and has continued to grow. Adaptable. In business activities, businessmen must not only grasp the favorable situation and actively launch attacks, but also be good at transforming the unfavorable situation before attacking. When Jews encounter a passive situation in their life, they can always handle it well. The Talmud says, if you are attacked by your opponent's mistake, you can divert the opponent's attention or put the problem away. Subtly pushed back to the questioner. There is an English teacher who is more extreme in his speech. He often ridicules students who make mistakes, which makes it difficult for students with strong self-esteem to accept. Therefore, in the school where he teaches, he is a teacher who is not popular with students. One day, when he was lecturing, he accidentally made an obvious common sense error in grammar, which was discovered by a student he had ridiculed and brooded about in the past. The student thought there was an opportunity for revenge, so he pointed out the mistake unceremoniously. At this time, all the students were silent, wanting to see how the usually unpopular teacher would deal with it. The English teacher, however, seemed very calm and said, "Oh, I see that you don't usually pay attention in class, but I didn't expect you to be so diligent in class today that you have discovered such an inconspicuous problem." Already? Talmud Collection, Part 1 Buy One Get One Free, 2. Susie accompanies you to read. The student originally attacks the teacher with a revenge mentality, but he did not expect to be praised in public by the teacher, and his heart was suddenly filled with pride, and he immediately felt that the teacher was not the kind of person who was disliked by others. He actually has his cuteness too. The teacher was not flustered when he was in a passive situation. He put a high hat on the student who was trying to embarrass him to block his eagerness to make the other person embarrassed in public, and finally added, "Although this kind of small default is very inconspicuous, but if you don't take it seriously, it will easily happen to yourself, and it will be easy to make bigger mistakes over time, so everyone should remember this lesson today." This teacher handled the matter very wisely. He caught the sharp arrow shot by others and threw it back without any murderous intent. Judging from his conversation, it would only make people feel that he was not admitting it. Instead of praising his own mistakes, he is praising the student who found a small mistake, and then warns the students to be careful not to commit them, which invisibly downplays his own mistakes, thus freeing himself from an unfavorable situation. If the teacher does not have such adaptable speaking skills, he will not be able to deal with the matter well. He can only try to cover up the mistake or scold him in anger, which is like adding fuel to the fire and will further the dissatisfaction of the other party. Growth, resulting in a situation of inability to step down. The same verbal skills can be used in business negotiations. For example, you are introducing a certain product to a customer, but the other party says, "Why is this product so expensive, and several other products with similar effects are much cheaper than it?" At this time, you can nod in agreement, that's right. First let the other party express his opinion, then use the particularity of language to divert the key point of the other party's attack, and then say to him, "Your worry is not unreasonable, but our products have excellent performance. In addition, it saves fuel and electricity. Among similar products, only our after-sales service is the most reassuring." The other party will no longer exclude you because you have no objection to his point of view. After listening to your introduction, he will take these careful comparison of products will make a good impression on you even if you don't buy your product. Prohibit false advertising. The way of doing business in modern Jewish merchants is to pay attention to advertising and to advertise without permission. In the Talmud, advertising and other sales methods are prohibited. Because the Jews believed that this kind of behavior could be regarded as a gimmick in a sense, to deceive people into buying or trading. Jewish rabbis allowed people to wear cloaks to make themselves attractive, allowed people to iron fine clothes to shine, and allowed people to beat linen clothes to make them thinner and more delicate, and rabbis allowed people to paint baskets in color, allowing people to color arrows. That is to allow people to make some decorations on people and things to make them appear more beautiful and beautiful. However, the Talmud forbids pretense in transactions. For example, when cattle are sold, they are painted with different colors, and they are also opposed to making the hair of other animals hard. Because the cow is prettier than it is when painted, and hard fur makes the animal look bigger. Also, the animal's belly should not be inflated, and its meat should not be submerged in water to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Jewish rabbis warned merchants not to betray all kinds of tools by smearing colors, because colored tools will look brand new and become more beautiful. In a word, it is forbidden in Jewish law to smear color on an item in order to sell it. In addition, the Talmud also prohibits merchants from selling goods with any misnomer. For example, exaggerated terms such as largest area or largest size are often used in American advertisements. The so-called largest area is actually just a specific area. Such advertising language has long been expressly prohibited in the Talmud. Jewish law prohibits advertising, but only false advertising is prohibited, and there is no objection to the propaganda function of legitimate advertising that seeks truth from facts. There is one such story that illustrates the problem. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Buy One Get One Free, 3. Susie accompanies you to read. There was a poor woman who made a living by selling apples. Her stall is not far from the rabbi's house. One day she complained to the rabbi, "Rabbi, I will have nothing on this Sabbath. Is your apple stand business bad? They all say my apples are bad and no one buys them." The rabbi immediately ran to the street and shouted loudly, "There are good apples for sale here. Anyone who wants it, come and buy it." People immediately crowded around and scrambled to buy apple without looking closely. Soon, the apples were sold out for 2 to 3 times the actual price. Turning to go home, the rabbi said to the woman, "Your apples are good, and the reason why nobody bought them in the first place was because people didn't know they were good." From this point of view, the Jews are not blindly opposed to advertising, but they believe that everything must be limited to the scope of honesty. This is Jewish commercial wisdom. Business-related stories, then the price. Shamir, a Jewish businessman, immigrated to Australia to do business. When he got to Melbourne, he started his old business and opened a food store. In contrast to him, there is a food store run by an Italian named Anthony. As a result, the two food stores launched a fierce competition. Anthony felt panic when he saw a new competitor. He pondered for a long time. The only way to reduce the price was to put up a wooden board in front of his house, which read, "Ham only 5 cents per pound." Not wanting Shamir, he immediately erected a board in front of the store with the words, 4 cents per pound. Seeing Shamir like this, Anthony immediately changed the price to, "Ham only 35 cents per pound." In this way, the price has dropped below the cost. Unexpectedly, Shamir was even more outrageous, rewriting the price to only 3 cents per pound. After a few days, Anthony lost his temper. He angrily ran to Shamir's shop and shouted in the tone of a business veteran, "Boy, do you sell ham like this? Do you know what will happen if you cut prices like this? We're both going to go bankrupt." Shamir laughed, "What we? I think you are the only one who will go bankrupt. Even I don't know what it means when it says 30 cents a pound on the board. My grocery store doesn't have it at all. What, ham?" Only then did Anthony realize that he had been fooled. Knowing that he had met a real competitor, he couldn't help but complain. Counteroffer, the Jewish fruit merchant Dryan is in the orange wholesale business. He is very picky about other people's faults. Once he went to an orchard to purchase and started his wonderful performance. "How do you sell this?" 90 cents for 500 grams. "How much does the whole basket cost?" "Buy at 0, not sell, 90 cents for a whole basket of 500 grams. The seller still stands by his claim. Dryan was not in a hurry to make a bargain. He slowly opened the lid of the basket, picked up an orange in his hand and scrutinized it carefully, then said unhurriedly, "It's still big, but the color is not red enough, so it's on the market like this. Not a good price." Then he reached out and took out the basket, and after a while, he found a small orange. "Boss, your basket has a large surface, but there are many small ones hidden at the bottom. How should this be calculated?" As he spoke, he continued to feel in the basket. After a while, he found a broken orange. "Look. There are still broken places here. Your orange is not big enough, not red enough, and some have injuries, no matter what. How can it not be considered a first level, barely considered a second level, is not bad." At this time, the seller couldn't hold his breath anymore, and he spoke kindly, "Do you really want it? Well, let's make a price. It's not easy for you at the end of the year. I'll give you 70 cents. This is too low. The seller was a little anxious. You can add more, and I'll count on these oranges to survive. Okay, you're a nice guy too. Make a friend. I'll take it all for 75 cents. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Buy One Get One Free, 4. Susie accompanies you to read. The two sides finally made a deal. Customer interest. In Paris, there was a Jewish businessman named Bahar who ran a fine wine company. He wanted to sell his wines to a grand hotel in Paris. So, during the 4 years, he often called Klein, the owner of the restaurant, and went to the social gathering that Klein attended. He even stayed at the hotel in order to close the deal. Bahar's efforts have gone nowhere. Klein was a difficult person to approach, and he didn't give much thought to Bahar's wines at all. After careful consideration, Bahar found the problem. He immediately changed his strategy and went to find what Klein was interested in order to solve this difficult problem as he liked. After a thorough investigation, Bahar discovered that Klein was a key member of an organization called French Hotel Hosts. He was recently elected as the chairman and was extremely enthusiastic about this organization. No matter when and where the members hold an event, he will rush to the scene. Even if the distance is far, it will not affect his attendance. The next day, when Bahar saw Klein again, he started talking about the organization of the French hotel host. The owner was surprised, and he immediately started talking with Bahar enthusiastically. Of course, the topic is all about the organization. After the conversation, Bahar was given a membership card for the organization. Bahar did not mention wine in this conversation, but a few days later, the hotel's purchasing manager called and asked Bahar to quickly send wine samples and price lists. Afterwards, Bahar said with great emotion, "In business activities, businessmen must cater to the interests of customers, do what they like, show sincere enthusiasm for the topics or things that customers care about most, and skillfully lead out topics, more harmony." He talks, shows admiration, that's the trick to doing business. The art of flattery. In the clothing store of the Jewish Abu Bakr, a tall young woman was trying on clothes. She tried several pieces, either tight here or bulging there, which didn't fit. From her own experience, Abu Bakr believes that the problem is that she is not straight. So he said to her, "These clothes are either too big or too small, covering your delicate figure." Hearing these words, the young woman straightened up and tried again, looking at herself in the fitting mirror. Then the situation changed. The young woman saw that her erect body looked so beautiful, the unsightly folds and bulges were gone, and the lines and contours were clearly visible. Abu Bakr could see that she liked the dress. "It's so pretty," said Abu Bakr approvingly. "Do you like this one?" "I like it very much, it looks so much slimmer, it's amazing. I seem to have lost 2 or 3 kilograms, said the young woman in amazement. Customer Vanity Golds left Israel as a young man to immigrate to the United States, and soon married a woman who lived in Atlanta. They later went into business and created the Chameleon Paint Company. The company has just developed a new type of paint, which is characterized by soft color, not easy to peel off, good waterproof performance, and no fading. Although advertising costs a lot, but the effect is not great. Gores decided to use the city's largest Ingjil Lefu furniture company as a breakthrough to open up sales. One day, Gores came directly to Ingjil Leaf Furniture Company, Limited, found the general manager Steiner, and said to him, "Mr. Steiner, I heard that the quality of your company's furniture is very good, and I made a special trip to visit you. I have heard about your Deming. You are one of the outstanding entrepreneurs in this city, and after such a short period of time, you have achieved an enviable and brilliant achievement, which must be admired." Hearing these words, Steiner was very happy, and he introduced the company's products and their characteristics to him. Golds visited his factory. In the paint shop, Steiner pulled out a few pieces of furniture, showing off to Gores that he painted them himself. Gores poured a bit of his drink onto the furniture and tapped it lightly with a screwdriver. Steiner quickly stopped him, and before Steiner could speak, Gores spoke. "These furniture shapes and styles are the best, but the paint is not soft, waterproof, and easy to peel off, affecting the quality of the furniture. Are you right?" Talmud Collection, Part 1, Buy One Get One Free, 5. Susie accompanies you to read. Steiner felt that his words made sense, and mentioned that he heard about a new type of paint from chameleon paint and didn't order it because he didn't understand it. Goals took out a wooden board from the bag, painted all 6 sides, and saw it soaked in a square bottle, and there were several other wooden boards painted with various colors. Goras claimed that the board that was soaked in water had been soaked for an hour, but the board had not swelled, indicating that the paint had good water resistance, and the paint did not fall off when it was beaten with tools. As a result, Ingeo Lifer Company quickly became a major customer of Chameleon Company, and both parties benefited. Gain empathy. Once, while promoting a product, Appel, a Jewish businessman, was rejected by a client, but after a certain period of time he came to visit the client again. "Don't waste any more time, I'm not going to buy your stuff, so I advise you not to waste your time," the customer said firmly. Appel didn't care what he said, still in high spirits. He said to him with a smile, "Oh, please don't worry about me, all I do are my job duties. As long as you can give me a little time, I am very happy to hear my explanation." The customer saw that he was sweating all over, but his face was full of smiles. Rain and snow are good days for Appel to visit. It was raining outside, people were staying in the house, and Appel was standing at the door and had to be sympathetic, so it was difficult to say no. Rich lady. A well-dressed couple was intrigued by a jade ring at a jewelry counter in a major Parisian mall, priced at 10,000 francs. Seeing their hesitant appearance, the salesperson knew that they thought the price was too expensive. So he said enthusiastically, "This ring is a little expensive, but it is very beautiful. Many people like it after seeing it, but they still don't buy it." The wife of the president of a country was reluctant to take it off when she wore it on her hand, and she changed it later. Got a moderately priced ring and left. "Why don't you look at the others and see if there's anything you like?" The couple glanced at the salesperson, and the lady said, "Since it was left to me by the president's wife, how could I not want it?" So they paid immediately. Seeing her like that, she was more lavish than the president's wife. From price to quality, at one point James was selling several suits to Attorney White. Before James told White's lawyer, he said, "I want this and that." After thinking for a while, White asked, "How much?" When James said the price, Lawyer White stopped talking, and James saw him blushing. James knew that unless he could win the trust of White's attorney and make a case for him that it was a wise choice to pay much more for the suits than he had spent before, the sale would not be complete. "It's over." Suddenly, James saw the new Cadillac coming from Lawyer White on the parking lot outside the window, so he pretended to be very mysterious and asked, "Mr. White, can I ask you a question?" "Certainly," White said. "What brand is your car?" "Oh, Cadillac." Cadillac. "What other car did you drive before you drove it?" "Citroën." "Do you remember that when you switched from Citroën to Cadillac, were you concerned about price too?" "I see." White quickly relaxed and bought the 2 suits happily. Jewish strategy. There is a Jew named Bradley. When he first sold insurance to customers, he introduced the benefits of insurance to them as soon as he saw them, and also told them about the disadvantages of modern people who do not understand insurance. In the end, he would say, "It's better for you to buy an insurance." However, few people buy insurance from him. After a month, he did not get an insurance business. After careful consideration, he changed his strategy, no longer rhetoric to customers, but a different way of talking. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Buy One Get One Free, 6. Susie accompanies you to read. "Hello. I'm a salesman for National First Insurance Company," Bradley said. "Oh, an insurance salesman," the client responded. Responded. "You misunderstood. My mission is to promote insurance. If you are interested, I can oblige you to introduce some insurance knowledge to you." Bradley. "Yes, please come in," said the client. Bradley wins the first battle. In the following conversation, he introduced all the knowledge about insurance to customers in detail as if he was narrating at home, and organically interspersed the introduction with the benefits of participating in insurance and the procedures for buying insurance. In the end, Bradley said, "I hope that through my introduction, you will have a better understanding of insurance. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me." Bradley handed it over. His business card, until he said goodbye, did not mention a word to mobilize customers to buy his insurance. But the next day, the client called Bradley and asked him to help buy insurance. Bradley was successful, selling as many as 150 policies a month. The magic cleaner. Once Shayna was at home and was busy when someone knocked on the door, opened the door and saw that it was a girl who was engaged in sales. Seeing that she was a salesman, Shayna lost her enthusiasm, but the girl was professionally trained. She said, "Ma'am, it doesn't matter if you don't buy it, I just want you to know that this kind of carpet washing water is already on the market. It's on sale, take a look at it, it's really good. Your house is so big, and the carpet is beautiful. Check if there is any dirty place, and I'll clean it for you." Shayna was speechless by what she said. Why? First, she told Shayna that Shayna could not buy it, so Shayna's rebellious psychology disappeared. Second, her kind attitude and kind expression made Shayna unable to refuse her and could not bear it. Then she launched the offensive further. She said that Shayna's carpet was beautiful, and some places were dirty, which was a pity, and wanted to help clean it. Shayna had to open the door and let her in. There was Coke water spilled by a child on the carpet in the restaurant. "See if you can clean it up for me," Shayna said. She poured a little detergent on it and rubbed it lightly with a towel. The blemishes disappeared, and Shayna was also surprised. She thought that this product was really good, so she gave Shayna a further introduction to the superiority of the product. As a result, Shayna bought 2 bottles. Practical demonstration: there is a Jew named Steinbach in the United States. When he is a salesman selling safety glass, his performance has always maintained the first place in the whole region of North America. At an awards conference for top salesmen, the host said, "Mr. Steinbach, what special method do you use to keep your performance at the top?" Steinbach said, "Every time I go to see a client, I always put a lot of safety glass in my suitcase, cut into 15 cm squares, and I carry a hammer with me. When I get to a client, I ask him, 'Do you believe in safety glass?' When clients say they don't believe me, I put the glass in front of them and hit the table with a hammer. At this time, many customers will be surprised by my actions, and at the same time they will find that the glass is not broken. And then the client says, 'Ah, that's amazing.' At this point I ask them, 'How much do you want to buy?' Go straight to the step of closing the deal, and the whole process takes less than a minute." Shortly after Steinbach finished telling this story, almost every salesman in a safety glass company would carry a safety glass sample and a small hammer with him when he went out to visit a customer. But after a period of time, they found that Steinbach's performance still maintained the first place, which was incomprehensible. At another awards conference, the host asked, "We are all doing the same thing after you imitate you. Why is your performance still the first?" Talmud Collection, Part 1 Buy One Get One Free, 7. Susie accompanies you to read. Steinbach smiled, then said, "The simple reason is, I knew you would follow my lead, so I've since gone to clients and put the glass in front of them when they say they don't believe it, hand over the hammer and let them do it themselves." Price disparity. The famous Jewish salesman, Jason, once approached the manager of a company with a plan that just met the interests of the other party. Jason said, "We have a great deal here, it's worth $500,000. And our transfer fee is $300,000. The manager said, "Unfortunately, you asked for $300,000. The price is unreasonable and we cannot accept it." "You're right. The price is really unreasonable," Jedson echoed. After that, he smiled and walked away. A week later, Jedson came to visit again. "The proposal I introduced to you last time offered 300,000 yuan, which is absurd, but it is exactly what you want. Because of that incident, I have always felt uneasy in my heart, and always wanted to do it for you. Do something." I've been looking around for a week and I've finally found this solution. It's absolutely worth the money. If I could offer you one that costs only $75,000 and the effect is the equivalent of $300,000 plan, do you think this is good? The manager was delighted to see the price drop from $300,000 to $75,000. How could he pass up a great opportunity to get $300,000 worth of services for $75,000? So he signed without hesitation. Jetterson successfully completed the deal. Trap. Hugh Munch, a famous Jewish rich man in Germany, wanted to start a golf course as the beginning of his career. After many efforts, he finally settled on a site. There are many competitors for this site, with a market value of 200 million marks. If they raise prices against each other, prices will rise accordingly. How can I get this space without raising the price? Munch is thinking. He first found the landlord's agent and indicated to him that he wanted to buy the site. The agent knew that Munch was very rich, so he wanted to make a lot of money from it, so he said to him, "The superiority of this field is unparalleled. Building a golf course is guaranteed to make money, and there are many people who want to buy it. If you are willing to pay 500 million marks, I will give priority to consideration." The agent first came to a lion and opened his mouth. 500 million marks? It's not expensive, I'm willing to buy it. Munch seemed to know nothing about the land price. This trick really worked, and the agent happily reported the situation to the landlord. The landlord was also very happy and felt that the price of 500 million marks was quite high, so he rejected other competitors. All the people who wanted to buy the site heard that their competitor was the millionaire Munch, and they all withdrew from the competition. Once the trap is set, wait for someone to fall into it. Munch never looked for an agent again, and the agent came to the door many times. He either made excuses or avoided seeing him. He said that the purchase of land still needs to be considered. This made the agent anxious, and he had to grind his lips, hoping that Munch would quickly settle the matter of buying the land. Sit firmly on the dial, you tie, you are in a hurry, I am not in a hurry. Munch still ignored it, and finally said, "Of course I want to buy the site, but what is the price?" The agent quickly reminded, "You promised to pay 500 million marks to buy this land." Munch said with a smile, "This is the price you offered, don't you hear the irony of my saying not expensive, not expensive? How can you take a joke seriously? In fact, the price of land is only worth 200 million at most mark." Only then did the agent realize that he had fallen into Munch's trap, so he had to tell the truth. The land price is indeed only worth 200 million marks, and Mr. Munch can pay this amount. "Easy to say, if I pay this price, I don't need to think about it," replied Munch. This can put the broker in a dilemma. Others have withdrawn from the competition. If Munch doesn't buy it, no one will buy it. In the end, it has to be sold at 150 million marks. Talmud Collection Part 1 Buy One Get One Free, 8. Susie accompanies you to read. Change the subject. One day, the general manager asked Gilla to go to the countryside to sell electrical appliances. When he came to a wealthy and neat house and called for the door, the other party only opened the door a small crack, and the owner's wife stuck her head out of the door. When she saw that the person was a salesman, she slammed the door shut. Gilla knocked on the door again, and it took a long time before she opened the door again, this time only with a small crack, and, without waiting for Gilla to speak, she refused his promotion. Although the progress was not smooth, Gilla did not give up and was determined to change the subject and try her luck. He changed his tone and said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I just wanted to buy some eggs from you, not to sell a product." Hearing this, the wife's attitude softened a little, and the door opened a little wider. Gilla went on to say, "Your chickens are so good, look at how beautiful their feathers are. These chickens are probably Dominicans, right? I want to buy some eggs from you, can I?" At this time, the door opened wider. "How do you know it's a Dominican breeder?" Mrs. Gilla asked. Knowing that his words had moved his wife, Gilla continued, "I also raise some chickens at home, but I have never seen chickens like yours. The chickens I raise only lay white eggs. You know, ma'am, yellow eggs are better than white eggs when making cakes. My family is making cakes today, so I came to you." When the old lady heard this, she seemed very happy, and went into the house to fetch him eggs. Gilla took advantage of this short time to casually look at the surrounding environment and found that her family has a complete set of farming equipment, so he continued to say to the old lady, "Madam, I'm sure that you will earn more money from raising chickens than your husband. Raising cows makes more money." This sentence made the wife very excited, because all along, her husband did not admit it at all, and she always wanted to tell others what she was proud of. So she took Gilla to visit the chicken coop, treating him as a confidant. During the visit, Gilla sighed from time to time, and they also exchanged common sense and experience in raising chickens. In this way, the two are getting closer and closer and can talk freely. Finally, the wife talked about some troubles in hatching chicks and some difficulties in preserving eggs. Gilla took the opportunity to successfully sell an incubator and a large freezer to the old lady. Rare is more expensive. One day, the Jewish businessman Agi Hume was selling cookware in Winsboro. He knocked on the door of Mr. Anders, the highway patroller, and his wife opened the door to invite the salesman in. "My husband and Mr. Deere next door are in the backyard, but Mrs. Deere and I would like to see your cooker," said Mrs. Anders. "Please come to the house with your husbands too. I promise, they love my presentation of the products, too," says Agi Hume. So the two wives called their husbands in. Agi Hume gave a very serious cooking show. He first boiled the apples in the traditional way with Mrs. Anders' cookware, and then simmered without adding water with the set of cookware he was promoting. The difference between the apples cooked in the two different ways was so obvious that the two couples were impressed. But they don't buy anything out of the blue and pretend to be uninterested. As a result, Agi Hume decided to use the hard-to-get sales pitch. He washed the cookware, packaged it, put it back in the sample box, and said to the two couples, "Well, thank you for letting me do this show, and I really wish I could provide you with the cookware today, but I only bring if you have a sample. Maybe you will want to buy it in the future?" Saying that, Agi Hume got up to leave, when the two husbands were immediately interested in the cookware, and they both stood up, wanting to know when they would be able to buy it. "Excuse me, can I buy it now? I do like that set of cookware a bit now," Mr. Anders said. "Yes, are you able to supply now?" asked Mr. Deere. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, I did only bring samples today, and when it will be shipped, I can't know the exact date. But please rest assured, I will take your request in mind when it can be shipped," said Agi Hume sincerely. Talmud Collection, Part 1 Buy One Get One Free, 9. Susie accompanies you to read. "Well, maybe you'll forget us, that's quite possible," insisted Mr. Anders. At this time, Agi Hume felt that the time had come, so he naturally mentioned the order. "You'd better pay a deposit to buy a set, which is more insurance. Once the company can deliver the goods, it may wait for you. A month, maybe even 2 months." The two ladies immediately took out the money and paid the deposit. After about 6 weeks, the item shipped. Gently declined one day, an angry customer came to a large dairy factory in the United States. He said to the Jew in the factory and the general manager Clute, "Sir, there are some problems with the dairy products you produce. I found a big live fly in it. I ask you to compensate me for my spiritual damage." The customer offered an astronomical amount of compensation. The production management of such a dairy production line is very strict. In order to prevent the oxidation reaction of dairy products, all the air in the tank must be evacuated every time, and then some inert gas is filled and then sealed. Dairy products produced under such stringent conditions are unlikely to have live flies in them. Because of the company's reputation, Clute was not ready to expose the man's deception immediately, but politely invited him to a reception room far away from the employees, and the customer scolded as he walked. When the customer protested again and demanded compensation, Clute appeared generous, poured a glass of water for the other party, and said slowly, "Sir, it seems that what you said is true, this is obviously ours. Mistake. But don't worry, I'll give you a satisfactory answer. As this matter is a big deal, we'll never ignore it. Well, wait a moment, and I'll immediately order them to stop working and shut down all machines to find out the source of the error. Because our company has a strict rule, whoever has a problem in the production process will be responsible for it. When I call out the negligent supervisor, let him apologize to you." After speaking, Crud ordered an engineer with a serious face, "You shut down all the machines immediately, although there should be no such mistakes in our production process, but since this gentleman found it, we are obliged to give him a satisfactory answer." The customer originally just wanted to defraud some money, but he never imagined that his words would cause such serious consequences, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was worried that his deception would be exposed, and then he would have to bear the entire factory due to the shutdown. Losses, then even if he goes bankrupt, he can't afford to pay. So he began to feel scared, and said in a low voice, "If it's so complicated, then forget it, but you should pay attention to it in the future, so that nothing like this happens again." He found a step for himself and wanted to walk away. Kurt stopped him and said sincerely to him, "Thank you for your support. In order to express our gratitude, you will enjoy a 20% discount on our food in the future." This gentleman got a windfall. Since then, he has also become a voluntary publicist for this company, so that more people can identify with the food produced by this company. Promote strengths and avoid weaknesses. Jude Gerald is a salesman for a laptop company. Once, he was visiting an engineer who wanted to buy a bunch of lighter computers for a business trip, and in an interview with Gerald, the customer complained, "I think your laptops are a little off. Heavy." "Why do you feel heavy?" Gerald asked. "Look, your notebook weighs 2.6 kilograms, and one company's notebook weighs only 2 kilograms. Why is weight so important to you?" Because engineers who use computers are often out on business, they want to be lighter and smaller. I see. Laptops are an engineer's work tool, which is very important for them to work outside. For these engineers, what other metrics do you think are more important? Talmud Collection Part 1 Buy 1 Get 1 Free, 10. Susie accompanies you to read. In addition to weight, there are configurations such as CPU speed, capacity of memory and hard drives, and of course reliability and durability. Which point do you think is the most important? Of course the most important thing is configuration, then reliability and durability, and then weight. But weight is also an important indicator. Every company designs a product that balances performance aspects. If the weight is low, some reliability design may be sacrificed. For example, if the leather bag for the laptop is lighter, the protection of the computer is less. It will be weaker. According to our understanding, we find that customers are most concerned about reliability and configuration, which inevitably sacrifices weight indicators. In fact, our laptops use aluminum-magnesium alloys, although aluminum-magnesium alloys are heavier, but more sturdy. And some notebooks use flying carbon fiber for lightness and thinness, but they are less sturdy. Makes sense. With this design thinking, the specs and ruggedness of our notebooks have always been among the best in the industry. Do you have questions about that? You can't have both. Your metaphor is very vivid. We design products with more emphasis on reliability and configuration, and this adds to his weight. But the original intention also meets your requirements, and you agree with the importance of reliability and configuration. Besides, it only weighs 0.6 kilograms, which is not a big number, is it? Yes, you are right. At Gerald's persuasion, the client ordered 15 laptops. Price of chair Jewish businessman Marcus opened a furniture store in Washington. One day, a customer came to the furniture store and wanted to buy an office chair. After Marcus showed the client around, the client asked, "How do you sell those 2 chairs?" "This one is $600, and the larger one is $250, Marcus said. "Why is this one so expensive? We think this one should be cheaper," the customer said. "Sir, come and sit on them and compare them," said Marcus. According to his words, the client sat on both chairs, one was softer and the other was slightly harder, but both were quite comfortable. After the client had tried both chairs, Marcus continued, "The $250 chair is soft and very comfortable, while the $600 chair is not as soft because of the springs in the chair. The number is different. The $600 chair will never affect the sitting posture due to deformation due to the large number of springs. Poor sitting posture will make people's spine scoliosis, which will cause people's back pain, and the cost of the extra springs is only at the same time. The rotating bracket of this chair is made of pure steel, which is twice as long as the ordinary non-pure steel chair, and will not be worn or loosened due to long-term rotation or excessive weight. So the average age of this chair is double that of that one. Also, this chair doesn't look as luxurious as that one, but it is completely designed according to human body science. Although it is not soft, it can make you sit for a long time without getting tired. A good one, the chair is really important for someone who sits in a chair for a long time to work. This chair is not so prominent, but it is a well-designed chair. Honestly, that $250 chair looks good, it's not useful. It's sold to customers who like cheap. Fortunately, it is only $350 more expensive. In order to protect my spine, I will buy this more expensive chair even if it costs $1,000. The customer said after listening to Marcus's explanation. Sales desk. Well-known sales expert, Jewish Victor, attended a sales training session. At the meeting, a trainee named Bill suddenly asked him, "Dr. Victor, you are known as the best salesman in the world, so now, I want you to sell me something." "What do you want me to sell you?" Victor said with a smile. Bill was astounded that some people might go on and on after hearing the above, for example, start with some sales jargon, and Victor then started asking questions instead of explaining his own. "Oh, just sell me this table," Bill replied after a moment's thought. As soon as he finished speaking, Victor asked another seemingly innocent question, "Why did you buy it?" Again, surprised, Bill looked at the table and replied, "This table looks new, nice in shape, and colorful. Besides, we've just recently moved to this new studio, and for the time being, I don't want to deal with it." Victor didn't explain this, but let Bill himself say why he bought it and why he liked the table. "Bill, how much are you willing to pay for this table?" Victor continued. Seemingly bewildered, Bill said, "I haven't bought a desk lately, but this one is so beautiful and so big, I think I'll buy it for $18 or $20. When Victor heard this, he immediately took over the conversation and said, "Then, Bill, I'll sell you this table for $18. In this way, the deal is over. Affirmative response. An encyclopedia salesman asked the customer several positive questions in a row in order to get the customer to answer in the affirmative. "Sir, may I ask what you think about education?" "Can." "Do you believe in the value of education and knowledge?" "Believe." "Would you accept it if we put a set of encyclopedias in your home for display?" "Can." "May I come in and show you our encyclopedia?" "Can." "Can." "All I want to do is to put this encyclopedia in your home, not to sell you this encyclopedia. When your friends come to your home and see this encyclopedia, if they're interested, you can just give them our contact number and they can get in touch with us." Talmud Collection, Part 1, Breaking Excuses, 1. Susie accompanies you to read. A salesman came to sell cosmetics. "I'm sorry, we don't have any money at the moment. I'll buy it when I have the money." "Can you see it?" The hostess politely refused. At this time, the salesman suddenly found a women's golf bag in the hallway of her house. The salesman immediately took it into his mind and said, "Is this bag yours?" "Yes." "Oh, your bag is so pretty." "Oh, I bought it in Paris last year when I traveled to Europe." "Are you a golf lover?" "Yeah, I spent a lot of money for this." "Yeah, golf is the entertainment of the rich." You're quite right. In foreign countries, golf is a high-level entertainment favored by the upper classes. When the lady was talking about it, the salesman took no time to say, "Yes, this kind of cosmetic is not cheap, it is indeed a little expensive, so the ladies who use it are all high-income earners, and using this kind of cosmetic it's like playing golf, showing who you are." This sentence just speaks to the wife's intention. In order not to lose her face, she can no longer give an excuse for no money. Echo language. A salesman came to a wife's house. Madam, your skin is very good, especially suitable for the company's cosmetics. But I already have makeup. Oh, you already have makeup? Well, the cosmetics I use are okay. I have almost everything I should have. Have you all? Yes. Women my age rarely go out. Oh, so you rarely go out? Yes, my children are about to get married, and there will be many opportunities to attend the wedding banquet in the future. Oh, my wife's popularity is very good. It's okay. Every woman wants to be more beautiful, especially older women like us. Induce. A customer picked out a $20 tie, and as he was about to pull out his credit card to pay, Jewish businessman Mailer asked, "What suit are you going to wear with this tie?" "I think my navy blue suit is just right." "Sir, I have a nice tie here that matches your navy suit." He pulled out 2 ties that cost $25. "Yes, I see what you mean, they are beautiful," said the customer, nodding and putting away his tie. "Look at these shirts again and find one that matches your tie." "I wanted to buy some white shirts, but I didn't see it." "Maybe you didn't see it. What size shirt do you want?" Before the customer could react, Mailer had already produced 4 white shirts, priced at $50 each. "Sir, you can touch this shirt, isn't it nice?" "Yes, I want to buy some shirts, but I only want 3. It's predictable how things ended, with Mailer turning a $20 business into a $190 deal. Remedy. One day, a young woman came to the clothing counter and looked closely at several Alexander cardigans hanging on the hangers. After a while, she took a red and yellow cardigan from the hanger, looked at it for a while, and said to the salesperson, "How much is this?" $80, the salesperson replied. "Okay, I'll take it," the woman told him, putting the sweater on the counter and taking out her wallet. When he was wrapping her clothes, he complimented her, "Miss is really insightful, and many people like this style." Who knew that the young lady was silent for a while after hearing this, and then said to him with a smile, "Sorry, I don't want it." Unexpectedly, a compliment made the customer stop the purchase. He hurriedly asked, "Why, don't you like it?" She replied politely, "A little bit." Then she was ready to leave. He immediately realized that the compliment just now might have been a mistake and must be rectified quickly. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie Channel, you are welcome to click subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force.